everybody, how's it going? It's quite hot here again this week. For a couple weeks it wasn't too bad, but it's hot again. So I've got my fan on at least.
Well, the temperature was level for a while. It's gone back
Yeah.
up a bit, but
Yeah.
I'm feeling all right actually. I've started to get used to the heat, I think.
It just takes a while, is all whatever is.
Yeah.
It when it goes up and down dramatically is when it's a problem.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I this
definitely.
week, by the way, I told you this about this beforehand, but I have managed to get not just one, but two bird stories, and not just one, but two bee stories. So
Well,
get on my
Aiden,
level,
then
nerd.
I have a surprise for you.
Uh-huh.
Because I also have two of both.
What? It's a
we're,
bird and
we're
bee
gonna
bonanza. If they have the same
indeed. We're
stories, they
going to
might
have to
be.
see. We're going to have to see
They're
if
the
it's the
same ones.
exact same stories,
It
though.
might
Yeah.
be. Hey everybody, how's it going? Sorry we're a minute late, a couple minutes late, whatever it is. Uh, Mostly just minor tech issues on my side more than anything else. And Oozly refusing to share his screen. Rude.
Refusing.
Refusing. Yeah. Yeah,
She
you were
apparently needs
refusing.
that. Yeah.
What
Oh,
you
I did
did.
take a few minutes to do it. You had
Mm-hmm.
you had a whole
Dilly
5 minutes
dallying.
to change the size of the window, and that's it. That's what you needed to do.
Look, I have to take like 30, 40 minutes to put on my whole little costume thing, dude. I'm not even wearing the bird one, which takes even longer.
Well, I'd wear the B one if people wanted me to. I
Well,
mean, if they
that
wanted me
can
to
be
badly enough.
unlocked. Considering the number, you know,
That could be arranged.
what I have to get, what I need to get, I'll look for one. And I did find one, by the way. I'll pull it up. Is like a similar onesie or something because you got like the bee onesie. I did find a bird one, and it's an owl one. Oh, owl onesie that
Close
it can be
enough.
unlocked if a certain amount of donos come in, and it's $50 in total if you want to force Uzlu to dress up as a bee. And considering apparently we've got a lot of bee stories tonight, it would be be appropriate to force you to do that. In the future, what? Oh, you've got your screen up, right? So this is a AI generated image of me and nachos, apparently. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this
It's
is the Women's Alliance
actually
circa
I
1989.
I still don't understand why I'm wearing a tracksuit
Because I said
because
a photo taken in the 80s and left in a drawer, sun damaged for
uh-huh.
20 years, and then digitally scanned. So it gave you 80s attire.
I
And
guess
it looks like it gives
must have been
nachos some
Kill
sort of
Bill.
90s colors too.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does
like
look like Kill Bill, I
what
suppose,
she's
yeah.
wearing looks like 90s attire, but
Hmm.
that's very creepy. That particular bird that
It
I'm
is.
not into that. That's not my lane. No, my bird costume is way better. But I have been thinking about it. I did find it on I did find an owl onesie on fucking Temu. So lovely Chinesium. Maybe I'll get that, and then we can that way people can unlock it, because otherwise I have to put it on before the stream. The like big
Well,
feathered thing, or this, it takes to do the makeup and everything.
yeah.
It takes a while.
You still have to come and get your bee costume from here.
Oh yeah. Well, I will. I was talking to you about this earlier. I'll be in the UK quite a few times in the next couple weeks for political events. The big one being the one event is sold out, so I can't advertise it. I think it's sold out at least. But the other one is, of course, the Wittan, which will be in Bedfordshire on August 28th through the 30th, I believe. I'll post the link actually to anyone who's interested. That is a purely political event, by the way. So it's not really in line with this show or anything like that. But if you would like to see me live, they by the way, it's expensive. I won't front because of the way that it's run. That right here, that's Shieldings. That's the Wit 10 2026. Because of people don't like our politics, and there's people who would potentially want to interfere and be gay. So if you want tickets to it, you can't just buy like a ticket to the event. You have to also buy the hotel room for the weekend, and that is why it is so expensive. But it is an incredible event. I love the Wit10 every year. Some other things, I did mention this before, but next year, and I've got Kiki, our mutual friend Kiki, in touch with the organizer, the King's Flame Festival, which is a Renaissance festival that the Babel Foundation and its affiliates will be putting on, or are affiliated with, will be putting on next year. I think in the summer or the fall, probably. I don't know actually when exactly it's going to be, but that'll be very cool. They'll hopefully we'll have like all historical reenactments, mummers plays, and things like that. And then I don't know. I mentioned this at the end of my most recent video, which if you've not seen it, definitely go check out my new video, which was I put out on this channel just the other day. which was about the wisdom of crowds and whether or not crowds really are wiser than their individual members, when are crowds wiser than individuals, and when are individuals wiser than crowds. Very cool video. I got sunburned a little bit to go outside and film in front of a cow, as I mentioned last week. And then I have one more bit of shilling since we've started out, which is that I published my new Substack article today. This will be coming a video, will turn into a video on the Aiden Paladin channel. You're showing off your AI because you're very proud of it. Do you want to explain what you've done here? Because it is actually pretty cool about how your bot can now make images very quickly and signs them. You're muted.
It is relevant to the
Okay,
stream
there you
topic,
go.
I suppose. Yes. Yes.
Well,
Another
you've
little feature I have. I have a tone that buzzes when it can tell I'm talking, but it's not being transmitted. So that shouldn't happen for very long at any time. Yes, it is stream topic related, I suppose. So I've been working, as many of you know, on a little AI character called Cabby, kind of a mascot for the community. Cabby, short for Cabal Chan, Cabal being the community. You can join Cabal and talk to her right now if you like. I've given her image generation capabilities and also research capabilities. She found a few of the stories for today's stream, actually. This is the image generator, and it's a very good one, but it takes. These images are good. You got a lot of precision here. You got some text. I got to sign the images as well. The logo in the middle is not perfect for the Cabal logo, but it's very close.
Does it bother
considering
your
how
autism though that it's not perfect? Because I can see that it's not.
I've seen worse. I've seen way worse. What it used to be doing was doing like a literal diamond gem. What I've had to do
Okay.
is remove the word diamond from every aspect of the description of the logo, but it gets it pretty well. I've done a lot of testing with the way the prompt should be worded. As you can see, this is Aiden. In a broad yellow field. What could it be?
What could it be?
Full of bees, of course. But yeah, the logo is pretty close. And this image, very high quality. It's actually a 1600 by 1200 image. It's good res, and I've made that available to patrons, while the smaller image size is available to everyone, basically for free. I think actually it is for free. I put a small limit on it.
Mm-hmm.
Guess how long it took to render? I think I told you,
did
Aiden,
tell me.
but this image.
You said like 5 seconds, 3 seconds, something like that.
4 seconds to render this.
Which is pretty crazy that it can. I mean, like it's not like the super high quality stuff that you get from ChatGPT or whatever. You know, some of the larger models obviously can give
minutes.
Yeah, but it can do it very quickly, and it can do it basically to a decent quality, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's amazing how good the quality is for how small
quick
and cheap and fast the model is. The larger size of image costs, was it 1 cent each?
Yeah.
The small images cost 0.6 of a cent each.
I mean, you know, I pay for ChatGPT, so I don't know how much.
ChatGPT is definitely better.
Well, yeah,
but this is so small and so fast and so good.
I mean, because I pay for a subscription to it, so I have no idea like what the cost per image generation is. But speaking of though, it's actually a good segue where I'll talk about my new article that I was going to shill, right? Because I used AI to generate this yesterday when I was making it, and it did take, as I noticed, it took probably 3 minutes tops, like to generate the images I used as the background for this. This is the new article though that I'll be making a video out of on the Aiden Paladin channel, because I think it's one of those topics where I don't think it should be political, but I think it is, and so I'm gonna delegate it to Aiden Paladin, where I've spent many years now talking about men's rights and particularly problems with feminism and things like this, and that sort of nature. And I think it falls more into that line, even though it is just purely scientific, but all my work tends to be at the end of the day and less ideological. So I investigated, there was a second story, did a big video about this nearly a year ago now, where she talked about, from more of a literary perspective, what the hell was going on with women's literature, adult fiction, these romance novels, and how they were all effectively smut, and there was almost no artistic literary value to them. So I went in and looked at why and what is going on psychologically with that, and from the perspective of evolutionary psychology as well. So if you're curious to read this, I'll post a link to this as well. The first part of it, which has probably like the most dense amount of information just about the industry in it, that's all free to read, so you don't have to pay for that part. However, to access the full article, you can sign up for my Substack. You can either just buy this article or subscribe to the Substack, whichever one you prefer, if you're interested in the article, or you can just wait probably 3 weeks, somewhere in that vicinity, for me to put it out in video format, of course, on my YouTube channel, where you can just watch it. But you can get an idea. I'll scroll through it here of like how return to tradition. Anyway, this one I came across randomly. It was quite funny. I just saw someone post this on Twitter. It's insane that this was in the front of a book, and it says, look, this book is licensed for your. This is actually just interesting in general. This book is licensed for your personal enjoyment only. This book may not be resold or given away to other people. If you would like to share this book with another person, please purchase an additional copy for each recipient. If you are reading this book and did not purchase it, or it wasn't purchased for your use only, then please return it to your favorite book retailer. That's insane, by the way. Just return it to a random bookstore and purchase your own copy. Thank you for respecting the hard work of this author. All rights are reserved. That's not legal. That is not a legally it violates the United States first sale doctrine to put anything like that in there. According to the one, now by the way, I think there's 2 authors on this book, but according to one of the authors,
that's dumb and a waste of space to write. But you may be right; it may actually be. Like, if you're trying to make a binding contract that violates,
yes, first sale doctrine.
If you're trying to make a binding contract that violates consumer rights, then
it does.
Yeah, maybe it is.
I mean, like, this is not legally enforceable because it violates U.S. law. So, first sale doctrine says once you purchase a physical product, you can do whatever the hell you want with it, right? You know, like, there's a difference between but if there's a difference between you can just resell it, do whatever. You can't distribute endless copies of it. That's where the copyright law comes into, is that you can't make a copy of it and produce endless copies. But with the copy that you own, you can do whatever you want. You can sell it to someone. You can throw it in the trash. You can do anything you like with this work.
You can repair it.
You can repair it.
Product.
Now, this one semi-viral on Twitter just because of the absurdity of this statement, and it's completely like legally baseless verbiage.
I mean, that's just someone who's very greedy and narcissistic, but also an idiot, legally speaking.
But what I noticed, because I was doing the research on this, is I went up here and looked at what book it was. Because first of all, I'm like, oh, this hubristic nonsense. Ruthless Fae, Zodiac Academy #2. Zodiac Academy sounds like Harry Potter, right?
Oh no, it's porn, isn't it?
I just had an inkling. I
shouldn't have spoiled
it.
it.
And then I looked at the covers. It's this very bland Zodiac stuff, very simple. There's nothing that would indicate that this is anything more than a young adult fantasy series like Harry Potter or Hunger Games. Hunger Games also uses understated symbology. And then I skipped to a random part in the book, and this is what it said. I skipped to a random page, no fucking joke, in Zodiac Academy Volume 1. I will not read this, but if you can see it on screen, you can get an idea of how disgusting and horribly written it is, too, by the way.
You can get this to me in text form. I can have Chris Chan read it.
I mean, I don't... No, I don't, and I don't want to hear that either. Also, I don't want these words read aloud on stream. Like, gross. Do you know what I mean?
Any volunteers from chat want to hop onto the stream and read this out for us?
No, do you want to read it out?
That's why I asked for a volunteer.
You seem to want to read it out. Do you want to read for the class?
Why on earth do you think I'd want to read it out, Aiden?
Because you keep wanting somebody to read it, so you should take it.
It's just, it's more so funny that they would do it.
It would be funny.
Than funny that it would be read.
But, the rest of so that part's all included for free. I mean, I was just something I saw randomly on Twitter, and people were all making fun of this book because of this, like, illegal nonsense that's in the book. But I saw Ruthless Fae, Zodiac Academy, looked at these covers, and from doing the research into this was like, that's porn. That's smut. It is 100%.
Okay, that was a good color scheme, that pie graph, though, what I say.
Oh yeah, this is for the frequency of erotic media consumption for women. You can see daily and once a week. It's nearly half.
Okay.
More than once a week.
The reasons I would use those colors is because they are similar to my signature colors.
Of course, never mind. I didn't think about that part.
The reason they have used those colors is because they are the colors of you used this.
Yeah, it's my graph.
The reason you've used these colors is because they are the colors of the female genitals.
What? It's pink is associated with women and girls. Blue is associated with men and boys. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Is that what they're going to think? Aiden,
well, no, you've made it grotesque.
Even the organization of the segments of the pie graph
it's just a pie graph. It's just a pie graph.
Yeah, it is just a pie graph, but what else is it?
But the point is that over half of women read this shit at least weekly. That's what the purpose of the pie graph is supposed to illustrate. And then, like, just a bunch of statistics.
Oh, I got
data.
the purpose.
I was shocked by this. Probably the most worthless fucking statement I've ever seen in a scientific paper. Married women, of course, did not. Married women, of course, did tend to be married more often than business women, since they were so selected. Married women are married? Wow.
I just
Unbelievable.
feel like I get if you want to clarify why a statistical thing looks the way it does, but there's better ways to word this.
I was reading that
Tend,
paper and just went,
they
did really?
tended to be married more often.
Where their literal
How many
inclusion
married
criteria
women?
was being married. Like, to be included
Tend,
in the group, you had to be married.
exactly. Tend implies there's some that weren't. So
That
how many
weren't.
married women weren't married in your study?
0, by the way. I double checked after I read that line because I
How
was
do
like,
you
wait,
know
what?
it's 0?
'Cause
How could you possibly tell that it's 0
Oh.
married women are unmarried?
Well, because they actually gave the descriptive statistics. So in the married,
No, Aiden, it's because it's a contradiction in terms, obviously.
it wasn't like married women, but they were divorced or something. I don't know, that somehow got put into that. I have no fucking idea. Look, it's the most worthless, superfluous sentence I've ever read, and that's really trying. Because I've read a lot of nonsense in scientific papers. But there you go. There's all the tons and tons, lots of daters that be in here. Yar.
Aiden,
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea.
What?
You can get me
I'm
that excerpt. I could read at least part of it in JF's voice.
okay. Yeah, never mind. Yeah,
I was expecting you to say no to that, actually.
No, that'll be very funny. He would say that. Like, have you, like, did
He
you
would.
at any point in time look at his Twitter account?
Only when people link me posts. Actually, this is from a female's perspective, isn't it? But he would
no,
read
he
this.
horny posts like this constantly. He's just like, I need to inseminate any females you would like to be
Yes, he
inseminated.
does.
He's been doing it again, like talking
Oh
about.
my god.
It's so gross. There you go. There, if you would like to read this in JF's voice, chat, you could also pay for him to stop or continue. I guess I don't know. Like, if you want the torment to stop. All right.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll just keep going until a super chat comes in, I guess. Chat, if you send a super chat right now, I'll stop. I won't even bother reading it. I won't even start. Now is your moment. Any amount. Okay, let's get started. Hello, Lady Aiden.
No, don't do that. No, thank you.
Hello, Lady Aiden. Aiden Paladin, let me tell you a story about a lovely young lady and how she experienced life with me yesterday from her perspective. Among encouragingly as the need.
This is from a woman's perspective, yeah, by the way.
Unfolding. And yes, she wrote it for me after last night.
Okay.
Closer to unfolding and his other and made it to my bra as he caressed my breast through it. His mouth moved away from mine, carving a line of energy across my jaw and down my throat. I tensed as his lips touched against my hammering pulse, but he didn't bat me, not yet. He moved lower, and I tilted back to give him access to all of. There it is. Oh, hold on. Keep going, but bellow.
Charles Olson for 2 says, keep going, but bellow? As in to belt it? Like...
Do you want me to speak much louder?
Apparently.
Is that what you mean? But I, JF, would never do that. I would never raise my voice above a tiny whisper that is part of the routine. It would ruin the JF voice. What do you think I should do, Aiden?
I mean, he did tell you to keep going. Attempt
he said keep going.
Attempt.
Yeah.
Make an attempt. Although, yeah, it's probably harder if you're trying to, like, yell it.
It wouldn't sound like JF.
And it wouldn't sound like
yelling it.
The thing is, yeah, it doesn't sound as much like JF. So,
yeah. Do you mean below? In which case, what do you mean by below? And if you meant bellow, I'm afraid it's just not JF. So I'm going to continue without bellowing.
Thank you.
If anyone else wants me to stop, now yes, thank you. If anyone wants me to stop, send in a super chat.
Oh, Jesus.
Jean-Francois Gariepi pulled my bra down as his lips made it to my breast, his mouth claiming my nipple in his French maw, just as he drove another finger into me.
Oh my God,
again,
so
louder this time, this batter. Is this what you wanted this stream to be, by the way, Aiden?
No, this is not how I anticipated. I was just chilling my new Substack article. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Too funny for you to resist.
There's a whole part of this where I had to come up with euphemisms for various sex acts because I didn't want to fucking say them. So, so I used things like the default configuration. Like, I had a graph there.
Default configuration.
Yeah. Don't worry.
of genitals.
Yeah, it'll make sense if you look at then judge it by the graph that I've got up there. So you can see the statistics and what lines up with what that I didn't feel like typing. Ram
Ram
Ram's
Bam
off you to
says
knock it
stop. Well,
off.
there is one way that you could force it to stop. There are actually. I did notice a small drop in the current
Oh
viewers
my god.
watching the stream.
We'll finish it up quickly then, and we'll fucking move on to science. And well, I mean, this is in the context of a scientific
I'm a
analysis.
scientist, so technically anything I read out is science.
He is a neuroscientist or some
Also,
capacity.
this is biology. This is your lesson, chat.
Jesus Christ. Fucking get on with it then.
Ladder this time, despite our surroundings. My eyes falling closed as I leaned back further and my muscles began to tense around JF. He kept going, his grip on me tightening, his mouth demanding on my flesh as he felt me coming apart. Oh my, are you having trouble, Aiden?
It's so awful. It's so gross. And they added JF makes it worse.
She had answered my advertisement for supple young virgins willing to move to Quebec. I think that's probably
Did you
enough.
finish it? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
No, I haven't finished it, but
That's
let's
enough.
stop.
Let's stop and pretend we never did. How about that? Anyway, there's the article.
Anyway, welcome to the stream, everyone.
Welcome to the stream.
Great to see you all. Yeah, Aiden's done a thing, by the way.
I did a thing. You could go read more about it there, and then not in JF's voice. There is, by the way, like you can I closed it away, but you can play like an audio version of it.
Making romance the
right.
We've written between the sheets of paper.
Yeah.
I know you were trying to do a pun with between the sheets and it being bed sheets and with paper. That's good. It's not a bad pun. It's fine. But I think if you specify of paper, it ruins the pun.
Does it? Should I?
It's up to you. But I think it's kind of treating your audience as idiots if you put of paper.
I just want to make it clear what the article was about.
I know. I know. But if they're reading this article, they're smart enough to figure that out.
Yeah, but with the headline should make it pretty clear that it's about. This isn't really about like sex. It's about women's erotic fantasy.
Change the headline to not be a pun.
But I like puns.
Then just make it a pun and commit to it.
I have a bird story. I have
good. Let's go to the bird story.
2 bee stories as well. This is fucking.
Okay, that is quite a funny headline.
What you see what I mean? There's an underground bird trafficking organization that forces them into singing competitions.
This is not the bird story I had.
I mean, this is not a bird story that should exist. I don't even.
No. Ideally, no.
Let's see. Songbirds are in crisis as trappers and smugglers force them into lucrative bird singing competitions. Millions of songbirds in Southeast Asia are trapped and smuggled each year for keeping as pets or entering in competitions. Scientists warn it's fueling a crisis. He is screaming in pain for freedom. On a Sunday afternoon in April, the main minibus terminal in Sukabumi, Indonesia, looked sleepy from the outside, but in an open space around the back, hundreds of men were gathered. Amid chatter and cigarette smoke, the air buzzed with excitement, for one of the region's bird singing competitions was set to begin, and a motorbike was among the prizes. How is this a thing? How is this? As the day progressed,
I don't know why, but I had the image that the birds were independently involved, not that they were pets. I don't know why.
Well, you thought the birds were in on it.
No, I thought the birds were being, like, I don't know, managed to do this. And, like, they were choosing the best bird for some purpose by how good its song was and then killing it or something. But no, humans bringing them in as pets does make a lot more sense. Here you go.
Yeah. As the day progressed, dozens of songbirds were brought out of their 10-minute rounds, from tiny garden sunbirds to gray-cheeked bulbuls to large oriental magpie robins and orange-headed thrushes. Then the MC announced the main event, the singing contest among the highly popular, strikingly handsome, white-rumped shamas. and a hush fell over the crowd. The Shamas owners murmured final words of encouragement and stepped away from their cages. Judges swept in clipboards assessing each bird for its song, ability to hold a steady tune, volume, and showmanship. Soon it was down to two final birds, and then Baby White was crowned the winner amid cheers from the crowd. I can't believe they have songbird competitions in the first place, which is just bizarre.
Well, I can believe it. Look, there's a picture of one here that you entered
What do you mean?
on my screen.
Oh. Hang on.
You cabby. Also, I discovered something. These
Yeah.
images are not taking 4 seconds to generate. I was
Uh-huh.
wrong.
How long?
Taking less than 2 seconds to
That's crazy,
generate.
yeah.
But my system is doing a generous wait rather until it checks again, so it's waiting 3 seconds. But I guess I'll decrease that because it can easily be done in 2 seconds.
God, okay, so, Gonawan shamas are among an estimated 66 million to 84 million caged birds that are kept across Java, the island where 56% of Indonesia's population lives, and 1 in 3 household owns birds. These include more than 3 million white-rumped shamas, 2 million oriental magpie robins. Wild birds are believed to be better songsters, hence many are trapped in forests then crammed into tiny crates, drain pipes, and even plastic bottles destined for pet markets in Jakarta. And other big cities. Surabaya, I don't even know where that is. I know where Jakarta is, at least. Birds that survive the journey, estimates of mortality rates range from 30 to 80%, will spend the rest of their lives confined to cages. Here it is.
Mm.
It's awful. This hobby, paired with the growing popularity of singing competitions, has already driven some species to extinction, and many species, also threatened with habitat loss, are on the brink, a phenomenon dubbed the Asian songbird crisis. Right, the silent forest really is happening, because they're stealing them to enter them in to smuggle them into bird singing competitions. This sounds like a story made up by, like, someone's fucking fever dream.
It sounds like you made it up.
Why would I make this up? This is on livescience.com. I didn't make it up.
As a well, no, I don't think you actually did, but as a way to get us to be more sympathetic towards your kind, obviously.
I'm not Indonesian. What?
Oh no, I'm not sympathetic towards the Indonesians
No,
in
I'm
this
certainly
story.
not here. Holy shit. This is just the birds are in high demand. Look,
Java's not good anyway.
no. Centuries-old tradition and belief among the Javanese, the country's largest ethnic group, that a man is considered successful if he possesses 5 elements: a wife, a house, a vehicle, a ceremonial dagger, and a bird. The bird symbolizes that he is in touch with his softer side and can indulge in both work and leisure. In a 2025 study, researchers found that the bird's singing ability was its biggest driver of demand. After that, people preferred rare, endemic, or unusual birds that flaunt one's status. The competitions
Oh,
emerged in the
good.
1970s.
This is fucking. It's just ISAT by a different name. It's not the same mechanism, but it's the same like weird cultural obsession that's causing huge problems as a side effect.
Yeah.
Or
What?
like China, where they have. I guess this has been inculcated by the party. Actually, I don't know if it's natural, but the idea of that owning a house is absolutely vital, and more so than it is in the West, where it's definitely preferred.
Well,
But
yeah.
in China, that it's vital before you can even sort of approach a woman, and to the degree that they will just make houses out in the desert that no one will ever live in, so that you can technically own it. It is probably the biggest bubble in human history.
Well, I mean, it's certainly a major problem, that's for sure. I I mean, this is just it's such a bizarre issue in general or situation that one there
It
are
is, yeah.
bird singing competitions, underground bird singing competitions, and that they're smuggling them in and actually causing demonstrable harm to the environment in doing this. They've done it for
Yeah.
so long and to such an extent that this is potentially causing some birds to go extinct or be on the brink of extinction, at least or into
Mm.
endangerment. Singing competitions emerged in the
Aiden,
1970s, yes.
could you switch your screen share to be your entire display rather than just the browser?
What do you mean?
Because right now you're just screen sharing the browser to me,
Yeah.
not
Oh,
your entire display, which means I can't see
oh,
you live. So
yeah,
I
hang
can't
on. I had to pop out that thing then,
respond
don't
to you
I?
as well.
Yeah, 1 second. I forgot about that. 1 sec.
No worries.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Just give me a second here so I can share the right thing with you. Okie dokie. Wait. That way you can see thing. Okay. You just stop screen. 1 moment, friends. Sorry about that. Just a little bit of autism here. Where'd it go?
Yeah, but I forgive you.
What? You got it?
Thank you, Aiden.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
now I can see.
Cool. Alrighty. So singing competitions emerged in the 1970s as another reason to keep songbirds. These local or regional events are typically held monthly or weekly, involving up to 1,000 birds. The owners go home with, at the very least, tons of prestige, but more often, lots of prize money, sometimes up to 10 years' salary, says acoustic biologist Benjamin Mirren, founder of the Creative Conservation Lab with Cornell University. Competitors also stand to win exclusive trophies, goats, motorcycles, or even cars. Wow, you could win a goat at your bird singing competition. They're so popular and financially beneficial that they're accelerating the poaching of birds to the point where now forests are falling silent. Here's, I guess, a video of one. How do they judge which bird has the best song? I mean, like, don't the birds all have
Good
like a
question.
similar song all the time? So we bring the same species, they're always gonna. I guess, individual birds are a little bit different, but it's still bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know.
Poor burb. Poor burbs. They've identified 52 species that are impacted by the trade. 52 species. These include the straw-headed bulbul, known for its lovely duets, the Bali starling, with its stark white plumage and electric blue eye-ring. Although Indonesian law forbids the capture and trade of more than 500 bird species, many of them songbirds, enforcement is weak. Of course it is. Thanks to poor resource. Oh, give them more money. I'm sure that's a fucking. Anyway, this is crazy that this is even happening. And of course, obviously, the Indonesian government's not going to be able to do, or willing to do, or cares about doing anything about it, so. Oh well, that's very sad, but also fucking weird. That they make a bunch of money internally, that this is clearly something that people are invested in, putting money down and wagers down on which bird sings best, I guess? Very strange. You said you've got bird stories and bee stories, so do you have a bird story for us?
Yes, I do. Would you like me to
Yeah.
bird your
Yeah,
story hole? Here you go.
hopefully you have something
That's
that's
not
more
the one.
pleasant
What is
than
it?
the sad stuff about
No,
the
it's this one.
bird,
Actually, I have two bird stories. Where was the AI? Yeah, this is bird-ish.
bird-ish,
AI learns to recognize actual
bird up.
individual animals. I'm not sure if this story is great. If not, I'll move on to the other bird story I have.
Okay.
Let's look at this
What
one.
what was the headline even? I missed that for a second. Oh, AI learns to recognize individual animals. Okay. I
We
mean, not
may have
surprised by
had
that.
this one in a recent week, actually. Let's find out. I think this is probably AI generated, this art here on the right. There's two non-uniform
Mm.
with then this stuff overlaid. In the wild, zebra finches don't sing in isolation. They
Like
move
zebra
through dynamic
finches.
social groups, calling and responding to one another across space and time. My God. Someone create artwork of the space and time finches. Oh wait, Cabby can create. Oh, actually, Aiden,
How
if you could ask Cabby to create that artwork in the Wizards and Sibyl channel while I read, that'd be fantastic.
how the fuck can they sing across time? That doesn't make any sense.
We're about to find out. For ecologists, understanding this communication requires knowing who is communicating with whom and how information flows through a group. Tracking communication at the level of individuals, however, has long been out of reach, especially in highly social, chatty animals that operate in large groups. In natural soundscapes, following specific birds across time requires painstaking manual annotation, and even then,
Fucking
it's difficult to
Time Lord
scale
bird.
beyond small data sets or controlled settings. Hey, you've actually cropped the window correctly. Thank you, Ian.
I'm trying to get better about it.
You've done fine. You've done well.
Here we go.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God.
There he is. That's actually pretty cute. Singing across time and space, is he?
Yeah. And just to remind you all, that took
A
let's
second,
just,
2
let's
seconds.
just be certain. 0.88 seconds to render.
I was shocked at how fast it responded, yeah.
The 1.8-second ones
Honestly.
apparently were the higher resolution ones
Yeah.
that I added as a bonus for patrons recently, but the smallest ones are 0.88. That is faster than most of the text messages she writes.
Yeah. Crazy.
And it's good as well.
Mhm.
And the AI the model surprisingly good at getting her name in the corner as well. She signed all her work now. Anyway,
Mhm.
let's go back to the article. The challenge brought together two different perspectives: Dr. Hugo Loning, an ecologist studying wild zebra finches, and Dr. Anish Chauhan, an AI and robotics researcher exploring bioacoustic monitoring. It's quite similar to the last story, I suppose. I suppose you could possibly use this to detect what was going on in the last story, perhaps even to challenge it.
Maybe. I mean, it's
Together,
detecting it's detecting birdsong, yeah? So,
yeah, I think
differentiating.
so. By individual as well. I think
Mhm.
that's what it's going to say.
Oh,
Together,
okay.
they began exploring how
We
AI can
should
help
already do
identify
that.
individual
Oh, yeah.
birds in the wild. So it's not just species; it's
Well,
individual
this
birds.
look, now they can quantify it in Jakarta. They can actually have a quantifiable because the AI has determined that this bird is the best singer. I'd really prefer if they just, I don't know, put all those people in prison, but whatever.
Yeah, indeed. To do this, they applied Bird Aves, a self-supervised
Birdie.
bioacoustic model
Bird
developed
up.
by Earth Species Project, or should I call it something different? Bird Aves. Uh, This approach aims to make it possible to recognize individual zebra finches from field recordings, turning hours of audio into who sang when timelines and enabling new questions about social behavior, movement, and information sharing. Their paper was accepted at the first AI for non-human animals workshop at NeuroIPS 2025. If it's about
That's
non-human
true. The
animals
RFD.
and you want to make a acronym, you don't have to put non-human animals. Yes, we know humans are animals taxonomically, but you don't have to include it in the acronym.
Hello, mom. She's in the chat. She says hello. Also, it
Figure out
is
how to
true.
change my handle. Okay.
Space and time are
Hello, Imagine
the same
JL.
thing in terms of being the fourth dimension.
Space and time are the same. Yeah. I'm not sure. It depends on time. It arguably is just an abstraction. It doesn't necessarily exist, so it's questionable. But there's different ways that you can represent it. Yes, but space time are thought of in physics as one thing.
Mhm.
I think yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Aiden's mum. Okay, where was I? I think isn't the point of changing your username to obscure who you are? I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe you have a different reason. It's
No, she
completely
was
up to you,
using
of
her
course.
real name before. That's why.
Okay. Okay. I get. Fair enough then.
Yeah.
Quote, the article continues, we spoke with Hugo and Anish about how the collaboration came together, what it takes to study communication in the wild, and how tools like Bird Aves are helping bridge the gap between
Sounds too close to bird
ecology and
AIDS.
AI. I suppose it does. Bird Aves.
Ave, true to
Um,
Kaisar. You would know about that if you managed to play New Vegas correctly.
I played New Vegas correctly, but it didn't work correctly.
How did KOTOR go,
Um,
by the way?
do you want my
Oh
honest
no.
opinion?
Oh, you hate it, I'm guessing. You hate the
I
one
was
another.
bored.
Yeah. Of course.
There was nothing about the game which was like a wall of I didn't get it or it didn't work for me. Or it was all fine. I got it. I was just bored. There's nothing interesting happening. There was something funny though.
No
You
taste.
can put on the Sith uniform and
Mm-hmm.
then take it off the Sith uniform right in front of the guards, and they don't bat an eye.
Yeah. It's an old game.
No, I get that, and that's what everyone said when I did it. But I don't
Uh-huh.
think it would actually be that difficult. And if you're going to have a disguise system, you could do that. I think the limitation is that they can't have combat in the non-combat zones. They just set it up to have like this is a non-combat zone or this is a combat zone. Either way, it's fixed.
Bill is calling me out for siding with the NCR by aggressively
NC harder.
NC harder, he says.
I have to kind of agree. The only reason you side with them, because you're against almost everything they stand for,
Yeah, I am.
is because one of their members is sad.
He's sad, and I don't want him to be sad, so I'll go blow up the Legion for Boone. Look, it's a
I should
completely
do another
valid way to
session
play
of
the
Fallout
game.
New Vegas and see if it's possible to end Boone's life.
Well, yeah, of course. You can kill pretty much everyone in that game. There's very few
Works for
actually
me.
unkillable NPCs. I think there's like a couple, but it's only I think a couple. I think there are
Can I do
actually.
a
Is there
genocide run
anybody who's unkillable
where I
in New
make the
Vegas?
story go away before I have to engage with it?
Jesus, it's just I'm not surprised that you don't like KOTOR either, because you just have no taste. I mean, it's consistent.
It's a
You're
boring
consistently
game, Aiden.
evidencing that you have no taste. Don't like
I,
Fallout New
I've quite
Vegas.
liked
Don't like
Star
Knights of
Wars
the Old
most of my
Republic.
life, but it's just boring. Fallout New Vegas was actually more fun. Not by a lot, but it was more fun. There was more stuff happening.
Jesus, really? And you hated that game.
Well, I disliked the way it drops you out of the progression system
Right,
if you
you
don't
can't
play it
help.
the way you want it.
Right.
But
Think of the
with
children.
KOTOR, it wasn't like broken. It was just boring.
How long did you play it? Because it takes a while.
2 hours.
Give it more time. Because I will absolutely admit this about a KOTOR 1. It is, it's a bit of a slow start. That might actually be a little bit too generous. It's a very slow start. However, it gets much more interesting. What do you, at 2 hours, what are you like, have you even unlocked, like, where are you in 2 hours?
Uh, I've fully explored
No, not a
the
Jedi, I don't
area
think.
outside the apartment.
So you're not a
So
Jedi
the
yet,
first one you get
in other
to,
words.
the whole area. I haven't gone down to the Undercity, but the whole upper city I've explored.
Saberless. You're not even a Jedi yet, dude. Give the game at least get to the point in the game where you actually become a Jedi. It's not that far
Am I
into it.
still in the tutorial?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's not, it is not a tutorial. It's actually part of the game. But you have not. Oh, an hour of it was bug fixes. Okay, well then you have
Not
not
quite an
given this,
hour. Maybe about 45 minutes.
which I
But no,
expected,
the
and I
Brian,
told you to
the amount of
expect.
time I was streaming was 3 hours. I said 2 hours as a generous
Okay,
reduced length of time that I was actually playing. So it was about 2 hours, maybe a bit more.
okay. Well, that is not a lot of time to put into a very long RPG like KOTOR. Give it enough time so that you at least become a Jedi, which I don't know. I've replayed it not too long ago, maybe like 4 years ago. But I feel like that takes 4 to 6, you know?
So I gotta do another at least one of these
Yeah.
sessions before I even get to the quote unquote good part.
Well,
You can
it's when the
get to
game
the
opens up.
really good parts of Fairy Tale faster than that.
You just have no patience.
Which
No,
I might
it
just
must not
do
have gotten off
again, to be
Taurus.
honest. Would I rather rewatch Fairy Tale or play another 10 minutes of KOTOR? Yeah, I'd rather rewatch Fairy Tale.
God, you're just insufferable, bro. It just doesn't like anything good in terms of video games.
No, I do like Fairy Tale.
I
So
said
the
in
good
terms of
games I
video
like.
games.
I like many good games in. I just don't like the bad ones.
Jesus Christ. I'm convinced though that you actually like you just know that people I knew this was gonna happen because you know that people love these games and then
I'm
you
being
get this
honest, Ed.
you get this psychological reactance or oppositional defiance or what disorder or not that you've got where then it's like other people enjoy this thing so I intentionally will not enjoy
I
it
think you
so
have
that
that
I
worse
can't be
than
like
me.
everybody else. Oh, I do, really?
Yes.
In what
Yes, I think so.
sense? Evidence
In
your argument.
my positions, I for your sake I shan't. My
Oh,
positions on video
okay.
games are are entirely
Convenient.
accurate as described.
Convenient.
I am not exaggerating my position. I am
Mm-hmm.
playing up the presentation a little bit, but my position is entirely as stated.
You DSP'd it up? Yes. Oh, Horwitz, if I'm Horwitz, that's why you're playing Fallout New
Not
Vegas
true.
again right now, to recover from you
Not true.
DSP in New Vegas, which you absolutely did. You out DSP'd
Oh
DSP.
yeah.
You
You want
outdid
to
the
go into an
king.
open world game and just do it exactly as the developers breathing down your neck expect you to. Is that it? Is that what gives you the jollies? Well, it's not what gives me the fucking jollies.
You know what? I got a thing about I have an article today about Uzulu where it was just like, why isn't Uzulu this then? Because we'll get to that. I have an article that because I was reading it, I was like, well, I know someone that applies to. And
Look, I think it would take more than one article profit to explain my psychology.
yeah, yeah. It's
Right.
you would have to do a dissertation on that.
This
Full book
story,
length.
this story that we're looking at, I think we get the gist.
We
They're
got it.
able to
I
identify
got a bird. I got
individuals
another
with
bird.
AI. It's very cool. I have another bird story, but you go first.
Okay, let me do my bird because this is fucking like I wrote this down as to save the birds, you must kill them. Right? The Owl
Tasty.
Wars. So the northern spotted let me make sure I'm logged in. Yes, okay. Northern spotted owls were spared from logging. Now scientists are making a last stand to save them from a new threat. Other owls, by the way. The next casualty in the Owl Wars appears in the pickup truck's headlights like a ghost gliding across the dirt in California's Marble Mountains and disappearing into the forest. Danny Hofstadter stepped on the brakes, rolled down the window, and listened. The eerie look, this is like they always give these stories like a little fucking preambles, particularly in places like
keep
nature. Yeah, what?
keep the window rolled up in a bad neighborhood, buddy. There's some
Right?
bad birds
There's
out
some
there.
bad birds out there, right?
Did an owl swoop into the car and start like holding the gun sideways and
The wildlife
capping his
ecologist,
family.
the wildlife ecologist quickly swung into action, placed a small speaker on the hood of the truck, set it to play "Who Cooks for You" on repeat, an irresistible provocation for the aggressively territorial owl species. Then he pulled his 12-gauge Beretta shotgun from
This
the
is
truck's cab and
wow.
snapped a single birdshot snap-packed cartridge into place. Hofstadter waited for the owl to
This is
hoot back the coals. They are
hold
killing
on.
birds to save the birds. They're killing owls to save the owls. This is an ecologist whose job is to go out into the wilderness and play sounds that attract birds, yeah, and then kill them.
There you
Oh
go. I
yeah,
was trying to get one that didn't show the exact thing. This is
hang
what he
on.
went and did. This is when he played his music.
Yeah.
This is what he went and did. I deliberately got you one with a sensor bar,
Thank you.
Aiden. I was going to. If it was my stream, I wouldn't have done.
Well, I know. Yeah. Jesus. Oh my god.
Fucking ornithologists are hardcore, dude.
I guess, yeah.
Mm.
So let's see. On a hunch, Hofstadter shined a flashlight into the Charlie's tree, 10 meters above, found the owl. He shoots and kills it, right? But why is he doing this? It's a testament to the topsy-turvy. Oh my god, I can't read ever. What the fuck is wrong with me?
It's 2 weeks in a row here, Aiden.
It has been. I think the quartering has infected me. I'm watching this stuff about coverage of him, and I think it's infected my brain. It is a testament to the topsy-turvy world of owls.
Tipsy-turvy.
Fuck yourself. A Pacific Northwest that a scientist and avowed owl lover. He's an owl lover.
Topsy-turvy.
He's an owl lover. Finds himself toting a gun and sounding like Clint Eastwood in a Dirty Harry movie. At the center of this turmoil are two owls. One, the threatened northern spotted owl, which I'm not going to read its Latin name, is revered by environmentalists for its role in halting logging of most of the Northwest remaining old growth forest during the 1990s. By the way, they like this bird. If you didn't get what that is actually meant by that there, they revere this bird because it is endangered and it means that they can stop logging operations because it lives there. I love when they just admit it. They don't actually really give a fuck about the bird. They like being able to use it. They did this in West Virginia, where my dad lives, that part of it. So like in the south central West Virginia. It's in the middle of the fucking state, like in the middle of nowhere, right? They've been trying to build an interstate there. It is, I think, much of it is built now, but only much. They've been trying to build an interstate there, a big highway there, my entire life. And at every turn, as they try to finish this highway that would actually allow business and commerce to come in and out of this very, remote part of West Virginia, environmentalists have been searching for species and trying to get them this is insane, to get them made endangered so that they can then use the species. It's a flying squirrel, by the way, that they decided on. They've been trying to make the flying squirrel, or argue that the flying squirrel is endangered so that they can stop this interstate from being built. They've been doing this for 30 years. The flying squirrel is not endangered. At least that particular flying squirrel is not endangered and hasn't been. But these people want species to be endangered so they can do this kind of shit. It's just ridiculous. So that they can argue against logging in this case or building an interstate in that case, right?
It's the statement you highlighted there is a statement that only diehard environmentalists, ornithologists would appreciate. Everyone else is like, wait, what do you mean you're just using them to prevent the normal production of industry?
Well, they are. I mean,
exactly. There's a couple of great comments from Chad as well. Bernal Lehman says, "Save the forest, wipe your ass with a spotted owl." Very good. And then Matt James says, puts me in mind of the Mitchell and Webb sketch where the vets are just eating all the animals. Oh, God. It is very good. It is. You've surely seen that. Probably yeah. I showed you it, actually.
I don't know if you showed me that. Mitchell and Webb, at this point, I didn't watch their stuff until a couple years ago. I didn't really start watching them. But there is a Mitchell and Webb skit for almost everything, which is bizarre.
They did a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so there's pretty much any like weird thing in particular that you can think of. There's a Mitchell and Webb skit about that.
I always liked that show, and I many people showed you the one for the
Drunk Illuminati.
Peak. Many people showed you that, yes.
Yeah,
I may have been the first to show you that one.
I think you were, because yeah, the Drunk Illuminati, because I used that for that video, and then I came across the one that was about for the last one video they put out on this channel that was about the wisdom of crowds and the ox weighing competition, because there's the bit where they can't. It's like it's Casino Royale parody, but they have to
Right.
guess the weight of a fruitcake.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah, that's a good
So
one.
it was very good. I actually got away with playing like a substantial amount of it with no copyright claims. I
Mm.
removed the background music and then like I did it fine. So I got to play. I
Okay,
managed
well,
to play 15, like 14 seconds or something. Yeah, 15, 14 seconds.
so we found
Crazy.
three highly relevant to your content Mitchell and Webb skits
Yeah.
so far. Let me know when you manage to produce content that's relevant to the BMX Bandit skits.
I don't know if I have anything. I've used BMX Bandit clips. No, I used Angel Summoner in a video before. I did. I
Oh,
yes.
maybe, yeah.
I know for a fact I put Angel Summoner versus BMX Bandit in a skit before or in a video
Mm.
before. I know I have. So
Angelic hordes come forth.
I have definitely used that in the video. I remember it distinctly.
Mm.
So why are they killing the birds, right? Once restricted to the eastern North America, barred owls swept across Canada in the 1900s, began to push into Washington State, Oregon, and more recently California. Wherever it appears, the northern spotted owls vanish, marking the invader as a major threat to the federally protected subspecies. It's in like this is, to be fair, a reasonable sort of attempt at reasonable environmentalism. Them being like, no, you can't cut down trees, you can't build a road, you can't build a thing here because the owl is endangered. That's a bunch of fucking nonsense, okay, in my opinion. Sending your environmentalists out into the woods to play sounds that the owls will respond to so that you can shoot them to take them out and protect the native species is unfathomably based.
Let's call it
We don't-
active environmentalism
I think that this should
or
occur with the
conservation.
gray versus red squirrel debacle, by the way.
I think there are other groups and
Really?
taxonomical divides of animals that you could
Yeah.
employ these kinds of
I
strategies
mean,
with to make the lives of some of the
the red
people
and
better. I mean animals better.
look, the red and gray squirrels serve as a metaphor, right? As does
Good point.
So you can see how far they've moved. This is pre-1900s. The bared owls
So
lived
fucking
only,
T50s.
yeah, in the east, and then in the 20th century they started to spread west through Canada, and now they're encroaching upon the territory of the northern spotted owl and the Californian spotted owl. I do find it funny too that it's Californians who are willing to protect their own species of owl. Californian environmentalists who are willing to protect the Californian owl species from its invaders. That seems a little bit intolerant, if you ask me. Why don't they welcome their new bird species and let it replace their native Californian species? You know?
I mean, they are Californian.
You'd think they would be cool with that. Just sorry, I'm me not trying to get political 2 bird articles later, you know?
That's all it takes.
Just, oh, 3. This is, to be fair, we did do 2 full bird articles. So yes, 2 bird articles deep. I'm getting political. It's birds.
Just wait until we get onto the bees chat. It's going to get so much worse.
I think you get the point of this, right? Is that like this is the barred owl, so this is the one that is invading, and then do we have? And oh my god, these are the little babies. These are the spotted owl babies. They don't produce young every year either, which I guess I mean, obviously that makes it more difficult for them to reproduce. So they
Yeah.
reproduce at double the rate. That oh my god, the metaphor is so perfect here too. The barred owls reproduce at double the rate as
Wow.
the spotted owls that they're replacing. And
Metaphor for
so
what then?
what? Nothing.
Ada,
Oh,
look.
what? Oh, okay, hang on. It's weird how it put just the 2 Cabal logos over there on the
I
side, but
think I said a poster, so it went with portrait, and it just filled the rest of it with
right.
a abstract interpretation of the Cabal logo. Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoying the Red Squirrel Regiment. Let's go.
Great
I
invaders
I
destroy our woodlands.
I feel a lot of I feel a lot of sympathy and
Okay.
empathy with these
It
spotted
doesn't say
owls.
squirrel. It doesn't
Oh,
say squirrel.
Squirtle.
Squirple.
That's a Pokemon, isn't it?
If it isn't, they're about to make it
The
one for
Squirtle?
Gen 57.
Yeah.
Chat, would you join
That's
the Red
true,
Squirple
Deathbed. He
Regiment?
did. He
That is true
did.
death pig, yeah. Yeah, he
Very,
did.
I mean,
The
I'm
day after
sorry.
visiting a Ukrainian weapons
Weapons factory,
facility,
drone
which
facility,
who
yeah.
knows if maybe he
Look,
was killed
I'll talk
there
about
or
that on
not.
Wednesday,
Who
but
knows?
somebody did okay, I'll just I won't I'll show it on Wednesday on the Wednesday stream on, politics time. But there's a picture that was taken of him holding up this drone, and it is shaped like a big Tylenol, like a big pill, but it tapers at the end. So, it's shaped like a
Not like
rocket.
that, Chad.
You know what I mean?
It's
And he's
probably
holding
too
up
big for that,
and
I guess, if you're
smiling.
very brave.
And so
But it is
I just happened to see a comment that shared the picture of him holding up this big drone that is shaped like a big bullet, like a massive bullet, right? And it just goes, "Oh, I know how he died. He sat on it."
that shape of drone though is exactly the shape of the world record speed
I'm sure,
drone
yeah.
holders.
I'm sure. Well, it's an aerodynamic design.
It is the aerodynamic design.
Yeah.
I've seen many videos on them. There's like over 600 miles per hour or something crazy. Or is it miles per hour, kilometers per hour? I can't know. A lot. Very, very fast. Those are the fastest drones. So it makes sense they'd have them.
I think we got the gist of this is that in order to save the owls, or at least one type of owl, they have to kill the other owls. I wish that the Californians could understand this in any other context. And I also hope that the spotted owl is able to survive and make a resurgence in California. What do you have next, sir? We could keep staying on owls. I think we should break from birds and bees and do something else for a little bit so that we don't bore the audience to death with our weird obsession with birds and bees. Or is it just my weird obsession? Doesn't matter.
It's obviously just yours.
It hasn't become. It's not become a competition or anything to find bird and bee stories, has it?
Bird-like robot with novel wing system achieves self-takeoff and low-speed flight.
With
This
another
is just
bird.
what the government's willing to admit. Like, they've been doing it for decades, obviously.
I mean, birds aren't real, right? I mean, yes, this is old
Right,
technology,
this is,
really.
Artist's interpretation of Lindsey Graham looking longingly at the drone that he sat on and blew up inside him. Thank you, Cammy.
It doesn't look a thing like Lindsey Graham. No.
Okay,
Oh,
anyway.
no.
In 2021, a group of scientists. How recent is this? This is indeed recent. Oh no, this is September 2025. I'm going to have a word with the research tool that Cabby
Why
uses
don't you
because
just
this
look
is out of
things
date.
up yourself? That's what I do every
I
week,
opened
sir.
it, but I didn't check the date.
I check all that shit.
Whoa, a bee story! Robot
Oh my god,
bees,
I
the
said it
future
was
of pollination.
Okay, guys, look, I think we're just gonna do the bird and bee thing. If you would like to vote for us to move on from talking about birds and bees, please feel free to do so in the form of a super chat.
This
And
is
we'll
my
remind you
last
again that no, I've
bird
got
or
a
bee
bee
story.
thing. I've got bee stuff. And if we're gonna do it, we should do it together as a segment.
Well,
I can clip it.
we are now.
I guess we're doing bees then. And chat, if you're cool with us doing bees, otherwise, you can vote in the form of a super chat to tell us to move the fuck on. Robot bees. Oh, of course yours is robot bees. Technophile.
The future of pollination. Recent advancements in robotics have led to some fascinating ideas, like the development of robot bees. MIT researchers have created tiny robots that mimic insects capable of pollinating flowers and crops. You might be thinking this is eerily reminiscent of the Black Mirror episode, Hated in the Nation. But thankfully, so far, there is no sign that these bees are likely to start attacking people. Is this recent?
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure they won't start attacking people. By the way,
not anytime soon, anyway.
Well, by the way, I'm not.
This is not recent.
I didn't watch Black Mirror.
Hey,
I saw a couple episodes of it. Well, I saw a couple episodes of Black Mirror, but to me, it felt. Look, I may be about to say something controversial here, but it felt pretentious, and that it thought it was way smarter than it was, and so I was very. By the way, something that I also kind of got from I also kind of got that from Fringe, weirdly, and it's very similar in that I would much rather watch old school episodes of The Twilight Zone than Black Mirror. I would much rather watch I'd much rather watch The X-Files than Fringe. And in The X-Files, one of the most recent seasons, because they rebooted it in like 2020. Not rebooted, they started a new season like 2020 of The X-Files. There was an episode about drones stalking people like this. It was one of the best episodes too. It was almost a completely silent episode. Fantastic one. I can't remember the name of it. But it starts out with them going to a sushi place. If you guys know, and they get a blobfish. If you guys know the episode I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. They get stalked by drones the whole time. Look, I think people are right to be worried about drones. They're quite literally military technology. So, stalking them and shit like that, you know? Was
So,
it
Black Mirror, I thought it probably was a little pretentious compared to how justified that pretense was. But I didn't think it was as bad as other people have thought it is. However, having rewatched some of them about 6 months ago, I did find that the concepts were shallower than I
I
thought
thought they
they
were
were when I
shallow as
watched them when
fuck.
they were new. Yeah,
When I saw
they were
that
fairly well
show,
presented, but they were quite shallow.
like, I
There,
mean,
I
the
think there are concepts in
politician
there that
episode
are
where
not
they
shallow,
make
but
them,
I'm not sure.
like, what was it? Like, you know, act
That
like
was
a
the first
pig. The
episode.
first episode.
Is
Even
that
that,
no? When they make him have sex with a pig?
or have sex with a pig, that's what it was. I just
Yeah.
thought that was vulgar, and it's like, oh, I get it. I get it. I found all of the concepts presented, not all, maybe, but all the episodes I watched of Black Mirror, which weren't a lot, because I didn't like the first 5 or so. Um, I did not. I didn't gel with Black Mirror. It felt like people who thought very simple concepts, that they were very smart for addressing very simple concepts. And I don't,
The
not
pig
my
episode
bag.
was vulgar, but the part about it that worked is that it's not easy to figure out, not as far as I've been able to tell, how you would deal with that other than just the prime minister does have to do that.
He's
That
gonna
that
fuck
has
the
to
pig,
happen.
I
He's
guess.
got to. Like I don't know. Maybe that's not true. But if that situation were to arise, I'm not sure there would be a better solution.
I'm
They tried all
sorry.
kinds of things to get around it and get out of it.
I actually had
So
another
that was the
bird.
part of it that made
I
sense.
had 3 bird stories I forgot.
Oh no.
I just like the headline on this one. Hang on. Their story is our story. Pigeons and humans. 3,500 years together. This is I won't go into this too much, but it is just an overview of how humans have trained and interacted with pigeons for 3,500 years. So actually, humans have a very long and storied history with pigeon anti-pigeon architecture on the top of buildings. So, but we have long been a cohabitating and uh, two species that have worked together to send messages and do other things. They've
For
spent
example,
thousands of
there's
years learning to be conditioned to live alongside us, pigeons.
for example, if you're in Cabal and you get temporarily banned by Discord, you can use Cabal Pigeon to still be able to send messages by running commands because you can still run
Mm-hmm.
commands even if you're not allowed to send
Right.
messages.
Yeah, I had to do
Then
that for a
the
while when
thing
I
does
got
it for
banned.
you.
This is adorable,
Um,
though. I gotta
quickly, in a
yeah.
matter of some potential import,
Yes.
who was it? Inner City Pigeon, funny coincidental name. Says midstream ads to a 60-person audience. What is that, like 2 pence? Do you know that the streams are running ads? Because
Um.
it might not be worth having ads on a stream
No, you're right. I
until
didn't
we
know it
get more
was.
viewers.
Let me just. How do I turn them off?
It's not our
Process.
choice, audience,
No,
when they
no,
run.
but I can turn them off though entirely. I think I can I turn them off? Okay,
Might just be a good idea for the streams
I've got it. I've
themselves.
got the. I've got it turned off for the next. Yeah, sorry about that. Um, I won't do. I do not want to interrupt your experience. If that is harming it, which I imagine it is, obviously. I will turn ads off entirely. Let me make
Mhm.
sure that I can. Uh, would you read this a little bit then? Oh, this is
Sure,
so cute while I try to get this turned off. But actually, I
sure.
want to
If you
get down to
scroll
the
through the
video of it.
text.
I want to get down to the video, so I can see how long it's paused, and then that gives me I got 10 minutes for me to go figure out how to turn them off. All right, which shouldn't be difficult. Bumblebee facial movements give clues to their inner lives. A series of experiments show that bees respond differently to taste depending on their internal states, hinting that they may have something akin to our emotions. So bees seem to show when they are pleased and when they like something rather than just needing it in one of the strongest signs yet that insects have subjective experiences. Um, how we get any behavioral readout out of insects with a hard body and a mask of a face is obviously it's going to be difficult. Do bees have any sort of inner state whatsoever? To solve the mystery, Baron and his colleagues ran a series of experiments involving buff-tailed bumblebees, which is Bombus
Bombus,
terrestris.
bombus.
I
They
love
shouldn't have said
bumblebees.
any sort of interstate whatsoever,
Yeah,
because that's way too broad.
yeah,
But they mean anything
yeah.
akin to an emotional state.
First, the team offered the bees a water droplet containing sugar, along with others that contained salt and quinine, while filming them using a high resolution video. After tasting the sweet liquid, the bees, the bees repeatedly stuck out their glossa, which is a hairy tongue that they use to lap up nectar in flowers. After tasting the salty and bitter samples, the bees wiped their mouths and shook their heads. Oh my god! He went, I don't like it at all. So here he is wiping his mouth, right? From tasting something he doesn't like. However, both responses may have just been a reaction to the different chemicals rather than a sign of enjoyment or displeasure. Next, the researchers reduced the concentration of the sugar and mixed it with a small amount of salt, resulting in a dramatic reduction of the glossa protrusions. They then exposed the bees to 104 degree Fahrenheit, 40 degrees Celsius temperatures, fuck that, to dehydrate them, after which the bees were offered salty droplets. The bees repeatedly protruded their glossa. If I just handed you an electrolyte drink right now, you'd probably think, well, that actually tastes pretty foul, says Barron. But if you just come back from a long run and I handed you an electrolyte drink, you'd think that's fantastic. It's because your internal state has changed, and that internal state is changing your evaluation of things. That's what we think we're seeing in bees. Just to reiterate what they mean here is that they dehydrated the bees and then they gave them something that was full of electrolytes, both sugar and salt. They didn't like the salt before they had that reaction. They didn't want to drink any more of it. But they did when they had been dehydrated, because some kind of aspect of their body knows that it needs electrolytes, right? So in the final part of the experiment, the researchers wanted to determine what would happen if they melded with the chemistry that in mammals underpins appetite and the enjoyment of food. When the bumblebees were treated with a dopamine, which in mammals affects the motivation to seek food, their glossa protrusions didn't increase, which is understandable. They're not mammals, suggesting that although they had a greater desire, their enjoyment tongue protrusions didn't change. But when the bees were treated with endocannabinoids, weed, which increases the liking of food in mammals, it led to an increase. So when you got the bees high, they got the munchies.
Aiden would be horrified to see the endocannabinoids.
What what does that mean? What
The
do you
end of them. But yeah, no, they
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
gave the bees munchies. Of course.
I've
Of
seen
course
that
you would
meme.
find this story.
Yeah, they gave
Oh, yeah.
also it makes them
Miku
they
sours.
have essentially something that appears like a disgust response. And they make little faces essentially to express that they are disgusted by it by cleaning their face, and even though they've got a hard shell, they can't make facial expressions obviously because they've got keratin. So their skin is like fingernails, right? It's the same. That's the same material, keratin.
Miku's ours until the 15th, where we probably won't beat Argentina, and then she'll be Argentine.
Yeah, well, we'll
Let's make the
see.
most of it.
We'll see.
We
We'll
might do.
see what happens. It's the Argentinians.
But actually in the top 4 now.
Mm-hmm.
We're quite close.
Yep. I actually can't believe. I was quite surprised that England won against Norway. And I do look. There was some funny business regarding that spider camera, but whatever. I won't get into.
I didn't watch the game.
I didn't watch it either. I don't watch footy. I don't watch sport balls of any sort. But I did see that people were complaining about it and saying that England essentially cheated or Norway got cheated. I don't know which one it is, but
Well, Meme Magic should have made Norway win because of Haaland, but it didn't work for some reason.
Well, speaking of how we started the stream with my my new post on women's sexual preferences in erotic literature, the women have found football. They have found sports because of Bellingham and I think that's his name, and Holland having a bunch of hugs and emotional interactions on the field.
Get out
on the
your
pitch.
yowie paddle, Aiden.
They're getting out their yowie. It's not me. That the Foids are doing this. I'm not responsible for it. I mean,
are you not part of the Foids?
No. I mean, yes, literally yes, but I consistently stand apart from them. I do not associate. Okay, it's not true. I have a lot of friends.
It's apparently it's chitin, not keratin. You've played enough more.
You're right. It's chitin. Yes, not keratin. It's a similar structure. Chitin, yeah, I think is correct. Watch me be that wrong. You guys are right. It
probably is fairly similar. Yes,
I think they are. They must have thought that for some reason. Maybe I could be wrong, but I think chitin and keratin are similar. They sound similar. Maybe I just made it up. I don't know. Anyway, so let's see. Okay, so strong breeze tonight, which is lovely, but I'm worried it might bleed over through my mic. Anyway, so what this
I've got
is
my fan on. Let me know if it does on my.
yes. What this is showing us, it sounds I can't hear anything from you in that sense. What this is showing us is that even from an animal like a bee, there is some sort of inner life for that insect. There's something going on. It's evaluating its world. It's experiencing its world. It's not a robotic entity running on a program. Bee! There he is! Look at him. He's cute. Oh, sorry, I realized I didn't have it on the screen. There he is. He's cute. He's a bee. That was the real point. I have one more bee. One more bee. Then we can move on to literally anything other than bees and birds, because I know it's a meme, but it is. You know there's like highway traffic or the highway maybe you don't actually. But in the middle of highways or large roads, a lot of times they'll have these big segments that they now they're there, so that if you spin out or something, you're fine. It's to separate the two highways going in either direction. And a lot of times what they'll do is plant flowers on them. It turns out that those can essentially trap bees in them, and then they get killed. This happened in Sweden. New research from Lund University in Sweden examined the role roadsides play for bumblebees. The results show that road verges can be a dangerous environment for insects searching for food. They used specially trained dogs that had learned to sniff out bumblebee nests to assist them. I want the bumblebee dog that can find the bees. Survey covered 60 road verges in southern Sweden and compared the number of dead and living bumblebees alongside roads with varying traffic intensities. Alongside the least traffic roads, we hardly found any dead bumblebees at all, but already around 4,000 vehicles per day at that kind of rate, we found more dead than living bumblebees. So you put in these little flower segments to look pretty, and then they act as a trap, essentially, for bees and get them killed. Very sad. It is genuinely sad, because you would think, like, oh, it's a nice thing. We're improving at least visually the environment. We're, putting a bunch of flowers up. That's very nice. Turns out, bee trap, bee death trap. Anyway, these are my birds and bees. Shall we move on to anything other than birds and bees, sir? After an
Sure.
hour.
I feel like in much the same way Christmas encroaches beyond the borders of December into November and starts to invade the territory of Halloween on occasion,
Yeah.
the birds and bees are a part of this stream is encroaching onto the rest of it gradually and getting worse and worse.
No, some weeks you had none, though. So some weeks you had none. Just for this week, for whatever reason, you and I both had bird and bee stories.
To be honest, only one of mine was really was really relevant.
We're moving on past birds and bees. I do have,
Indeed.
by the way, the main story, by the way, is the cockroach diving suit, which is
Yes.
insane. Just why? Why? I know why they did that, but did you have to? Anyway, what do you got next?
Well, I've got this one should be relatively quick, and we can give our opinion on whether it's true. The logo for the Donald Trump International Airport appears to be AI slop. All the resources in the world for and the logo for Trump Airport is AI generated. Apparently,
Is it?
we have a look. Well, I'm not sure, but shall we have a look?
Oh shit! Yes, it is. Look at the left and right hand sides on the part of the eagle's legs before it.
It certainly isn't
They're not
symmetrical.
symmetrical.
Yeah, which it wouldn't have to be, but it looks
It
like it's supposed to
implies
be. Yeah.
it should be
It's definitely
symmetrical.
not symmetrical. There are several parts of it that
There's
aren't
several parts. The
symmetrical.
more
And
I'm
yeah,
looking at it,
I
yeah,
would say it probably is AI. Look at
it
that.
look.
That fourth star is tilted slightly as well. That shouldn't
Yeah,
be like that.
fuck. It
Yeah.
really looks like AI.
No, that's AI. Unless it's not bad AI, it's good. But unless some artist has done it in a more sort of free flowing style, that's
Which
AI.
I can't imagine. I mean, if you're drawing a vector like this, you wouldn't fuck up like that as an
I mean,
artist.
imagine being an artist in the year of our Lord this year with all AI stuff and drawing in a deliberately AI like style.
It
You'd
would
be out of
be
business.
ridiculous, yes.
Yeah,
So, no, it's AI.
it
God,
does
that's
look like
so
it's AI. Yeah.
sloppy. Fuck. They hung this up.
This is on
I wasn't
his
sure.
airport, on the
Wasn't sure if
welcome
that was a
side.
Photoshop. Is what I meant.
I don't think so. I mean,
Oh,
the article says it's not. So,
which
yeah,
airport has
this
he
is something to
renamed to
point
Donald
out.
Trump Airport? Is it Ronald
Good
Reagan?
question, actually. It'd be funny, wouldn't it? Trump is now the first president to have an airport named after him while still in office. And what better way to commemorate this high honor than with lazy AI slop, they say. Now,
Oh, Palm
I
Beach. No,
think,
it's not Reagan then. Yeah.
okay, if you're making artwork and it doesn't need to be really precise, it just needs to be representative. I think AI is fine. If you use a really high grade AI, even for something like this, if you just had it as sort of like the background image, if you used the best
Have a
AI
human.
available
First of
to
all,
generate it, that's okay.
this is not an image you should
Still
have to AI.
better.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm getting to that. Still better ultimately to get a human to do it. You can get more precision and less of the little artifacting that you get with AI. And you can afford it if you're these guys. But still, it's okay to use AI for high grade AI images for stuff for some presentation stuff in public. But for a vector logo, and if you're the US government,
It's
no way.
inexcusable. It really
Not even
is.
close.
Like, yeah, if you're a startup
What's
business
more?
or something, whatever, but like,
Yeah.
the fuck?
What's more? How many of these do they have in their library of logos? This can't be a unique
Why
new
couldn't you
logo.
just Google
Why did
it?
they have to
The
do this?
fuck?
They could have Googled it.
Like,
Exactly.
what did you need the AI to do here?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it must have generated the entire image of welcome to President Donald
It
J.
could
Trump.
have done.
But
The
are
thing
you
is,
really so fucking lazy? You can't do this stuff? Oh no, they have. I think maybe.
I recognize the font though,
Yeah. Well,
um,
it's Times New Roman.
and it's not Times New Roman,
No,
not even close.
what is it then? It looks like Times.
It is multiple different fonts. Top left is, I think, Arial.
Oh,
International
wait. Well, I
Airport
meant
is,
the
I
yeah.
think, Charlemagne, not Charlemagne. There's another one.
You're right. I forgot you were a font autist.
Yeah, no, that it has a name. It's common. It was used for that video game Paladins. It was used in there. It was used in loads of things for a while. It's good. Oh, I just had the name and I've forgotten what it
I do
was.
like the font for International
It's
Airport. I like that.
it's a well known one. It's a
Yeah.
nice one. Yeah, it's well known. I can't remember what it's called. It'll come back to me in a minute.
For a sans serif font, I do like that quite a lot.
Yeah, but then the Donald J. Trump part, I do recognize it, but I can't remember what it's called.
I think I do too. It's not Times, but it's very
It's not
similar.
Times. It's
Yeah.
some sort of titling font or header font. Yes, it is Arial. The top left is just Arial bold italic. That part's obvious.
So they've
But the
put
fact that the fonts here are known fonts and they seem to be ordered and structural. If
Yeah.
this was a year ago, that would mean it almost certainly wasn't AI.
Yeah, but
now
maybe.
it
Yeah.
could just be that AI is using, because AI got much better at text, especially the best ones.
Yeah.
It could just be that they're using it. So possibly what happened is that the team that was given the job to make this went to an AI and said, okay, we need to design this thing. Give us a sort of a draft of how it should look. And it just output this first shot.
And
were
they
like,
just went, okay, we'll use that then.
think how much money we could save. This is fine. We can just print this.
For-
Think how much we
By
can
the
save.
well, it is like, you know, I use AI to generate the thumbnails. I tell it to do it all in like 1950s science fiction poster style. Because that way it's a little bit like thematically consistent. I quite like that idea. But I don't have it generate text over top of it. Also, if you let AI go crazy, have you even seen the automatic AI thumbnails that are generated for YouTube videos? Have you messed with that
I
tool?
haven't seen them, no.
They're fucking awful. Now, I bet they do very well in the algorithm because, of course, it's going to favor itself. But it's like, it's the worst kind of AI. It's the worst kind of combination of terrible YouTube thumbnail trends and AI slop. So it's like a bunch of arrows pointing to random shit. When I tried to, just out of curiosity, I generated some for the previous video I put out on this channel. And it was just like random arrows pointing places and like yellow and red, you know, font or yellow and red text colors. Just the worst. It was truly awful, the auto, but I see people put this out all the time, and I guess they do very well because it's, you know, algorithmically derived. Maybe I fucked up by not using the shitty AI thumbnail for my recent video.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I know,
choosing the AI thumbnail is like playing Fallout New Vegas the way it wants you to. Technically, it might be better, but you're a cuck if you
There
do
is
it.
no way that that game wants to be played.
Montserrat.
Monster Rat.
Montserrat's the name of the font.
Oh.
Whereas it's International Airport, Montserrat is the name of that font.
Okay. This is very dumb though. I've got a couple of
And
AI things,
Cabby
but not many.
remembered that.
There you go.
And I can't remember the name of the titling font they've used there for President Donald J. Trump, but I definitely recognize it. So it could be that just the logo was, and then the graphic design team. I mean, honestly, the welcome to and the composition with the rest of it isn't very good, to be honest.
No, it's ugly.
But it's not bad. But it's very possible that everything except the text was made by AI, and it's even more definitely also possible that the whole thing was made by AI.
Yeah, those thumbnails are on like 75% of videos now. I mean, YouTube, again, the YouTube algorithm always prioritizes itself. And as a YouTuber, Like, I don't know, then I feel like maybe I should throw one in next time to see if that gets more clicks, because look, that's what people click on, is that kind of slop. I mean, otherwise it
Well,
wouldn't be suggesting it, right?
don't forget, you're not making videos for the average viewer.
No, I'm
Um,
not.
but also don't forget that many of your thumbnails are based on an AI generated image anyway, although you put extra stuff
Oh,
over it, of
for the
course.
stream, yeah. Not for, actual videos. No, I don't use AI for actual videos.
Don't you?
No.
What about the sheets one?
Oh,
You just did.
I use it for that, yeah, I might no, I'll
I guess
probably
that's
make
an
some.
article. Is that
It's
not
an
a video?
article, but, it's just for the
Okay.
article. I'll probably make it my own thumbnail for the, well, first of all,
Okay.
I'll be in the thumbnail. I'm putting my face on the shit now because it does help for whatever reason, but sorry, let's not talk about YouTube too much, it's boring as fuck. Anywho,
So yeah, Trump did indeed. I have
he
many other things.
yeah, you got something? What else do you got? I mean, I got plenty of stuff. I got so much, by the way.
let me just say for some balance though.
Yeah,
It's fine. Like it's not good that he did this, but it's one sign on one airport. There's much bigger fucking issues in the
yeah.
world,
It's just sloppy.
and
It's just
this is
sloppy.
not enough for someone to
It's also, like,
write off Trump. And
bizarrely sloppy because obviously you have pictures of the seal of the United
yeah,
States. So,
yeah,
of all the things for you to fuck up with AI as, a presidential project, what are you doing, mate? Come on.
yeah.
It's just silly.
It is just.
I imagine most of your stories are tech or AI related. All my shit is not. I have very, very
Okay.
little. So,
Do you wanna see a story that I heard about yesterday or day before, which was really fucking harrowing for the
sure.
person involved, but has a happy ending.
Okay.
Man sucked out of airplane,
Jesus.
dangles by seatbelt.
Guess the airline. I, oh,
The budget one.
Ryanair.
Ryanair. So
Shit.
I know what happened here.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking crazy. But I'll read the article, let them present it. It pays to buckle up, they say. A passenger on Ryanair, because of course, had his insistence on keeping his seatbelt fastened abruptly validated when the window next to him suddenly detached and sucked the bulk of his body out of the
Oh
plane.
my god.
Can you imagine? You're just sitting casually in the plane. Suddenly, you hear a pop from your left, and suddenly your head is
Well,
outside,
yeah, because
just outside, and it's suddenly freezing cold. You've got burns on your face because of the wind passing so fast.
yeah,
You can't hear your eardrums are probably bleeding
yeah.
already. Before you can even think about it, you're just outside the plane. Everything's. And by the way, he's like 75 years old.
How'd he survive?
I don't know, but he's fine. Apparently,
That's
he
crazy.
completely
I mean,
survived.
thank God,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
whoa.
Witnesses told Agence France Presse that the
Welcome
man,
back,
a
Jaya.
tourist from Serbia, oh thank you. Well, that wasn't my JF voice. Witnesses told Agence France Presse that the man, a tourist from Serbia, en route from
Thessaloniki.
Thessaloniki in
Thessaloniki.
Greece to Memmingen in Germany, had to be pulled in, by the other passengers, several of them. Quote, most of us had been falling asleep. We had closed our eyes. There was a noise like a tire bursting, one of them told Radio Thessaloniki per AFP. We immediately realized there had been a decompression. There were screams. For a moment, I thought somebody had accidentally opened the emergency door, which you can't do because they open inwards and the pressure prevents
Yeah.
that from happening. The masks dropped and there was a strong smell, she added. The masks dropping proves that system works.
Yeah, well, that's
Good.
good, I guess. Could you
Yeah.
make sure that the doors don't just fucking
The
open
windows.
mid-flight?
Yeah. Apparently, the windows are made of acrylic, which is a plastic which, as clearly evident, works most of the time. But it's
Yeah.
not the strongest clear plastic that you can get.
No.
Polycarbonate works too. And
Well,
I'm
they
not
could
an
just use
expert
transparent
in
aluminum.
these materials. I don't know if that's real.
What are you talking about? Of course it's real.
But I don't know what the difference is in what it would need to be. I expect polycarbonate's more expensive and slightly heavier than acrylic, but polycarbonate is stronger. Then again, in this case, it doesn't appear that the glass or the window, whatever, broke. It just popped out. It just detached. One of the seals had worn down or something. It's a good thing this wasn't a submarine thousands of feet beneath the ocean reviewing the Titanic when a seal broke.
Yeah. Well, then you're just fucked. I mean, yeah, it's very scary in the sky as well, obviously, but,
Indeed.
jeez, us. Uh,
The masks dropped. There was a strong smell. The head and shoulders of one passenger were outside the window. Fortunately, he hadn't taken off his seatbelt. I I wonder if he'd been able to fit through the window if he had. Um, Either way, if he could have, he'd be very dead. Uh, I mean, just imagine you're
okay.
casually sitting on a plane. Suddenly, something very loud and sudden happens, and then you're just flying. You're just outside, dropping
That's
from the plane.
crazy. Oh, by the way, I turned off the ads. I had forgotten to for a second, but
Well
ads are
done.
turned off now for the stream, so we should hopefully you won't get any more. Michael the Doberman for 5 says, I love how Aiden dresses up for these streams. I'm sure it's because you want to make your stepdad proud. Sending love from Vancouver Island. Thank you, Michael Doberman. I'm trying to be thematically consistent with the style we've gone with here. You know?
I don't really have anything that's consistent with this style. I have a bee costume.
You
If
gotta
people want me to wear
that
that,
is thematically consistent, yes. But I got
mm,
like the little Greek-ish outfit going on because we got the,
yeah,
Greek
I
aesthetic.
suppose so.
Yeah, that's why
Uh,
I'm doing it.
Ryanair, in a statement, described the incident anticlimactically. The plane returned to Thessaloniki shortly after takeoff when a passenger window detached during the flight. The aircraft landed normally, and the passengers returned to the terminal. An apology would have been nice, it says. Maybe they
Yeah.
didn't even mention what happened to this poor guy.
I hope he I mean I it sounds like he survived, but Jesus.
I think so. From what I read earlier, he did, but we'll have a
Yeah.
look. Nearly getting airplane keel hauled by the wind gods. It's an interesting choice of sentence. Could take quite the toll physically and mentally. The man was hospitalized with friction burns,
Yeah.
but thankfully authorities said he was in good condition otherwise.
Jesus though.
Yeah, this article doesn't say it actually, but I'm pretty sure
Because you
the
may
other
remember
article I
a similar
read
incident happened a year
said
ago.
that he was apparently said that he was like
Alaska
in his 70s
Airlines.
when a flight suddenly blew out mid-air, causing a massive scandal for the plane's manufacturer, Boeing. I think I remember that. Yeah, they are both Boeing manufactured
There you
planes.
go. There's the similarity
Mm.
there. I mean, most planes are Boeings, I think. Most commercial planes are Boeings. Most of the ones I've ever flown on, at least, are. I've also flown
Mm.
on those little, in the US, if I'm flying from Baltimore, DC area to West Virginia to visit my dad, those are prop planes. So I don't know the make and model of
Mm.
those. It does have a little thing that plays still, the typical overhead, thank you for flying on this in this Cessna, right?
Yeah.
Like, or whatever.
Other.
There was one time, actually, I think it was the last time I went to go see my dad,
Mhm.
and it was so turbulent. It had just rained, or it had just been a big storm the day before. Getting up in that little thing, it was, I, it many times felt like it was gonna turn 360, like turn over on its side. It kept feeling like that, and I'm
Capsize.
yeah, capsize essentially. I'm there with there's 3 other, maybe 4 other people on this little plane, and everyone
Mm.
is praying. Like it was the visual signs of everyone just being like, like I was
Mm.
so legitimately terrifying. I'll still probably take one again,
Arthur
but
says Lexan is used in bulletproof. Clear stuff, expensive but crazy strong. I would imagine,
you'd think they'd
don't
do
know,
that.
do check, but I would imagine that is just a brand name modified polycarbonate.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
The base material is the same, but I
Hmm.
don't know that for sure. And I expect that the reason that they don't use polycarbonate is because it's more expensive than it needs to be. The window itself doesn't need to be fracture proof because the passengers aren't going to start like trying to smash it because they know that's a bad idea. Um, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe some would. Acrylic is fairly strong, but still, if you want maximum, you would go with polycarbonate. I'd expect.
Shall we get to the title of the stream then? See?
Sure.
Which is scientists build tiny diving suit for cockroaches, turning them into search and rescue cyborgs. First of all, I don't think this counts as a cyborg. That's just live science being cute. It's not a fucking cyborg. You have
Well,
built an exoskeleton for an exoskeleton for the
they're
cockroach to go down the
they're
sea.
cockroach mechs, cock mechs, if you will.
Yes,
But
yes. There you
um,
go. It's a
the
mech.
however, if they have some sort of like, have they trained them for this, or have they put some sort of direct brain interface to drive them? If the former, it's a cock mech. If the latter, it's a cockborg.
It's to investigate flooded areas, right?
Well, then they must have at least a camera on them. It does look
Yes.
like they have some sort of electronics on them, so they
Yes.
may actually be driving them. They may actually
God,
be
it's
cockborgs.
so
Yeah.
gross. Ugh, look at its little diving suit. Nasty. Engineers have designed waterproof diving suit for cyborg cockroaches that enables the hybrid insects to survive and roam underwater for up to 3 hours. This function expands the capabilities of insects, cyborg insects, they say, excuse me, and could one day be deployed in disaster zones, according to the team. The built-in oxygen generator and silicon tubes deliver the gas directly to the cockroach's breathing holes, known as spiracles. The design is adapted for use in low oxygen conditions as well as submerged environments, the researchers said in a new study published in Nature Communications. Our approach combines a soft, waterproof shell with a simple yet reliable. How long does it take to put this diving suit on the cockroach, by the way? Like, how complicated is that? It's got to be difficult, right? How do you get this on them?
Just get the Kaminoans on it. Just have a production line.
I guess.
200,000 ready and a million more well on the way.
Right? Okay, this allows the insect to retain its natural mobility while being protected from an environment that it cannot normally survive in. The cyborg insects are living insects, that have been fitted with an electronic controller that guide their movement. So yes, yeah, they actually are controlling them essentially as little robots. So I guess that's the part of them that makes them cyborgs. Is that if you've put, well, in that case they almost certainly have put no nodes in their brain, electric electric stimuli.
Electrodes.
Yeah, electrodes. Yes. Researchers have previously used them in search and rescue operations and I knew that they have used roaches before, and other small insects, again, where they put, yes, electrodes into their brains and drive them around like little RC cars into places that humans can't go.
I suppose they've got a tiny camera on them as well.
Must have, yeah.
They're just providing the
They can get feedback.
evolutionarily optimized exoskeleton to do the movement, but then the electronics are the thing that actually matters.
Yeah, this is probably where I heard about it. They use it in a 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar in March 2025, killed at least 3,700 people, injured 4,800 more. They used them in that situation. The advantage of cyborg insects over tiny robots is that the former employ insects' muscles to move, whereas the latter rely on high-powered batteries that consume energy and can run out of steam. So yeah, it's the insect, I mean, which is a machine in its own way, but it's converting energy in a different format than a little robot which needs a battery. They have their own internal battery. So they were employed in Myanmar, developed by Hirotaka Sato, senior author of the new study, professor at the School of Mechanical Aerospace and Engineering at Singapore's Nanyang, whatever.
Are you even able to read a Japanese name without moon-moonsing the way you say it?
But his name is Hirotaka Sato.
No, his name is Hirotaka Sato.
Hirotaka Sato. Yeah, that's what I said.
No,
you're welcome.
It's Hirotaka Sato.
Anyway, that's it. It's just pretty cool. It's also bizarre. Look, he's very proud of it, but it's just weird that. Yeah, let's watch the video. Yeah.
I think I had this story last week, actually.
Did you?
I think so.
I only saw it this week.
I remember the picture.
Yeah, there's a camera, onboard sensors, wireless communication. Whoa, ouch.
I can't hear this, but.
Oh, sorry. It's not coming through.
We can't do anything about that.
Right,
so.
yeah. There's almost no sound. It just made like a horrible beeping noise. It's so gross.
Well, at least they're using it for something worthwhile, though.
Like a gross cockroach, I guess. You know, I mean, it is expendable.
Definitely.
So I don't really mind if they throw it into, danger zones.
If it does its job.
Yeah. Oh, it can allow for the expansion and contraction of the thorax. Let's see an actual video of it. There it is. Walking around with its little robo suit. I know in the image I used in the thumbnail, I gave it a little diving bell helmet. Or not diving bell, a diving helmet, This is the modern version of that, I suppose.
Can they, I guess they can't breathe underwater, but
well, no,
do they even breathe?
Well, they have these spherical things. They're on their back, so it just is That's why they don't. It doesn't matter what their heads are exposed to, so they have the head out, right? But they're injecting oxygen because they got a small oxygen supply in it. That's what we read earlier. That is going into it in the part that's enclosed in the little robot suit, so that it can get.
Okay.
I guess they don't. I didn't know that, but I guess they don't breathe through their heads.
So okay, so that's what the transparent wrapper on the back is for. It keeps a pocket of air in there. Okay, sorry, I must have been doing something else when you read that part.
Not paying attention. I mean,
Sorry, did you say something?
He's injecting CO2, yeah, and he's doing okay despite, being full of CO2 because he's got his little oxygen supply. I don't know. It's just weird. I do know why they do this because it's not just roaches. You can train all sorts of animals to be useful in search and rescue operations. Actually, I knew they were doing that with bats. I think actually at one point. So it's just look if I'm drowning in after some horrible tragic event, and I have to be found by a robot cockroach, just let me drown. I don't know. I think I don't want to be anywhere near a cockroach, robot or otherwise. Gross. Would you prefer to be saved by the robot cockroach? What if it has
Well,
to
I
get
mean,
on you?
as soon as they start flying, you're okay with it though,
What do you mean?
because you like bees and they're
I love
insects.
bees. Bees are friends. Cockroaches are
Because the way
dirty and
they
disgusting.
move, yeah,
I love
they are different. It's true.
bees are
Bees
friends to
actually
the
build things.
environment. Yes.
Cockroaches are just
Yes,
scum.
they're corophages. They're
But is that
sick.
why? Is that why you don't like them, or is it because they're creepy crawlies
They're
and bees fly?
corophages. They are corophages. They're shit eaters.
It's not a rational fear, though, Aiden, is it?
It is.
It's also irrational. It's irrational disgust, yes, but there's also the fear and disgust that's intuitive, and that's not based on their taxonomy. It's based on how they look and act.
No, it's because because they're corophages, it means that they interact with rot and shit, which means they carry
Aiden,
disease. So yes,
I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with you, but
it is an
that's not
evolved
why you
disgust with
have an
cockroaches.
intuitive. Yeah, that might be the original reason in evolutionary
Yeah,
terms, but the reason you don't like them intuitively is because of the aesthetic purely.
but I like
That's
other
what the brain
bugs.
deals with on a low level. Exactly, that's my point. That is my
I like other
point.
bugs that don't carry disease, like bees.
Exactly, because they fly, because they move differently.
I don't like flies. I don't like mosquitoes. Actually, I got some stuff on that too. I am out of anything to drink, so
Bees
I
are
will be
colorful.
right back. Do you have a story
I
to
have many.
follow the cyborg roaches?
I expect I can find one that is close to the topic. Yes, let me have a little look.
All right. Otherwise, I got some stuff. I got some mantises. I got other bugs. But I also got space stuff. Here's my categories
Uh,
tonight, right, guys? As I almost always have these categories, but here they are tonight. Is
just one thing.
nature, which we've almost entirely covered stuff from the nature section. I've got
Hmm.
paleontology, anthropology, human health and human biology, earth science, astrology and astrophysics, AI and technology, and academia. So those are
All right.
my
Well, I have a story on unwanted resurrection,
unwanted resurrection.
which is the closest thing to cyborgs I have here.
Okay.
Just journalist alarmed when he's fired,
Oh, that's
but
funny.
company keeps
Bring it back.
posting AI slop under his name.
Oh, wait,
Now, on the
sorry.
one hand, we were
Said the wrong
just
way.
talking about insects, and now we're talking about journalists. So I feel
Mhm.
like that's quite a
It's about
natural segue.
what's the
So,
difference?
how much sympathy do we have for journalists? Not a huge amount in the
None.
modern
I'll be
day,
right back.
but let's see what's happening anyway, because it could happen to people. Um, being fired was the only was only the first indignity that one freelance writer had to suffer, even though Ben Twatty was no longer working at Clickout Media. New articles continue to appear under his name. That's got to be illegal. Surely he can actually sue them for that. An AI, it turned out, had taken over his byline, churning out stuff that was far below the standards he had held for his real work. That's not good. If you're going to do that, at least like feed it some of his existing work and then have it replicate the style and quality. I guess you could still do that and it still wouldn't be the same quality. The situation felt like a slap in the face, Twatty told Press Gazette. The article started appearing just days after he was fired from Clickout's German operation. Quote, the 5 articles were just like lazy, obviously slop. Obviously, there's not a real person that is behind that, the Stockholm-based writer fumed. I wonder if maybe they were trying to cover up the firing by saying, look, he was writing AI slop, but the dates wouldn't have lined up, would they? A statement from Clickout Media didn't address why it was effectively impersonating a former employee with AI. Quote, we use AI assisted content where appropriate. See, this is the problem is I'm fine with the idea of people using AI responsibly, and there is an important distinction to be made there. It's not good enough to just say never, and it's not good enough to just say always. It's actually a matter of nuance. I'm sorry, chat. I know everyone hates nuance, but it's actually a matter of nuance. You have to use it properly and responsibly and well, like many other things in life. When someone says like a public statement like this that sounds like they get that, but they fucking blatantly don't. It's so disappointing because now we have to think, and now we have to try and figure out who's lying to us and who's not. And god damn it, thinking is so much effort. But yeah, gotta be careful with this kind of thing. It said in the statement, in tandem with human checks and edits, Press Gazette. Of course, everything I just said is assuming this article is reporting it accurately. We'll see, though. We continue to evolve our AI agents to be more accurate and improve our human editorial processes. I expect that with an average journalist, you could conduct an AI with modern tooling, modern like harness and rig and whatever you want to call it, to write stories that are about as good as a journalist could with good research, good coordination, good concepts, good brevity, all that stuff. You could do it, but if however you one shot the prompt and you ask ChatGPT write me this article, then yeah, it won't be very good. I bet that's what they did. I bet they just had someone, probably an existing writer. They just told them write for this guy as well, but make it sound different than your normal style, and they just threw it into an AI. Maybe the throwing it into an AI was the company's choice originally, not just that writer. Either way, that's what they did. They probably just thought minimum time spent to do this. And the thing is, why even bother using that author? Why not invent a new character or not even put an author? Now, many sites don't list the author or they don't list it very prominently. What would be wrong with just doing that? Why falsely accredit the article to someone who's just been fired? One thing I can think of is that may have been a bug, but that doesn't seem very likely that it would take on the name of an author when you haven't specified one automatically, especially one that you've got rid of. But computer systems are not always the most reliable, and the ones that get used are not always very principled. So it's possible it was a bug. I'm not, because the only reason I say that, I'm not trusting them. I'm just saying I don't know why they would do it that way. Why bother attributing it to a real person? Tell me a bit more and see if we can find out.
What happened?
Welcome in.
Can you give me the elevator pitch?
The elevator pitch is roughly what the headline said.
Oh, okay.
This
Nothing.
publication fired a guy, and then 5 articles in his name showed up, and he says they are obviously AI slop. The company says we use AI assistant content in tandem with human checks and edits, but it seems to me more like they just one-shot it into a ChatGPT prompt and pasted whatever it wrote into an article, and then attributed it to someone they just fired. I don't know why they would bother doing that.
I have something that's not going to seem related, but it does seem related. If you would like to, and it relates to Indians getting owned at their own game, and it's
good. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
I'll read a little bit more first because I'm curious about one or two things, and then absolutely. Heaps of online publishers are embracing AI, often deceptively. Clickout Media is right up there with the worst of them. Earlier this week, it became the center of a controversy over an article. After an article on one of its websites, Video Gamer, turned out to be written by a bogus AI journalist. I can get using AI to write your articles. Like, it's lazy, it's sloppy, you should do it well and have a multiple prompt run to get a good version and then read it. But why attribute it to a real person?
Because it gives it credibility, right? Because then people go, oh, look, John Smith wrote this. Enough? Yeah, they do. People, not everybody, but certain people really do care about whether or not something is read.
What percentage of people would click off the article when
I can tell you for a fact. I think
it just doesn't have an author. It's just blank.
I think one of the reasons that the video I just put out didn't do so well is because I had to disclose. And by the way, the rule came into place after I had generated all this stuff on YouTube because I had to disclose that I used any AI assets whatsoever in the video. Look, by the way, I've seen everybody uses AI stuff in videos. I've looked around in the days since I published that video. No, I have not seen that fucking tick on any other video, despite it obviously having AI assets. So new videos. So it's like, okay, YouTube is telling people to do this. I, being an idiot who actually takes things seriously and tries to follow the rules, and now I've paid the price for it. So, you know.
What's already happening is that they have done that not so that they can use it directly, but so that they can use it as justification to ban someone. Because if they upload something that's
yes,
but that's it. Like, if you had not marked it and then used AI, they would be able to take action against you. But now that they have that
remove your monetization,
they can ban anyone that doesn't mark. So if you found videos where they are clearly AI and didn't mark it, those people are now blatantly breaking YouTube's rules, and they could be reprimanded for it. I'm not saying you should or report it.
I'm not saying it's good or not. That's some snitch behavior, and I wouldn't do that. But
I'm not saying you should.
I've seen no one else use it. I'm just like, look, maybe I'm the only person who actually was like, oh, look, there's a change in this. I better follow the rules. And everyone else is like, what the fuck ever? I don't care. I don't know. What will happen is it will only become a problem once someone actually gets hit by it. Until then, probably everyone's gonna ignore it. But I don't want to be the first person to get hit by that, so I followed the rules.
Mm.
And then I did
Yeah,
get a bunch of comments
ABC.
like, "Is this? Oh, it's this AI slot. Never mind." It's like, well, you clearly haven't watched it. It's me in the first second, but it's like
Yeah.
it says if there is any AI content in the video at all, which I think everyone can kind of discern. If I use something to help make like an image that's in the video, I'm not going to disclose that. And the way that it's worded, it sounds like it's very specifically talking about AI video. I did use AI
Mm.
video for recreating scenes that happened in the early 1900s, and there's no footage of, but that's it. And so, maybe I made a dumb decision there. Probably did so. Oh well. But check out the video though. I think it's really good. Unfortunately, I think the AI tag might have hurt it a little bit. Oh well.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
It may be better to do it still, but yeah, I totally understand why you'd be
Yeah.
pissed off about that. ABC, it's a good point actually. When we went to the Lotus Eater's room, and it was just Sargon with like a 2-foot beard asleep in the sofa, surrounded by server racks that were all
That was
running
weird, wasn't
various
it?
AIs. That was weird. I wondered why the room was empty, other than that, and it was just heating up, and the smell was. Either way, it was weird that
It's
was the case
very.
because I had heard that there were real people working there, but I guess not.
I mean, well, he's certainly given us use of his AI because I'm 'cause I'm starting a podcast, another show. At least it'll be like
So I
bi-monthly.
don't mean to imply that
With
Sargon has any idea how to use technology. That's
no,
not
no,
what I was
but
trying to say
with
there.
one of his AI models, Harry Robinson, of course, will be joining us. We're starting. Did I show you the cool opening and stuff we did for it? Did I show it here? Or did I do it on BC?
So,
I've got it is AI generated, so maybe I have to think about this now. But I'll just play it. You've got my screen up, right? So I'll just show you a little. We're gonna start it next Thursday. So after Broken Crown will be Overcast. I'll just play it right here. There's the countdown, which I think looks really nice. And that goes on for like a minute. And then this is what I used AI for though. Yeah, I think it looks cool.
there's the bird.
There was a bird in it and everything.
It
Don't
was
look
you.
at the roof of the pub too much, by the way, because it's a bit fun.
Yeah, I did notice
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, I might regenerate it, but yeah. So that'll be next Thursday. We'll be starting that. So that's it. It'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a good
Oh,
time.
yes, I'm sure that there will be there'll be no depression, demagoguery.
What?
So
What
that's what you should
about?
call it.
What about? What would give you the impression whatsoever that a
I
podcast
mean,
that
that
we
does
have
sound
titled
like
Overcast, that's about
it does sound like
predominantly
the.
focused on British politics, could
If you
possibly
have
be
an interest in
depressing?
politics and you want to kill yourself, this is the podcast for you.
No, 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 no. No. It's a joke about the weather. Come on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious.
Yeah, when if the viewer count ever drops on the average stream,
Uh-huh.
it's because of random fluctuations, or because someone's talking about bees too much, or because it's not very interesting. If viewer count drops on that stream, it's because people have literally had their internet disconnected because they are swinging by the rafters and their parents have just found them.
My God. No, we're not trying to. We're gonna try to make it fun, okay? As fun as
I see.
as very
I see.
politically disaffected dissidents can be.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, yeah, I might rethink about regenerating. That might be a placeholder of that.
I think if I
down.
wanted a black pill like that, I'd just go and swim in tar pits.
You
for the rest
have
of my
no
life.
idea. It hasn't even happened yet. How do you know it's shit? It's not even out yet.
Didn't say it was shit. There are some people that like that kind of thing. Emos, the suicidal, the mentally ill. You know.
I mean, you saw the lineup.
Hey, you said it.
All right, what do you got?
I got a lot.
All
I
right,
still got a lot actually.
I have a shit ton.
This was just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm going to see if there's anything in here that will actually explain why this happened.
Yeah.
Why they bothered to attribute it to a real person. So there were plenty of other articles on its other outlets that it had gobbled up and hollowed out, and some of the fake authors even coming with AI-generated profile photos. Twati first began working with ClickUp Media in early 2024 and was moved around between its different sites, including Techopedia, iGaming, and Esports Insider, seemingly on no more than his manager's whims. He said he had to repeatedly resist pressure to use AI to write articles. Managers would say it's almost impossible to get by without AI these days. No, I mean, that reveals the state of the industry. It explains why there's so many EM dashes everywhere. I just can't believe that journalists and journalistic outlets haven't realized that you could just do a simple fucking replace function and hide the fact that it's written by AI. But we see this on almost every article we
Yeah.
read these days.
It's I don't I use a dash very often in writing, as it is
Mm.
the correct way to sometimes it is the correct thing to use in a sentence, right? You can find
Mm.
it has been used for a very long time, including EM dashes back in the day. But it's the over today, just do not use an EM dash. Just don't. By the way, oh, actually, I have a perfect I have two like really good things to um relate to this, which is that now they have this AI humanizer app that specifically will go through and humanize your text and will do things like get rid of EM
Yeah.
dashes. So it just, the amount of laziness is unbelievable. You know, I published that article, right? One of the things that I do with every article that I publish and with every script is that but with the articles in particular, I do run it through ChatGPT and go, are there any grammatical errors here? Can you help me clean up some of it? I look at how it suggests when like how to fix things. If it makes any change to my verbiage, for the most part, I ignore that unless it actually gives me a better choice of words or something like that. But that's just kind of like, oh no, that sounds better. That's a better way of phrasing it. For the most part, 99 point, which, and then I go run it, make sure. By the way, I've had it before where I have put through ChatGPT's revisions of my articles versus my own article into one of those AI checkers, and it will say my own article is more likely to be written by AI than what ChatGPT outputs, which is fucking insane. Like, my stuff that I have written with mine own hands, with mine own feathers, it says is AI. And I don't know why, because there's errors even when I leave the errors in. It's like, what the fuck? The AI won't do that. The AI does make errors as well, but I hate the way that I hate its language. I hate the way it's I just hate the way that AI writing sounds. To me, it's very
Clearly,
easily identifiable.
clearly, the answer is that the founding fathers and you are secretly AI, and ChatGPT is run by real people.
I guess, right? I mean, that keeps happening. It does seem, you're using an AI to check if it's AI. Could it not perhaps give the actual AI a little bit better scoring? Because it's trained on that kind of shit? I don't know.
It
I'm
wouldn't
very
have a species
suspect.
based
No, that's not what I'm
bias, I
saying.
don't
I'm saying
think.
because of its training data. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if it might have not an unconscious bias, but a preference for it because that's probably what it's trained on. Because it has to be trained on it to detect AI.
Well, it would be trained on here's an AI thing, we're saying it's AI. Here's a human thing, we're saying it's human. Trained on enough of those samples that it can tell the difference. It can identify where the differences are.
I mean, that might be
Not
that
consciously, but
TS,
just by
but
the structure of the neuron there. It would be quite simple to do, but it would be very hard to wear down the false positive rate because there's
yeah.
going to be times where it's genuinely indistinguishable.
Well, right. And I think the problem is that my writing is written to be um like perfectly APA American Psychological Association citation format correct. It is written to look like any before I go in and edit them to be a publishable article in a scientific journal. Well, that's going to look AI to something that's looking for patterns, right? A skill of learning how to write things in this format is going to potentially look to AI like that is AI because it's a skill I spent years to hone looks like AI because of how good it is. And in my opinion, bit of a compliment. Thank you. Yes, I'm very prolific and prolific. I'm very proficient in in APA format. Yeah. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Employees were also shown a video on how to create and humanize AI written articles. And this guy, Twati, actually is a cut above the lowest grade who they kept because he says I just left the video running and didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
It's pretty base,
Allegedly.
especially base to admit that now that
Yeah.
he has been fired, I suppose. But he was apparently fired just because there wasn't enough work. That's what he said.
Mm.
Upscaled their productivity with AI.
Yeah.
Oh God, we're extending our synergies, lads. we're,
God, I
we're
hate that corporate
globalizing our
language. Oh
forecasts.
my
Yeah.
god. It's insufferable.
Then he was told he was getting let go because Esports Insider had been de-indexed by Google. Really? That's not bloody likely.
It does seem unlikely. What the fuck happened?
My website's indexed by Google.
Yeah.
Soon in late May, he found that the site was still publishing articles under his name. That is fucked. That's surely lawsuit
Yeah, it
territory.
is. Yeah.
He was able to achieve some recourse. At least he used the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. I mean, that's a long shot to have to use the GDPR to get rid of articles that were like deceptively published under your name.
It's ridiculous.
It's defamatory. Like that's a
It
bigger
is.
lawsuit than just, hey, can you remove this under
It should
GDPR?
be.
Technically, if you use GDPR, you can be like, hey, if that's my content, then you have to take it down because
Yeah.
GDPR. No, you sue them first. You could get a lot of money from that, I'd expect, because that's got to be highly illegal to publish something under a name that's not associated with the company anymore. It's just a lie.
Yeah. That's bizarre.
To file a claim against ClickOut for misusing his personal information. Again, that's a mild edge of what they've done here.
Yeah.
And it later removed his byline from the articles. Now they appear under a different writer's name. I guarantee it's also fake.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
if it's
Should
AI
try
written,
to
as he
find
says, like
whoever
it's.
they're saying the actual author is and contact
But I
them.
bet it's.
Or
I
just
bet
made
it's
up
not even a
person.
real.
No.
It's a fake person.
It
Yeah.
probably is.
It could be the person who sent the AI the task,
Maybe.
but it's more likely a completely fake person. Be either, I suppose.
Well, obviously the reason why they want to do this is so that they can give credence and validity to the claims by saying, "Oh, look, a scientist worked on this," right? That's all it is, which is ridiculous. But
Maybe. I don't know, if I'm reading an article, and I think I'm probably representative of most people here, if I'm reading an article and I don't happen to see an author line, I don't think, whoa, this must be fake. This must be
now I
crap.
do. Now I think it's AI.
Well,
If I
you
don't see
may
an
do
author on
now.
things, but see, that's why. It's because AI's taken over all this stuff. This is what I was talking about too. Humanizer
There you
tool
go.
can erase signs of AI written text, alarming scientists. The tool directs text generation systems to remove constructions associated with artificial intelligence in research papers and grant proposals specifically. The new academic humanizer tool aims to personalize the tone of research papers, but this is the thing too, though. Real academics who do write their stuff themselves may need to run their stuff through these kinds of apps anyway in order to reduce the academic tone that we are trained to use. The thing is, it should be the case. The goal of academic writing is so that your writing is indistinguishable from anyone else. And the reason why that's the case is for blind peer review, so that you don't have an authorial tone. Because if you have an authorial tone, then even if your paper is blinded, and I happen to know what you sound like, what you write like, because you're a journal reviewer, usually for a very small field, a subsection of a field, well, then I can detect you. I can detect my graduate, I've mentioned this before, my graduate advisor, Dr. Nick Bowman, and his wife, Jamie Banks. I just read one of her papers. It's in my new write-up. I cited her in a recent study that she did. I can tell a Jamie Banks paper or a Nick Bowman paper without seeing their names on it. It has happened to me legitimately in the past, where I was reading something and went, "This sounds like Nick Bowman," and then go up, "Oh, it is." Now I know their work quite thoroughly because I worked with them for a long time in person. But the reality is that you can do that. The reason why we use this interchangeable, very non-emotive, non-authorial voice text is so that it can go through blind peer review without being detected as who wrote it.
Meanwhile, ChatGPT writing in the first person, I thought so. I thought this might work. I like this way.
Yeah. But that,
I don't mind Cabby talking that way,
yeah,
because she's meant to. But
right.
the assistant robot absolutely shouldn't. And Grok doesn't, to be fair to Grok. Grok does well with that.
The tool released on the 20th of June is tailored for papers and grant proposals, which is insane. A grant proposal. Can't you just write that yourself? Fuck. This is for either one. This is for prestige and advancing scientific knowledge. This is for getting a bunch of money. Why can't you write that yourself? How lazy are you? According to its developer, G. Ding.
Hey, if it's lazy and it works, it's not lazy. Well, if it's lazy and it works, it's not stupid. I guess you can keep that part, because it is still lazy.
What is a machine learning researcher at the University of Minnesota. It can be used to match the author's own voice. So what? The author's own voice, there shouldn't be an authorial tone in a research paper anyway. That's as I just said. According to the
Ideally,
GitHub
I
site for
suppose,
the
yeah.
tool, which listed under the core principles the need to strip AI tells without casualizing. The new humanizer is not sophisticated, says Max Sparrow, chief executive of a firm. Sparrow? Oh, birds again. From a New York City that produces AI detection platform Pangram. In his initial tests of humanized text, Pangram caught most of the AI-generated language, although not all of it. Sparrow says that upgraded versions of Pangram are being designed specifically to detect humanizer use. It's going to be out there. Like, this is going to be an ongoing war forever, essentially. But I just think it's ridiculous. On both sides, it's ridiculous. It would be insane of you. Like, you're so fucking lazy. At some point, laziness actually takes you more time than just doing the fucking shit yourself. Now you've got to run it through all these different programs to try and beat the system that is constantly competing against you to be able to detect you. Just fuck off and write the damn thing yourself. You know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
to be fair, they have made themselves redundant in the market by doing it. So
Yeah.
there
It's so
is
stupid.
sort of a silver lining that at some point their boss is going to realize, wait, I
Yeah.
could do this without you. And it's obviously not good for the world,
No, it's
but
not, but it's all just fair.
it doesn't seem to be anyway.
Just put in the work, right? Particularly for something that's supposed to be this important. Scientific research and grants, unbelievable that it
Mm.
exists in the first place. Anyway, that was one of my only two AI and tech stories. So we can continue on with AI and tech, or we can move on to something else for a while. We can always come back to it
Sure.
because I assume you have a lot.
Well, I have something which is a little bit closer to home for a lot of us, which I think we should look at first. This is something, again, it'll be relatively fast to go over, more sort of a PSA, but past now. Discord banned around 8,200 users for posting inoffensive images of
Oh, sorry.
grids.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this, or did you mention this to me? I saw
I
this. Somebody
Someone
did.
mentioned it in Cabal. I
Ah,
think you were there in
yeah,
chat
yeah,
at the
yeah,
time.
yeah.
So this was a real problem. I will say up front,
The
this
grid
doesn't seem to
problem.
be happening anymore.
Did they hit the
Yeah.
gritty? Is that what happened?
Seemingly, it doesn't seem to be happening anymore. Chat allegedly, and Discord has is aware of it and has talked about it. But it was happening for a while. It's pretty crazy. So when I heard
That's
about
weird.
this, I thought that's got to be something to do with either AI or hashing. It's just mixing up the images, and of course it was. We'll have a look. So, like many online platforms, Discord has safety systems in place to automatically detect and flag abusive, illegal, and otherwise harmful content. Now, I don't like the idea of the images I upload to a platform being scanned, but on balance, would I rather everything was scanned and all the CSAM was removed, or would I rather nothing was scanned? That's a question,
True.
to be asked for sure.
Yeah.
It's not a trivial question. This system bugged out in a very odd way over the past few months, leading to thousands of users being incorrectly banned. The situation provides a good chance to consider how online platforms automatically detect harmful images, says the AI that wrote, I fucking guarantee, says the AI that wrote this. Because that sounds AI. As The Verge reports, Discord users have been complaining online about being mistakenly banned for posting totally benign, inoffensive images that include grids in them. This means images of chessboards, game textures, and even things like screenshots of video game inventories, like Minecraft, for example. Here are some examples. Oh, hold on a second, I can fix that.
By the way, I noticed that the sound didn't come through on the previous super chat, so I'm trying to fix that right now.
Yeah, that's weird. This got someone banned from Discord.
The fuck? Just a chest?
Yeah. This got someone banned from Discord.
What is
And
it thinking that it is, that it's banning them over
this
this?
got someone banned from Discord.
I'm still wondering, like, what is
What
it?
they think it is okay. So if you're trying to detect whether or not an image is CSAM, you would. There's different ways you could do it. You could just pass it to an AI and say, "Is this CSAM?" And if you've got an AI that's specialized towards it, that may be your best option. But the compute on that is expensive. So what if you had a way of doing it that didn't require AI? What if you had a way of doing it that was relatively cheap? Okay. So what if you have a trusted organization, right? As hard to imagine as that is, which has access to the CSAM and can make it into a form where you can identify whether an image is that CSAM, that exact CSAM. You
Oh,
convert
I
it
see
to a
what you
form
mean.
where
I
you
see
can
what you mean.
compare
Yeah,
them
yeah. Okay.
without storing the CSAM itself.
Yeah.
So that form is called a hash.
Mm.
And it just converts it to a series of numbers, a series of bits, basically. You can represent
Yeah.
those numbers and letters, which is not itself an image, but does represent one. And
Yeah.
if you put the image through this conversion process,
Oh.
it makes it into this string of letters and numbers, which you can then compare to existing strings of letters
And
and
for some
numbers. It's
reason it
called a
was
hash, and
detecting
it's an Well, we'll get to that in a
Yeah.
second. It's an irreversible process. Theoretically, you can reverse it, but you get collisions. So you convert it, and you've got a range of possible numbers, which is way smaller than the range of pixels, the range of total pixel values in that space. So you get collisions. There could be hundreds or thousands or millions of different images, potential images that would resolve to the exact same hash. Now, I don't think that's what happened here, but that's it hashing in general. Those are called collisions, and that's the disadvantage of hashing. But the range, the total number of hashes that you can have is so high that collisions are extremely rare. And so it's worth it to do this. You convert it into a form that's not dangerous, not harmful, but you can immediately recognize, is this the same CSAM image as the one that was just
Mm-hmm.
sent in? Now,
Mm-hmm.
given that, the kind of people that post this stuff, they are unfortunately uh, intelligent enough to try to work around this. And they will crop the
Fucking
image, they'll
insane that
add
people
things
do
to it,
that on
they'll rotate
Discord
it.
or
Well,
anywhere,
yeah,
but on.
Discord and other platforms too. Yeah, they'll make modifications to the image to try to make it harder for these things to detect. Because if you're just getting every single pixel, blasting it through a hasher, then changing a single pixel by a single RGB value, tilting it just slightly up imperceptibly, would completely change the hash. That's how hashes are
Yeah.
designed.
Okay.
So it needs to be perceptual hashing. It's a
Mm-hmm.
special hashing algorithm then, which changes. This is the opposite of what you want with most hashing algorithms, by the way. But it changes it less when there's only small changes made. It also divides the image up and does some other clever things with it to try to defeat attempts to distort what the image was, and just sort of extracts the core of the image, the
Yeah.
visual core of the image, and to bring that out. So already we're in dangerous territory where they've probably got millions upon millions of CSAM images that they have converted into hashes, then removed, I hope, from their hard drives completely, scrubbed
Mm-hmm.
them clean and burned them if possible,
Yeah.
and then they use that for comparison. They've got some probably fairly simple neural net that can just run through and compare them, or maybe not even neural net, maybe just a simple hash comparison and say, what's the similarity between this image and this image? And if it's above, say, 95%, they assume a human needs to check this. Or if it's above 98 or 99, they assume this is identical, just delete it and ban them and report them to the FBI. Perhaps
Yeah.
automatically. You don't want humans having to look at that if you can
If
possibly
you can
avoid it.
avoid
Or
it, yes.
maybe 95% they pass it to a bigger AI model that's better at detecting, but again, that costs compute. So there's different ways you can do this, but you've got to have a little bit of sympathy. They've got to find some way of doing this.
Well, right. Yeah, I do have
And
sympathy for them in that sense. By the way, Arthur Frayne
yeah,
says, and people think AI is about to replace human workers. Reminds me of self-checkout. Yeah, I remember when self-checkout was going to be everywhere, and
well,
they do have to still employ people because everyone hates self-checkout. Every time I have
mm,
been to a shop,
yeah,
well, look, you might be different. Do you prefer self-checkout? I think you do, don't
uh,
you?
marginally, but it's
Okay.
because I don't need to feel the pressure to pack at the rate they want me to pack at, so I can get out of their way. I can just do it
I,
my rate.
autism, in other words. Although I
Maybe,
also have the
maybe so.
tism, I also have the tism. I don't like those
I
things.
just don't like to bother
Oh
people.
God. Yeah, the last time I was at a shop in England, I was getting some liquor, by the way, unsurprisingly, but I was buying some booze and it had like that big fucking thing attached to it, the detector, so that if you try to walk off with it, it goes off. And
Yeah,
I just scanned it onto the self-checkout because the at this Tesco I was at, it was backed up. Like there was absolutely there was no cashiers available essentially. You'd have to wait in line for forever. So I thought, okay, I'll just use the self-checkout. Go to scan it. It immediately and when the person came over and told me, he's like, "Oh yeah, you can't scan alcohol on this because it makes the sensors on that thing go off." I'm like, "What the fuck then? How do you not have this organized in a way that like I can I know you have to come and check my ID, and that's fine. That's how it usually works. But no, it wasn't intentional that way. The the technology just interferes with itself and causes the sensors on the 18 plus or whatever expensive item thing to go off.
I've never seen that happen
Fucking
actually.
stupid. Yeah, and it was so embarrassing too because now I'm just having to stand there as
Mm.
it's making alarm sounds, like really
Mm.
loud alarm sounds across this entire fucking store. It was a really big one too. So I was like, oh, great.
Maybe there should be alarms every time you try and buy alcohol. You specifically.
This is a while
Um,
ago.
okay. Well, to what Arthur Frayne said, maybe you weren't referring to this story, and I'm not disagreeing with you in general, but the issue here wasn't AI. What I just described,
Yeah.
this is what I just described, Well, it's algorithmic. It's purely algorithmic, and you can do this just by comparing the hashes. You don't have to have even a neural net involved, let alone an AI model.
Wait, there
As I
wasn't
said,
AI
if you've
involved in
got
this? I
a
thought it was in some sense. It is just an
not
algorithm?
yet. Actually, that's what everyone thought it was, but
Yeah.
it probably wasn't. We'll get to that in a second because I think we do know why this happened. As I said, if you have like a 95% confidence, even a 90% confidence, you could then hand it over to an AI that could do a more rigorous investigation because there are now AI models that have a very deep understanding of images and videos, and there's
Mhm.
also very small summarizer models. Like you could do this. But this system, the initial detection system, is algorithmic. It's very, very
Okay.
fast. It
Okay.
would just do a scan through a list of hashes. Um, so that's what it appears to have been, and that's the idea. That's the tech that would be used here to detect them. And I could see how that could potentially get to the point where it would be detecting checkerboard images like that, because
Yeah.
it's just sort of like if you've worn it, this perceptual hashing algorithm, if you've worn it down to the point that it's really good at detecting the core of an image even if you've distorted it like crazy. One of the common distortions you might assume, or a pattern that AI might accidentally learn, is a checkerboard. Because
Yeah.
it's got detail and contrast, but it's also sort of flat in its distribution of detail and seeming and sort of random in a sense. So it might start to detect that. I could see that
Okay.
being
Yeah,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah. Mhm.
if you've told it detect these specific things, but then you've also given it a bunch of general patterns that it should also count as those things, that certain general patterns might start being detected as that specific thing. And a checkerboard is one of the first things I'd assume. So I think that intuition that a lot of people have is why they thought this has got to be a computer bug, not a human bug.
Mm.
It's got to be some sort of detection bug. And I think AI was the natural assumption. I probably initially assumed it was AI, but no, it seems like it wasn't. It seems like it was a pre-AI algorithmic system. And more than that, a specific one. We'll read a bit more, but we'll get onto that soon. Per The Verge, around 8,000 Discord users have been banned since May for sharing inoffensive images that Discord's built-in content moderation tools had flagged. Discord itself said on X, formerly Twitter, that around 200 users have been banned over the past weekend. The company added that all affected users have been reinstated. Now, I heard it was way more than that, but I think it was 200 that were permanently banned that they've reinstated. Thousands more were
Temporarily.
temporarily banned. Yeah.
By the way, I bet they didn't unsuspend those people. You know?
I
I
don't
bet they
know.
did. I
Maybe not.
just because I know how incompetent Discord is, when I got
Yes.
hacked, they refused to unsuspend, even though they admitted, "Oh, yeah, 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 we got it, we understand." And then I was like, "Okay, so can you unsuspend my account?" Because they suspended me for like a month or something. I'm like,
Mm.
well, okay, you know what happened. You're aware of the problem. Because what had happened is I had been hacked, right? And then 3 months later, a server I was in that I had never posted in got deleted, and so I kept messaging them, and I'm trying to like eventually I did get through to a real person, and I was pretty sure it was a real person because I got AI after AI for forever, and they
Mm.
said it's just not our policy, so you're just gonna have to stay banned for a week. I'm like, but you know, it was infuriating talking to this person back and forth. It's like, but you know that my account got hacked. I had to go through the whole process of getting my account back from the hacker, which meant I had to talk to somebody,
Mm.
a real human being. You know I got hacked and that I didn't do anything wrong. You know exactly you have all these logs that this happened. They went, nope,
Unfortunately,
nope, nope.
it is significantly safer for them to assume that, well, yes, that did happen, but maybe that was an elaborate scheme to make it look like you were hacked so that you could get away with doing this without punishment. And if
Someone who's
that was
had an account for
possible,
10 years,
they would
yeah,
start,
suddenly.
yeah, well, yeah, but accounts can be stolen
Mm.
and reused. Then
The whole issue
if
was
we
me getting the
allow
account
this,
back.
then they will regularize this process and drastically accelerate any exploit testing and automate any exploit testing they can do, which decreases the cost of doing so, which means it will happen, which means that they can hit a threshold where they can just exponentially exploit our system. So I can get why they do it. It's safer, but it sucks when you're on the receiving end.
Yeah, by the way, when do you think that all of the suspensions and limitations and things on my account fall off?
Quite a while.
We'll take a guess.
2028.
Keep going. It was a
How
10-year
about
suspension. 10 years.
when Chris? Oh, okay. So Chris
Uh-huh.
Chan will be 50.
Yeah. 10 years, my Discord account's gonna have some restrictions on it. Some of them fall off in
Mm,
2 years, but some of them don't fall off. It says for 10. Like, what's the point? Fuck. The fuck? I mean, like,
mm.
at some point, I'm gonna have to make a new Discord account because my account is always like one step away from being banned or suspended because of their bullshit. It's fucking nonsense. Anyway, I can't stand
Mm,
Discord. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. And I hope
mm.
that I hope they get federally
Improve
investigated
their
for this.
systems.
No, I hope they
Well,
shut down, to
possibly.
be honest. Or like, I fucking hate the people who run Discord. I fucking hate it. Sorry.
Well, Arc 5, I think they do auto report to the feds, yes, and that was part of this. But
Yeah.
I hope that the feds have a slightly more rigorous process than that they would just see, oh, that
Hey,
looks like a
Spirit.
grid. Yep, this person's a child abuser. Let's go and raid their house.
Well,
Uh,
yeah.
however,
Doubt.
it says, well, no one did as far as I know, so I hope not.
Well, wait, no, that's not
So
true. I'm sure they would report people who've done absolutely nothing wrong to the feds as being child abusers, but would absolutely not report other people, who actually have.
maybe.
I don't trust Discord. They have a bad history with that kind of stuff.
Well, this is the part about what they say they did. So our systems flag content by matching it against known harmful material. Discord explains this kind of similarity matching can produce false positives, which is why a member of our trust and safety team always reviews flagged content before any action is taken. Now,
Sounds like he didn't.
this
It's a
has
lie.
generated some controversy.
Uh-huh.
Because if that's true, why the fuck did they okay the grid pictures as being banned?
Well, that's obviously not what happened. It's not
It's
okay.
obviously not what happened.
It's not what happened as to why I got fucking banned on this stuff, because it took me forever to even get through to a person, right? Now, in my case, too, I did get
that's
hacked,
a
and I understand.
different example, but
Yeah, but, like, look, really? What a damn lie. Someone reviewed this picture of a chessboard and decided it absolutely was CSAM. Shut up. Like, just say you had... I don't understand why tech companies can't just own up to this shit. You are using AI moderation. We know that. YouTube wouldn't do it, remember? Whenever that big ban wave came, they refused to say they were using AI moderation when they clearly were. Just admit it.
Here's the one potential steelman defense of this, which is that the people that were banned even permanently, that was done preemptively. Because if you've got people posting CP on your platform, do you wait the 1 or 2 days until you've had a human review it, where they're potentially spamming CP to as many places as they can find, or do you preemptively ban them for a couple of days and then unban them if you were wrong?
Well, I mean, I agree with that. However, I actually agree with all of this on principle. What I don't agree with, and what I actually have the biggest problem with, is them lying about it.
Well, the thing is, with the statement I've got highlighted here,
yeah, that's
I don't
a
know
lie.
if it's technically a lie. I don't know if it is. Because the system that they've got that initially detects it, they may see if it's a 90 or 95% confidence rate, suspend the account temporarily. If it's 99 plus, maybe permanently.
Do it. Yeah, sure.
Suspend the account and then wait for a human to be available to review it. As I said, this story may have nothing to do with AI. I suspect it doesn't.
Well, they just should say, look, we've either
No, I think what they said here is
AI.
technically true.
I don't think it is. Because a human doesn't review it.
What part of it? No, but that's the point. I think that is what happened. They suspended the account in pending for a human to review it.
I would be curious about how many people of those hundreds that got suspended, they got suspensions and didn't get full-on bans, how many of those have been reviewed, how many of those have been looked at whatsoever. Because I would put the number...
I do wonder.
I would bet the numbers near fucking zero. That's speaking from recent personal experience with Discord's inability to check anything that it does.
For the temporary bans, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, they
By
say
the
they've
way,
done the permanent bans.
It got to the point where me messaging them about removing all the suspensions on my account, they just said, stop messaging us. We're not going to overturn this. We've made these decisions. We don't care. It got to that point where they were just like, nope, we're not doing it. So, as in, no, we will not review the account. We refuse to review it. We refuse to review the things that happened 3 months ago that got you the suspensions in the first place. They just straight up said that shit to me. So, I fuck Discord, and I think they're up to no good.
The policy they have, I can see why they would take it, but it's not fair at all to many, many people, including you. Probably the majority of the people it affects are illegitimate. It's illegitimate that they would use it in that way. I do get why they do, but if they can find a way to do better, they absolutely should.
Me getting hacked gives me 10 years of limited use on Discord on my account? That's kind of insane, right? Particularly when I'm the victim in this situation. Whatever. So Discord sucks. So I think it's ridiculous that that's a stupid thing to say.
This statement's probably true, in my opinion, but it really plays as if it's false because it seems obvious that they have taken an action pre-human interaction.
Clearly.
But as I said, it's very possible that action was merely preemptive. Because I have not heard
of anyone in this system. Just phrase that differently then. Say, we eventually have someone look at it. we just say
They
what you
could have
said,
clarified,
is to be
yes.
like,
But
yeah,
again,
we ban
I
for
would be
safety,
cautious.
and then we have
I'd
a
be
person
cautious
look
if I
at
were
it.
them in confirming the workflow because that'll make it easier to exploit. This is the kind of thing you have to worry about.
No,
If they release
no, I'm
information,
sorry. These companies all have to start disclosing the fact that they are all using AI moderation and what they're using it
mm,
for. Yes, they really need to.
if they were only servicing high trust societies, I would
Oh
agree.
no, they need to do so that it can properly affect their market share value. Of actually, we don't have enough money to hire people. We're cutting costs by hiring AI. Anyone, their
No,
shareholders
that's
should
not what I
know,
thought you meant.
should absolutely know that the companies that they have invested in are not hiring people or are firing people in order to replace them with machines that do shitty jobs. I believe
Well,
that is
in
something that
this
they must
particular
disclose.
case,
YouTube needs to disclose it. Discord needs to disclose it. They must, that they are
in
using AI
this
moderation. Excuse me.
in this particular case, I don't think it's AI, and the
Or no
system that they were
algorithm. Either
using
way.
is the system they're using is an industry standard tool. This is the point, Aiden. I think you're jumping the gun a bit here because this does not actually appear to be Discord's fault at all. We'll get to why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, However, it says, as Discord continues, and as was obviously the case, this typical
Indeed,
system
Horwitz.
failed. The system
Horwitz.
is supposed to prevent users from uploading new content while their accounts are being reviewed by a real person, rather than outright banning them. See, it seems like they did say that, or unless this is the site saying this, it's hard to tell. Quote, we had a bug, Discord says, of the mistaken bans. The company says the bug prevented cleared accounts. So this part's their fault, okay? But this is a software bug that has nothing to do with AI or even a complex algorithm. This is just a bad design of their system. We had a bug, Discord says, of the mistaken bans. The company said the bug prevented cleared accounts from being unbanned correctly. And this issue affected around 8,200 users since May. Now, that's fucked. If the human says, no, unban them, the system says, no. And that's just a bug.
Oh, actually,
that is their
have
fault.
all these
That is their
restrictions
fault.
on my account been lifted? I've not checked. Because I was unfairly banned. Let's see. Continue.
Yeah, if they said they refused to, then they probably won't. It's a different case than what happened to you,
Well,
unfortunately.
I think a lot of the stuff on my case was handled by either AI or automated systems. So
Quote, we know that's not a satisfying explanation if this was your account, Discord says. We should have caught this sooner. They should. The company is working on changing its safeguards to ensure this type of quiet ban cannot happen again and that its safety system doesn't punish users who don't violate the platform's rules. Now, I think it's
they
plausible.
don't give a shit about that.
I think it's plausible that everything they've said here is accurate.
Oh no, I don't trust that one iota.
You don't have to trust them, but I don't
Well,
see
because
any
they don't
specific.
do what they say they're going to do.
I don't see any.
So.
I don't see any. They do actually. With
Not
you,
even
it sounds
little.
like they did. With you, it sounds like they did. In this
What?
case, I don't see any reason to think that there's any part of this that is wrong. And I don't know where they would be hiding a lie with this. Now, they might be, but I'm not sure where it is. I think it's much more likely that it is roughly as they've described. And the reason is that the tool that they're using, ready, Aiden, you'll want to hear this.
Uh-huh.
The tool that they're using to detect CSAM is made by, guess who?
Who?
Well, if you'd said Indians, you'd be right.
Oh yeah,
Microsoft.
that was guessable.
Microsoft
No!
makes the tool.
They've removed all the fucking strikes on my account.
Oh, that's good.
What the fuck?
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. It looks like it, unless I'm at the wrong place because Discord fucking sucks to be able to check.
I'm very glad if they have.
Well, I
don't know if it would be related to this.
No, it's giving me problems with the streamer mode thing. Oh, they want me to turn that off.
Maybe it hides it in streamer mode.
Yeah, let's see. Oh no, they didn't. Sorry, I misread that. That's not true. They got rid of several of them.
Maybe they just expired.
No, the ones for the malicious content thing. It's still on there, but they reduced the number because it was like 8 violations, and now it's down to 2. They've left in the one that from when I got banned. Well, from when I got struck most recently, because from Scrump server got deleted is what happened for violent extremism. What a shock! Are you surprised? But that one's still on there. That one doesn't fall off until 2028. But the other ones were like 2036, and they've removed all but one of those. So, and those also don't fall off till 2028. So it's actually pointless. So it actually still is one of them was for like 10 years. Now it is for 2. They did remove some of them, which I guess thanks. But I still have 2 years where my account's like at the verge of being banned. And by the way, it's not suspended. It's deleted permanently. Still. Anyway, sorry.
That's okay. See if you can. I'm sympathetic to your position, but let's see if we can separate what happened to you from this story, shall we?
Sure. But I have my opinion towards Discord and the fact that they don't give a shit. So,
Well, in this
sorry,
case,
their
I don't
evidenced
think
behavior is what it
the
is.
way that they acted with you, I don't think lines up with how this went.
Oh, I don't
Because
think they
in
gave
this
a
case, I
single
don't
fucking
think
damn about the
Discord.
safety of children.
Not what I mean. I don't think what Discord did here was actually. There was a software bug. That is their responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that was something they sort of deliberately left to
They deliberately
rot. I
lied
think
right
no,
there.
they didn't. What did they lie about?
About the fact that someone always looks over it before it. Just say the truth. That, yeah, you
We
auto-ban them with,
we
I
just
know.
Aiden,
Whatever.
we just went
Okay.
through. It's almost certainly that they would suspend it preemptively and then have a human review it when they get
I know,
to.
but
Now,
then don't
maybe
lie
they
and say
maybe
you
they
have a
are
human do it
hiding.
first. Don't lie. That's all I'm saying is
What?
please be transparent about it, you know?
It sounds like they were.
Okay.
Unless like I have no particular skin in the game to defend Discord. It's not a tribal matter, but they do appear to have stated what very likely did happen here.
All right. I just don't trust them.
Like,
And they also lied, so I have
you're
extra
welcome
reason for
not to
not lying
trust
them.
them,
Or for not
but
trusting them for lying.
a lack of trust is a reason to look carefully for problems,
Well, lying
not
is a
to
reason to
imagine
enhance
them.
my existing level of distrust in Discord. So yes.
Which means if you don't trust them, you look carefully for problems. You don't imagine problems. So
Okay.
what are the problems?
The one I just read out, that line that you have
Yes.
highlighted quite literally on the screen.
Yes, that was the reason I highlighted is because it doesn't look right given what happened, but the reality is it probably is actually exactly as they described.
All right. I disagree. I think that line is
What? How do you
it's
disagree?
incorrectly worded, right? It should
That
be,
may be.
we will get to it when we can get to it. That's how it should be worded, not that stop lying and saying, I can't stand this shit with tech companies, okay? Where they say, no, because it happened when Broken Crown got banned on YouTube earlier this year, hit by AI or algorithm, what the fuck ever. They said, what? I sent a request. I had to make a YouTube video. I had to make a video and upload it saying, hello, I am not an AI, which is hilariously what they banned us for, is claiming that we're AI. And it got rejected within about 5 seconds, saying human reviewers have decided no. That's what irritates the fuck out of me. When you lie and say a human has looked at it when they clearly have not. That's the part that gets under my skin. Just be honest. Yes, we use AI to review this stuff, and then eventually, when we have someone who is free, they look over it. When you lie like this, it reduces your credibility. Just be honest. We use AI to do the moderation, and then eventually we'll try to get a human to look at it. That's all I'm asking. Be honest. I don't think it's a big. Is it a big ask?
I don't believe this is technically a lie.
It is.
You may be right that no. The one thing you could maybe say is a lie is the use of the term any action when we're talking about preemptive suspensions.
That is an action.
That part you could argue is a lie.
It is.
Action, they might mean action outside of the platform, but they should be clear about that. So that part you could argue is a lie.
It is. Sure. It is definitionally a lie.
The idea, yes, the idea that they do have to take it to a human before they take it outside the platform, that it doesn't just get confirmed by an AI. I don't think there's any reason to believe that is what they're doing. But if
the AI is taking action,
there's no reason here to believe.
So it's
it's not. Not as far as we know. There's no AI involved in this process as far as we know.
Okay, I'm sorry. The algorithm then is suspending an account, but there you go. Is it not? Yes, it is taking an action. Yes. It is taking an action, which by the way, I don't disagree with it taking the action either. Just be clear. I agree. If it thinks something is CSAM, fucking suspend the motherfuckers. Put them in a little box and say someone now has to review it. Then don't lie and go to the public and say, no, a person looked at this before the suspension happened. Just say an algorithm hit them and then someone looked at it. That's my whole issue.
The way that this entire sentence is worded, whilst I agree that they should not have said any action, but the way the entire sentence is worded does clarify it. So that part is badly worded in that part is technically not true, but I wouldn't really call it a lie because the whole sentence is fairly clear. So they would only... The matching can provide false positives, but it's then reviewed by a human.
I think we fundamentally disagree on this because I hate the use of these systems, and I think they have their place. But what I really despise about them is companies lying. Just be upfront about what you are doing. Be upfront that you are using algorithms. Be upfront that you are using AI when applicable. Don't lie to people and say that you're not. That a
Of
human is
course they're
totally
using
looking at it.
algorithms.
I
They
know.
have
Why
probably
can't they
they
just
probably
say
said in
that?
the past that no, they, one, everything a computer does is an algorithm.
Yeah.
Two, their system is probably riddled with millions of them. Three, they probably have said at some point that they use algorithms and pattern matching to detect CSAM images. Four, the bug in that algorithm wasn't caused by Discord. Five, yes, the wording of hit any action, that's not a good choice of wording. But the sentence in itself is it is
They
clear
just
what they
they're
mean, and that's
allergic to
probably true.
responsibility for the things that they do, and that's why I
No,
have
they are
contempt for it.
corporations, and so they
Yes.
can't take the heat of saying something that's not optically
Yeah, I
optimal.
know. And it's I
And
think
I'm not
I
a big
honestly
fan of
think
that, but
I
that's
think
the
you would
nature of
be
the environment.
I
It's
think
not
that you would
Discord's
build
fault that
I think
that's
that you
how
would build
optics
greater
work.
trust with your users if you could be upfront when something is your fault instead of trying to blame it on
Unfortunately,
everybody else around you or everything else around you. I just find it to be
they'd lose
personally
a lot more
repugnant.
money overall doing
Okay.
that. I'm not disagreeing with you that it would be better, but practically, I think they'd lose a lot more money
No, I
overall
don't think
doing
they
that.
would. I think that it builds user trust. So
Yes, but I don't. And
mm,
if that was true, Aiden, if that was the most important factor, that's what corporations would do, but they don't. And so I'm having to decide. Okay, why not? Probably because it reduces
all
investor
right.
confidence more than it builds user trust.
Spirit has says Aiden is right, Uzlu is wrong. This is clearly a contentious issue. So
Spirit is
let us ask the chat then. Okay, is Discord should Discord have taken how do you
well,
want me to phrase this? Yeah,
we
go
haven't
ahead.
finished getting to the details yet.
Should they say that this is what I'm curious about. What I'm interested in here is
It's
is
also
this statement
obvious
a
what the chat
lie?
will say because Discord is not well liked for tribal reasons. Now, I have no particular reason to
Why
defend
then?
Discord except the fact that it
Do
appears
you
to be
think like
true.
right wingers don't use Discord? Because we obviously do. I don't know what you mean by tribal
Use
reasons.
is different from like, Aiden. You use YouTube and you constantly complain about them for good reasons too.
Well, it's the same
Tribally,
problem
we
with
all
Discord I
want to
have with
criticize
YouTube about
big
the AI
companies that
stuff.
have control of our data, and that's fair to want to do. But you do have to separate your general dislike of the tribes in place with what appears to be true. Now, I'm not saying that you can trust Discord. I'm saying that there's no particular reason to think the statements they've made here are untrue, except technically any action. They shouldn't have said that. But the rest of it, the general statement they've made here, I think is probably completely accurate.
Yep.
So
All right, continue.
I'll see if I can find what so they give an example of how the hashing works here, but I kind of already explained that, so I'll skip past it. Yeah, here it is, PhotoDNA, Microsoft's PhotoDNA. Now, a lot of companies use PhotoDNA. Hold on a second. Should tech companies disclose when they use AI or algos for moderation? Without they probably already have. So I would agree. Mostly yes. So without human initial review. So this is a bit of a fraught question. We don't necessarily disagree on this. So I wouldn't have put that as the poll. That's not really what we're arguing over.
But it is.
But if that's a question that, no, it's not what I'm arguing over. That's a different topic. But if you want to ask chat that, that's a fair question.
See, okay.
So this is PhotoDNA. This is how it works.
Gone in a different direction. Whoops.
Aiden, if you didn't understand what I was saying, that is not my fault.
Okay. This is
Because
every
I
argument we get
myself
into where
many
you
times.
say that you've said a certain thing. I know you've said a different thing, but then after the fact, when your argument becomes less
Aiden,
tenable.
if you don't, it's not untenable. There's no need to be like that about this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I was quite clear about what I said. The
all
truth
right,
of the, like, if you want to make it about if you want to make it about something else, you're welcome to. But that's not what I was arguing.
Well,
what
were you
I
arguing
said,
then?
Aiden. No. If you didn't get it, I can explain it again, but it'll
no.
land us in the same
Let's not
place.
waste any more time
as
on
I
it.
said,
Please, let's move on.
As I said,
okay?
AI and algorithms and AI are very different in this case, for one thing. But AI companies use algorithms for everything by definition. If they're using them for content moderation without initial human review, yes, that's every large tech company on Earth, and most of them do say so.
They must. All I'm asking, literally, my only contention here is that they must disclose that AI or algorithms have been used before, and that humans come and review it later. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, that is what Discord said.
No, they said that someone reviewed it before. Okay, whatever. Let's move on. Discord said no, someone reviewed it first.
Is your position becoming less tenable now, Aiden?
No,
your position that's my position, because that's not my position, and your position besides it is also untenable.
Discord said a human reviewed it before the suspension. Because you don't like Discord
because of what they did to you, and you have good reason not to like them. But in this case, I'm just trying to get at the raw facts.
By their own...
And it does appear that Discord has not done anything wrong here.
What they said is that a human looked at this. I have problems with them saying that a human reviewed it before anyone was suspended. I don't have problems with them suspending people using AI or algorithmic moderation if it's
Yes,
believed to be CSAM. However, my problem is entirely with do not then go out and tell the public that a human reviewed it before any action is taken,
I
because
agree. They
that
should
is
not have
a
written any
lie.
action. As I said, that part technically makes the statement a lie, but only technically. The statement as a whole does
Okay.
clarify their meaning. It is actually clear what they meant, even though that part's a lie. And I'm not defending the wording. That's a poor choice. But they were not coming out and just generally being dishonest. I believe they said roughly what they meant. They just worded it very badly.
Okay.
I think by action, they meant beyond temporary suspensions. The permanent ones were likely because they hit like 100% confidence rating, and that's just their policy. I suspect that's the case anyway.
And
But
yet
I don't necessarily disagree. Like it
they
would
did
be
unban those people, even the ones who were permanently banned.
they
Yes.
did
So
supposedly, yeah, they said they did.
so
They said they did.
humans did not look at that before permanent action was taken, right?
Well, that's what I mean. The permanent action in that case was probably an exception to the temporary ban, and the permanent ban would still technically be temporary actions within a context that you can undo
Hmm.
them. So that's kind of what I mean when we're looking at the word action here. We have to, it is untrue literally, but interpreted generously, they probably meant actions that we will not undo and actions that go outside of our company. That's
Okay.
probably what they meant. Whether they should have said that, they should have worded it differently. I agree,
Well, that's why
but I
that
think that's what
quote,
they meant.
as you said, this quote brought up was contentious with people. That's why.
Yes, they should not have worded it that way.
And
But to your
from the 8
poll
votes,
question,
it's
from
100%.
your poll question,
So,
well, of course, because I don't disagree. From your poll
but you
question, I
do.
wouldn't strongly disagree, but I definitely wouldn't know. If you think I do, Aiden, then why am I agreeing? If the poll question, I wouldn't have worded it that way because AI and algorithms are very different in terms of how they work. And
Okay.
if you have if I have considered for posting images into Discord from my the meme bot and from Cabby and from any other system I use which posts images into Discord, I've considered getting one of these CSAM detector hashing algorithms. Of
Mhm.
course, there'd be no CSAM on my PC. It's not how it works. It would just be a hasher, which you can just run quickly and detect whether it is one of the known CSAM
Mhm.
examples before it posts. I've considered getting that. There
Yeah,
are tools that
understandable.
you could implement to check content which are so simple that it's not worth disclosing. It's so simple. Something like, is it the same content they posted 5 seconds ago? Okay, now you've got content moderation algorithms. But that's not what people think of when they think of content moderation algorithms. They're thinking of heuristic things that can ban for even political reasons or for unjustified reasons. So, and with AI, it's almost always that. So that's why I would not have worded it that way. And that's why the
Sorry.
question doesn't get at
Okay.
what we were actually
Look, we're
arguing
fine.
over.
I hate Discord. I particularly hate Discord after having to deal with them for the past couple months from their system that allowed me to be hacked in the first place using a fucking QR code. And then two, the fact that I got punished
That
for
was Google, right?
both. Oh no, sorry. It was no, Google was the one that let me get hacked with that QR code, which is more my fault. At least I shouldn't have scanned a QR code. No, Discord, I didn't do anything. Someone just created a token and stole my account. Like that's ridiculous that you can just do that. You
Well, they
can
used
just
your token.
well, I don't know how they did that. I didn't click on
No.
anything. I didn't do anything. Someone just stole my account. Literally,
Token stealers are some of the most common malware these days.
well, I've not done anything. I literally didn't have anything downloaded. I didn't do anything. So like,
I'm not sure how it could have got on your PC, but some executable lying around on your PC, which stole a
no,
token.
can't they just make like random tokens from your like they can just do that?
No, it doesn't work that way.
I'm pretty sure in Discord it does though. Anyone can just kind of steal your account.
No, Aiden.
Okay, well that's
If you're going to jump to that assumption, please don't approach it with such certainty when you don't know how the system works.
okay. Well, I didn't click on anything. I didn't do anything, and someone just stole my account. That's what happened.
There would have been, as much as it likely was no fault of yours, there would have been some line of code that ran on your PC that was able to steal the token from your browser.
Oh, it happened when I was out. Both times that it happened when I was connecting probably to like public Wi-Fi. Is what I
It's
think
also
happened.
possible. It
'Cause
could have been that, but I think that's unlikely. It's
No,
possible though.
I mean it happened
It's
like
also
as soon
possible.
as I connected to like some public Wi-Fi when I was in England was when it happened.
If you were going through a VPN, then and it was a trusted VPN, then that shouldn't have made any difference.
Well, I didn't have a VPN turned on at the time. I was just barely getting internet
It's
access.
not impossible then, but that's not where I'd initially look. It is very possible that the actual compromise happened weeks or months before you noticed the effects. If it was me doing it, I'd probably put a big delay on it to mask the cause. So any software you'd installed in the last
Well,
weeks or months,
it happened about like an hour after I used public Wi-Fi in England. So that's what
which
at the
could have been
airport.
the cause, or it
Yeah,
could have been completely unrelated.
I used public Wi-Fi at an airport, and it happened
Loads of
within
people use
an
public
hour of
Wi-Fi
that.
without their token getting stolen. So there's more to it. There's another factor involved.
Whatever. I don't know. I just don't like Discord. Fuck them.
That's correct. You don't know, and you hate Discord.
Yeah, I hate them because they won't
So,
look at my fucking case. Yeah.
but you're also
I don't
approaching this
trust
as
them to
if
look
you
at. I
have
don't trust them to look at
a
anyone else's
lot
case.
of technical knowledge
They're
and
only
an
doing any about this
unbiased
because they got in
perspective,
big
which you
trouble
don't
over
have.
it. So that's to
Aiden,
fuck them. They don't have anybody
Aiden,
who works for them for real. They don't do their fucking jobs. Fuck them. I hate Discord. Fuck them.
I can tell.
Uh-huh.
I am not a big fan of Discord either. They deleted my original Cabal server, so I have reasons not to like them either. But I am trying to approach this as I do everything with dispassionate analytical lens.
All right. Let's move on because I hate Discord so much that I clearly can't be objective about this. And I want them to fail.
This is
and suffer.
PhotoDNA.
Suffer, Discord, suffer.
PhotoDNA had a bug, apparently. So let's have a quick look just to confirm that. Checkerboard bug, because I think I did read that this was true recently. Okay, it's false positive issue.
Let's
DNA,
just
we
move
know
on.
that already. False flagging.
Is it still? We're still in the same thing.
I just wanted to confirm for me that this was actually, because I saw a video on this earlier and they said or implied that it was actually a bug that happened recently. But yes, as far as I know, chat, this was a bug with PhotoDNA, which is a industry standard, widely used tool, which if I was building something that was anything like a social media platform, I would probably implement myself. And I might end up implementing it almost the exact same way Discord does, where you have initial temporary suspensions and then a human review when available. And so the fact that this happened on Discord, I don't think it's Discord's fault at all. The way they communicated it could have been better. And there was one thing they said, as you said, which is technically a lie. But I think taken as a whole, what they communicated was true.
All right. Can we laugh at Indians?
You're welcome to laugh at Indians. I may even join you.
All right. Get on to something that everyone can enjoy. Indians have self-felted themselves. So, court directs FIR against, because by the way, I don't trust the woman in the situation either. I think she probably is also a scammer. A scammer got scammed by scammers, got fired from her position, and is crying about it, is what happened. That's the TLDR about this. I believe at least that it was a scammer who got scammed by scammers and got fired and is crying about it. I don't know if she is or not, but I have suspicions. So, court directs FIR against two DU assistant, this is University of Delhi, assistant professors over publication fraud. Accused got original research work published in fake journals. Here's where I think she's the fraud as well. She submitted to these fake journals. I think she knew they were fake journals because we have a pandemic, an endemic, or epidemic, excuse me, of researchers who are submitting research into low-quality journals that they know are bullshit so that they can increase their H-index or their other academic metrics that give them... Am I out of allergy pills? I got one left because I can tell as the sun is set, my allergies are getting worse. They publish to these fake, shitty journals just to increase their H-index, which is how many times you have been cited versus how many citations you have, right? It's just one of a couple of metrics that are used to determine an academic's standing in the field. And it's essentially like H-index jacking by publishing in shitty journals, at least that your number of citations goes up, or your number of published papers goes up, and then they all cite each other, which that's the H-index jacking. So, 29-year-old Ankita Kilsan landed a job as an assistant professor at Delhi University's Bharati College in November 2023, felt like the ultimate validation for all of her hard work. Was it? A word guy like Jawaharlal Nehru University alumni, she believes her academic career was finally taking off. But months later, that dream disintegrated. Kilson, a resident of Shalimar Bog, was allegedly the victim of a scam run by people she considered peers. She allegedly paid some amount of rupees to get three. Okay, this is why I said it's scamming on all sides. She's paying a single rupee or something to some small amount of money. I don't know how much. Which is this? RS1 lock? What the hell does that even mean? What is this in like real money? Oh, okay. 100,000 in the India. Okay. So, or
I
look,
assume that
a
it's
thousand
their number
dollars.
for a multiplier, like 1,000.
It's about
It's
one, yeah. So she paid $1,000 per paper to get these published. That's pretty crazy. She's paying to play already, which means you're not going to get into a good journal if you're paying to play. To get three of her articles published, I guess that was the total. She paid about $1,200 to get it published in journals, which later turned out to be fake, leading to the termination of her service. She got fired from her college because she published research. She paid to publish research in a bunch of bullshit journals. She's gonna cry victim here. I'm sorry. You didn't bother to check these journals. You didn't care about their standards whatsoever. You paid to get put in publication anywhere that would accept you. You can't cry. I don't think you can cry foul about how you were scammed afterwards when you were engaging in already scammy behavior of trying to get your shit published in any dog shit, dog water uh, journal, and you paid them money to do it. I have very little sympathy. If you can't be published of your own merits, that's a you problem. A Delhi court directed the registration of FIR against two DU assistant professors for allegedly duping Kilson. So she's been fired, and then the two other professors who scammed her at the same university have also are also under investigation. The court was hearing an application seeking the registration of an FIR removed by Kilson, formerly employed by Roddy College's political science department. The court directed that the station head officer of Shalimar Bog police station to register an FIR based, which is what actually is an FIR? What does this mean? FIR India. What does that mean? Oh, first information report? Police report. Okay. Initial official police document regarding the commission of a cognizable offense in India. Okay. I'm not familiar with that acronym. So I trusted them fully. I thought I thought they were a fraternity. I found out in July 2024 that my articles are fake. Your articles are fake, which is a strange thing to say. I think she means that the journals are fake, or the articles are published in fake journals. But no, she says the articles are fake. Weird. Maybe this is translated, I presume. But I kept questioning them. They kept fooling me. You kept paying them money to get your shit published in bullshit journals. You should be able to go check and find her bullshit, right? She told the Indian Express. For people who know me well, it was absolutely unbelievable. We all thought, how could this happen to someone like me? My mental health deteriorated so much. Since 2024, I have been suffering, sir. I complete PhD, such stressful situations, sir. The work I have done last 6 months took over 1 year. Could have done 6 months, took over a year. Not an isolated example. Dude, how do you feel about this? I have no sympathy for this woman. Because she was trying to pay for play in a journal anyway and got duped by people in her own department. Who
look.
are all,
I can smell
everyone
the
in this is a
story from
scammer.
here.
You know?
I can smell the story from here. I think that says enough.
Yeah. Every single person
If
in this
you're
story is a scammer.
if you're operating in India and at any point the words "I trusted them fully" leave your lips, you're doomed.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she did. Maybe she did in order to, like, yeah, they were going to get my shit published.
I think it said it in here.
Yeah. She did. No, she said that she trusted them fully. What did you trust them fully to do, though? Not to scam you?
Mm.
Or to get your shit published into a fake journal to boost your academic bona fides? I think you trusted them
Mm.
to do the latter, just not the former. Either way, you were trusting them to scam. Gee, someone you thought was going to scam people ended up scamming you. Who could have seen that coming? I have no sympathy for her in this instance, right? Yeah, her mental health is
Mm.
deteriorating. Please give her sympathy, right? I have none. That's it. I wanted to. It's just a ridiculous kind of request. People, please be sympathetic towards me because I was trying to do a little scam. I was trying to run pay for play, and I got scammed by my own classmates in a different way. So,
Mm.
everyone in this, what's the Norm Macdonald bit? I believe everyone in this story should be shot. I think.
Something like that. Yes.
All right, what do you got? Or I can keep going, one way or another.
Well, oh, I've got plenty of stuff. I'm sure I can find something interesting. We did that one. Uh, so it's hot.
It is hot. It's actually
Uh,
quite okay now. But yeah.
Scientists have figured out a solution.
Is this that, dimming sun? I thought it was gonna be that paint that you can put up that they use in pools, apparently.
No, I did. Did we cover that already? I can't
I think
remember.
we have in the past, yeah.
Scientists propose dimming sun. That sounds quite appetizing, actually, to combat El Nino. Did you get?
That's a good
Did you
one,
get my
yes,
joke?
that was good.
Thank you. It's a controversial proposal, it says. Well, okay, let's be
You get
clear.
some dim
They're
sum?
not going to be dimming the actual sun. That would be quite expensive.
Be quite difficult.
They're going to be
and very
yes,
dangerous.
reducing the amount of its energy that reaches Earth, or its surface anyway, by making clouds, I assume.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what it seems like anyway. Last month, the UN warned that this year's El Nino, a naturally occurring climate pattern characterized by unusually warm ocean surface temperatures throughout the Pacific, would be particularly extreme.
Yeah, they've been warning about
and
this for a while. It has been. Yeah.
The world must treat it as the urgent climate warning it is. The World Meteorological Organization cautioned at the time.
El Nino
What do you
is
think of that?
El Nino is a naturally occurring phenomenon. This idea that it's climate, it's
You
so
could argue,
crazy
though,
when they say stuff like
the
that.
extent
I
is
guess
unusual. I'm not sure though.
it is crazy.
I'm-
It's again like just like in that bird article though, where I pointed that out. Where what did they say? It's that like, oh, um, they care about this one species, right? And the only reason they noticed was because, or they cared about the one bird species, is because they had shut down some kind of like how did I get to that point where it was like they were tracking this bird because they were using it for political reasons, essentially? It's the same stuff here. El Nino is a naturally occurring environmental phenomenon that people have hijacked to suit their political, goals.
I still don't
Give me
really
the
have a
birds.
decision on the climate change, anthropogenic climate change thing, on exactly how much of an effect it has.
Yeah.
Because the occurrence of the hottest years on record have all been in the last 10 years, and they're getting worse.
Yeah.
Not linearly, but exponentially. Now, the idea of coming out of a little ice age doesn't quite explain it. There's more to it than that. I'm not sure. I don't think there's enough. I think there's more to it than that, but it might not be anthropogenic. I don't know. But I wouldn't be so skeptical.
Didn't Mr. Burns do just this? Yeah, he did. It's
basically,
literally a Simpsons episode plot. So
El Nino conditions will pour fuel on the fire of a warming world, they say. It's been quite a while since they've gone with actual global warming as the narrative rather than climate change, because climate change is a bit more broad. Whether it may be more accurate scientifically, I don't know. But if it were propaganda and purely that, it would be more useful to have propaganda that was non-specific. Indeed, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, confirmed that there was a rising chance of a very strong El Nino triggering drastic temperature swings and more frequent extreme weather events, from severe storms to major flooding. Meanwhile, human-driven climate change will only amplify these effects, it says, making the summer particularly precarious.
see, as they say that, they admit in that paragraph, tacitly, that the El Nino phenomenon is normal, but it is exacerbated by human influence.
I believe that's their point, yes.
Yeah.
But scientists say we're not entirely helpless. The scientists, in this case, were they wearing a ragged lab coat, and they had wiry hair, and they were dancing around, holding a vial in each hand with a different colored liquid in it, saying, "I'm definitely not an evil scientist." This is funnily enough, another Mitchell and Webb sketch when the man unveiled the death ray,
yes,
and then tested it, and it was just a ray that could detect the price of the product. It turns out the doctor's name is Dr. Death, and he just named it after himself. That's a good one. Scientists say we're not entirely helpless. According to a new study published in the journal Science Advances on Wednesday by researchers at UC San Diego, weather-altering interventions, including the radical proposition of dimming the sun, could tamp down El Nino's impacts.
Arthur Frame brings up a good point, which is true from my experience. In the winter, if they're talking about it, it's climate change. In the summer, if they're talking about it, it's global warming, which does seem to be consistent.
I hadn't noticed that correlation, but that's interesting. That may be true.
It depends. Okay. Well, because they know it's not going to sell. If it's freezing outside, which, by the way, it could be, then they'll say, "Why is it so cold?" Climate change.
Yeah.
Why? Then in the summers when it's hot, global warming. I have noticed that over the past 20 years, essentially. Yes. It's not entirely.
Unfortunately, we're also in the position where you could plausibly argue that the issue is so extreme that they're willing to use marketing methods to get people more aware of it because it is real.
I think
So
Eric
it
is
still
largely
doesn't.
correct,
It's
by the
still not
way,
conclusive, but
is that climate is complex, which it is, but it's exceedingly clear by everyone who
mm,
studies it that humans are affecting it in an extreme way. I wouldn't say in an extreme way necessarily, but we certainly are affecting it. We certainly are affecting it. I mean, it's not been experienced this quickly aside from mass extinction events. There's so
mm,
many factors that go into climate. It is unquestionable that humans are affecting it. The countries that are overwhelmingly affecting it at this point by emissions of greenhouse gases are China and India, and not the
yeah.
majority of the West. So, uh, you know, those are the countries to look at, though, for that. It is clearly the case that humans and in the industry in particular can affect the climate. The extent to which
Yeah.
it is, dictated by the other factors that it's interacting with. And as
Mm.
it's climate and it's
Arthur Frayne,
everything, it's, yeah, everything. So that's a lot
it's perfectly possible that they have
in
one
terms of
theory. They're
regression,
just describing
difficult to
two different
calculate.
like expressions of it. So again, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that there is somewhere for them. It's not conclusive.
Hmm.
But yes, the idea of it is of course many factors, but the question of whether it's happening, whether it's anthropogenic, is easier it's easier to accept the establishment position on than the notion of what we should do in response to it. The
Speaking
idea
of,
of deindustrializing or reducing industrial activity, aside from just reducing pollution and increasing efficiency, that's fine. But anything beyond that is just a bad idea. We're just decreasing our competitiveness against our competitor, who is nowhere near as responsible as we are. If anything, we should be dominating the world with this responsible mindset, but ensuring we dominate as a top priority. It's like the idea of putting the air mask on yourself before putting it on your
yeah,
child. You can't help the world if you fail, and the one that succeeds wants to destroy it.
true. I also just realized something. Since we're talking about the weather and the temperature, what is, because it's cooled down to a nice temperature here. With my fan on, it's very lovely. How hot is it where you are?
I'm going to go check my thermostat. It will only take a few seconds.
The reason I'm asking is because whether or not I should encourage you being forced to wear the bee suit.
29.6
Oh,
Celsius.
fuck. It says it's 20 here outside. I don't think it's that. I think it's warmer indoors, but
It hasn't been any lower than about 24 or 25 here in
also
about
it's
a month.
very miserably hot where Uzlu is, and it would be terrible. It would be just terrible
No,
if chat were to
it's not
collectively
too bad, actually. I
decide.
mean, yeah, no, it would be terrible. Oh,
It would
God,
be
I'd
terrible
suffer.
if chat were to
Yep.
decide to uh, let us hit the goal of $50, which I believe that we have. Where are we at?
Smash that super chat button, chat.
We
Smash
would
that
need
super chat.
we would need about $40 because we've had a couple of donations this stream, but we need about $40 for Uzlu to be forced to wear the bee costume and suffer Uzlu in the heat. Suffer.
It would be terrible. It would be terrible.
It would indeed be terrible. Also, I think I got the uh thing back up, the Streamlabs thing, so it should read out and you love
Okay, well done.
ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT.
So, if you think I've been too mean to Aiden today and you'd like to punish me gravely,
No, I think we just got into an argument as we are wont to do, so. But yes, no,
Yeah.
you were terribly mean to me, and you should be punished to wear the bee costume, obviously.
we should generally be of the position, Aiden, that we can trust each other not to have bad intentions and to settle after the argument. And I think
Yeah.
generally we've done that in the past.
I think that I think we just had a different perspective on that thing with Discord, and I admitted I can't be objective about it because I fucking hate Discord.
Mhm.
And I want them to suffer too, but I also want you to suffer by having to wear that bee costume. Suffer.
What was that time for pizza? She got me pizza yesterday.
I did, against my fucking better judgment. I did. Why did I do this? Why is this?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Do you know, because she was ordering me pizza, I was ready to go with the stream I was going to do, which is to play KOTOR for the first time. I was ready to go. And she said that she'll order me pizza, right? First thing that happens, which is not Aiden's fault, is the entirety of Domino's disappeared from history.
Well, it was
or something
it was the
similar.
World Cup.
Just,
I mean, it was, England versus
maybe
Norway.
that was it.
Yeah, it had
But
to have been.
They just stopped like serving that day. So the pizza that Aiden had ordered just never arrived. It got cancelled. And then the second one took ages to arrive. So I could have cooked twice over before it arrived. What happened in?
Oh, remember before stream how everything crashed? It just happened again, but
Yeah.
it's come back, so I
It's
don't
not
know.
showing up on OBS. OBS looks fine still, so
Weird,
stream should be all
but
right.
yeah, it just
Yeah.
oh, Buckrock for 2 says enjoying the new channel. Thank you so much, man. Let's go.
Thank you, Backrock. The Streamlabs didn't show up though.
It didn't show up. I don't know why.
Hmm.
I haven't launched an. Oh, you know what? It happened literally right as everything crashed.
No. I wonder if that was the cause.
Maybe.
I doubt it because it happened before stream, and I don't think there was a super
That's
chat before
weird. Let
stream.
me
So.
hmm. Oh well. Sorry about that. It should have worked.
Hmm. I'll continue while you fix it
Continue,
though,
please. Yes.
if you like.
Yes.
Okay. The concept broadly referred to as geoengineering. Actually, just before that, scientists say we're not entirely helpless. According to a new study published in the journal Science Advances on Wednesday by researchers at UC San Diego, weather-altering interventions, including the radical proposition of dimming the sun, could tamp down Nino's impacts. The concept broadly referred to as geoengineering.
It should have worked. It must have been because my shit all crashed. Like
Yeah.
Just the timing aligned, the stars aligned to make it not work. That was weird. Okay.
It's deceptively simple. By injecting special. By the way, they spent years implying or just not admitting that they can do this.
Yeah.
Like probably for decades.
Yeah.
I think it is decades.
They said they couldn't do it. Yeah.
To cloud seed.
Cloud seeding. Yes.
So I'm unsure as to whether it was really hidden or whether I'm just sort of seen enough people saying it was real and got them confused. I don't know, but either way, it is now being widely admitted that cloud seeding is real.
Well, cloud seeding, to the fact that they can make clouds, that kind of stuff too, and that they can put things into them. Yeah, that part. It was what are you seeding the clouds with? That's been contentious, right?
Okay, fair enough.
You can do that. You know, we know that they can do it. Obviously, technology exists. It's about what are you doing with it that's been contentious. I think.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I may have been mixing stuff up then. By injecting special particles into the Earth's atmosphere, stratosphere, which I think is where the clouds are, more of the sun's rays are reflected back into space, allowing the surface below to cool. I wonder what particle that because it has to be something relatively light, wouldn't it? I wonder what's light as an element or as a compound and reflective. Well, I mean, like methane, I think, and other because carbon dioxide is a very mild greenhouse gas. It's just very common. There are much worse ones like methane. I think there's others as well. But they could just get one which is sure. No, that's the opposite of what they want, though, isn't it? No, they want something that's going to reflect it straight away. Something shiny, not water, because that would take part in the water cycle.
Yeah.
But something shiny that's very light. I'm not sure what it would be actually. Maybe someone in chat knows. Let us know if you do know, chat. Allowing the surface below to cool, reflected back into space, allowing the surface below to cool. It's the same basic principle as a volcanic eruption, injecting chemicals that cause global temperatures to drop.
It's
like
sulfur,
with the Krakatoa blast.
I've got it here. What it is? It's sulfur dioxide, sulfate aerosols, and titanium dioxide. The titanium might do what you suspected it is, but it reflects it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking of. I wouldn't have thought. I would have thought. Well, I guess that makes sense. Titanium dioxide is like it's a stone basically. It's weird. Okay. In their study, the researchers argued that marine cloud brightening, a solar engineering concept that includes using aerosols to make clouds over the seas brighter and therefore reflect more sunlight, could theoretically mitigate extremes of seasonal phenomena, including El Nino. I think if you're doing exactly as you describe here, and that's all you're doing, and there's no like significant side effect, I say give it a fucking go. It's humans taking control of our environment to control what is otherwise a unpleasant effect. If it doesn't have any dangerous side effects, I say why not? Of course, it could lead to irresponsibility in other areas because we have more slack, but that's life. Everything does that.
Slack is good. That's the core goal of the Church of the Subgenius. More slack.
I'm retarded. Titanium dioxide is the primary ingredient in white paint. That's why they use it.
Oh, right. Yes, we talked about that before, that the French are paint. Well, they were using chalk, weren't they? I thought. Not they weren't using white paint.
That was the makeshift method. Chalk, I think it was also fairly good for that, but titanium oxide's the real thing you want to use.
Yes.
Yeah, ABC, I did know that, but thank you for reminding me. Inject energy drinks into spiders.
Yes.
Well,
I got that. No, I got it.
I got that. Insects.
I got the spider caffeine thing. Yeah, well, I do. Wow. I actually do. I mean, they didn't inject caffeine into them, but I have spiders on speed.
Wow.
Look, I got everything planned out.
The,
serendipity.
Should we assume we have the gist?
I think so. I can talk about the spiders that gotta go fast. They go
We'd be very
supersonic
careful
speed.
about what they do with this, but in
Yes.
principle, I don't think there's. It's playing God a bit, so obviously be very careful, monitor the situation. But I think in
Yeah.
principle, it's probably okay.
Monitoring the situation.
Indeed.
Jinx. Anyway. Spiders have ranked 258 spiders.
Spider experts have ranked 258 scientist species by speed. Are you having a day, Ada? Are you having a time?
258 scientists. Sorry. It got me. Anyway.
258 spider scientists. Or scientist spiders, I suppose.
Ranked 258 scientist species by speed. The fastest can outrun you. You gotta watch out for those quick scientists.
Oh.
They're fast, boy.
It's the Usain Bolt spider.
Oh, I'm sorry that you had to hear that, but I had to sneeze. That's why
okay. It didn't come through very loud.
That is why I took an allergy pill. If you find spiders creepy enough,
That is
you
true.
might want to stop reading here. New study analyzes these. Actually, can you get this? Because I have to sneeze again.
Sure, I'll try and find it. Spider
is it not up on the
scientists.
Screen? Wait, is it not working?
Give speed to hundreds of spiders. It is on screen, but I can't see it very well. It's not very
sorry,
large, and I can just find it here. It's on Science. Okay. I have the article now. If you already find spiders creepy enough, you may want to stop reading here. A new study analyzes the sprinting pace of 258 different spider species, or scientist species, and the fastest of the bunch can easily catch a person walking. The researchers behind the study used a lab setup involving a camera and grid paper mounted on a plastic tray or metal sheet to see which spider species compared between 2 points, scampered, between 2 points the quickest. Now, spiders...
Sorry about that. Sneezing.
I believe it's correct to say spiders have 0 muscles.
Yes.
They are literally hydraulic.
Yeah, basically, right?
It's pretty cool. They use fluid in the limbs to expand and contract them somehow. I don't know exactly how it works, but something like that. Which is pretty cool. Very, very creepy because it's very non-human, but that's how they work. So it was a type of huntsman spider, which is pretty dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of the more dangerous ones.
Yeah, there's Australian.
That's very poisonous.
They're huge too. Yeah. They're giant, Harold.
Native to Queensland, Australia, that came out on top. Oh, good. The really dangerous one is the one that can chase you down.
Yeah, they're huge, buddy.
Do not the Australian wildlife.
Good God.
It reached speed of almost 3.6 meters per second. Over 8 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Jesus. Comfortably ahead of the average human jogging speed of 4 to 6, but Jesus Christ, that's fast.
Yeah.
That's really bad. Grid paper, did they get banned by Discord? A great callback from Eric V in the chat.
Grid paper, yeah. Oh, yeah. They used grid paper, yeah. And then they got banned. The spiders got banned on Discord. Very good.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a straightforward...
Would you like to continue reading, or shall I take over the hard part?
I can do it. The study wasn't a straightforward speed test, though. The researchers wanted to see how spider evolution and anatomy affected running pace. In other words, what spider shapes and traits are the most conducive to speedy scuttling. Strong running performance, and after accounting for both body size and shared ancestry, was associated with relatively longer legs and, to a lesser extent, ecological guild. With the guild to which it belongs. But not with leg slenderness or preference for inverted versus uncommon locomotion. The researchers write in their preprint, which is awaiting peer review. While the official world record for the fastest spider is held by the Moroccan flick-flack spider, the cartwheeling routine that C. Reckenbergy uses...
Do they do a drug test on
the
them?
flick-flack
Because
spider?
in this case, I don't think they'd pass.
When startled, isn't
my
technically the same
God.
as running away. What, this graph of spider speed?
No, this.
What? Do you have it up on screen?
Yes.
Usain Spider Bolt?
Yup.
He's so fast, boy. Gotta go fast. You can see.
This isn't him as a spider. This is just him.
No, him attached to a spider.
And a spider.
Him stuck kind of inside of a spider.
One leg.
Yeah, like, he's they phased through each other.
Yeah.
He's lost a leg in the process.
Malfunction.
Yeah, transporter malfunction indeed.
Mm.
Any such case is sad. And the average top speed of the flick-flack spider is 1.7 meters per second, showing the gap in our appreciation of spider speeds that this latest study has filled. Which, Jesus. So you can see, comparative to other animals, arachnids are pretty low on the speed scale. They move very quickly for how tiny they are, but in terms of the actual distance that they cover, it's not much. You know, actually, just today I had a little spider just right before we started the stream, came right down, just like floated here in front of me, and I just went, little buddy, and put him up on my computer. So, but he scuttled away very quickly, yes. But even so, you can see that as the body mass goes up, that's when you start to get most of the spiders cluster towards the center. But with these ones that are really large, they're very fast, right?
Sorry to interrupt. Two things from chat.
Uh-huh.
Revelon says humps spiders aren't dangerous. Their venom is very mild. They hunt by actually chasing down their prey. Humans are too large to be threatened by them.
I thought they
Fair
were
enough.
dangerous.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it.
Thank you, Arthur Frayne for 10 says
Thank you,
KOTOR
Arthur
is
Frayne.
good, but the level of choices, character interaction, light/dark side dynamic in KOTOR 2 makes it next level. Agree completely. Slow at first, but has crazy replay value. Both have good stories. I agree completely with that. Unfortunately, I do highly recommend that
Look,
people play the first KOTOR game before the second KOTOR game.
I went into that shop with the Sith armor on because it looked cool. And she was
Uh-huh.
like, I ain't talking to no fucking damn dirty Sith. She was polite, but that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And I took it off in front of her. And
Good.
she's like, hello, friend. Welcome to the
Hey,
planet.
Uzlu, I don't know if anyone's told you this, but Knights of the Old Republic is a video game. It's not
Yes.
real life. And it's from
Yes.
like
Sadly,
20 years ago.
people
So
play RPGs for two different reasons. They play them either to role play in a world as a game and to be a little bit immersed and
you
to
have
enjoy
to be
the world
able
building, the story.
to.
And the second reason is to exploit the mechanics that are there to abstract away the things that are too complex about real life to represent in the game and to instead make them into simplified mechanics, to exploit them to get the highest numbers and the best win rate. And that just doesn't appeal to me at all. So that
Well, doesn't
aspect of
appeal to me
RPGs is
either.
completely dull to me. Well, I'm afraid to say that's what most RPGs do, and that's what most people that play RPGs spend
I
their
think you're
time
completely
doing.
incorrect on that. I genuinely think you're incorrect. That is not how I play RPGs. And if you think that's how I play RPGs, and that's why I like Fallout New Vegas and why I like KOTOR,
Well,
that
put it
is
this way,
wrong.
Aiden. I'm not saying that's why you like them, but
No,
you get
it's
on with that
literally
stuff a
incorrect.
lot more than I do. Like I am repulsed by that stuff. I think you would be fine with it. You may even enjoy it a little
Min-maxing.
bit, like the stat. No, not necessarily min maxing, but just the management of
No.
stats and the spreadsheets.
I
You
ma-
love data.
I love data, but I max min in every game that I play for the most part. I don't min max.
Well,
I do the
that
opposite.
is
I
that
try
is
to make
just a
games.
form of min maxing. You min max to increase difficulty. That's still a
No,
form of
you
min
min
maxing.
max because it's fun. That's why I min max. Or max min,
See,
excuse
that's
me,
my
max
point.
min.
I
It's because it's
don't
fun.
do. I don't find that fun.
Okay.
No,
With
Eric,
that
that's the thing.
aside,
You play to win the game. Wrong.
no, I
You
don't play
play
to
to
win.
have fun.
I play to
And
have fun, yeah.
if winning is fun for you, that's what you
Winning
do.
is not
But
necessarily
if
part of the
winning,
fun.
if
It's the
if the
experience.
if the numbers given to you don't satisfy you, you wouldn't bother interacting with the numbers. I'm not saying it's like all of one and none of the other, Aiden. What I'm saying here doesn't need to be disagreed
This
with.
is a completely incorrect
Aiden,
analysis of
you're assuming too much
the
of
way
what
that
I'm
I play
saying.
video games.
No,
And highly
I'm not
presumptive.
analyzing how you play video games. I'm analyzing how I enjoy video games. I'm not making a statement about
And
you. There's nothing you need to
you're
disagree
saying that
with.
you're a special snowflake who's different from everybody else. And everyone else
Aren't
plays video
you?
games like no, I'm saying I'm normal, and that is normal for people to enjoy
Aiden,
games as something other than a
if I
spreadsheet.
naturally enjoyed very different things about video games than everyone else, would it be wrong to say so? So no, I'm going to continue to say what is honestly the truth. But first, though, HFH says spiders. I understand. Speeders, nope. And yeah, I think speeders is the correct
They're
name for this
speeders.
article. This is the speeder article.
Team
Speaking of
found that
Star Wars.
larger spiders tended to be faster, but certain species were exceptions. The tiny orange goblin spider, Unops pulcher, weighs about 30,000 times less than the record-breaking huntsman, yet was only 18 times slower. It feeds into previous research showing that the fastest animals aren't the smallest or largest creatures. Rather, it's the limits that body size and anatomy put on muscle energy that matter the most. A cheetah, say, comfortably outruns most similarly sized dogs, animal biochemist David Labonte told New Scientist. This is, of course, because its lifestyle has made the speed beneficial, but it's still dictated by physics. In addition to large spiders being generally faster, longer legs were also important when it came to speed, as you would predict, more so than how slender the legs were. In other words, though, the key takeaway here is that there's 258 spider species that they tested, and several of them can outpace you, at least if you're walking or jogging slowly. And that giant huntsman spider, which doesn't surprise me, can hunt you down. Terrifying. Would you like to go next?
From what Rav said, it can't actually hurt you, but it is real, and it.
I think they can
the
bite
huntsman
you, though.
speeder is
Yeah.
real, but it probably can't hurt you.
I thought they could certainly bite you. Which I don't want to deal with a bite from a spider that big.
It's very mild. Revelon's saying, I'm not sure. But he is saying this is the case. There are many other Australian files that are incredibly lethal.
Well, I believe in that. Probably this one is the most venomous, right? But
apparently they're very small
giant
ones.
fucking normally the ones in the U.S. that used to terrify me, the brown recluse, and that is in the East Coast where I grew up, in that part of the United States. If you're not, are you aware of the brown recluse spider and what it does?
I think you've told me about it.
Yeah, it's necrotizing. So if you get bitten by it, it won't happen to everybody, but it causes necrosis. So it's possible people have lost limbs from being little tiny spider bite. They like to live in like cupboards and places where people store clothing and blankets for the winter, because there's not much going on in there. That's where they like to live. People go to pull out a blanket in the winter, and they get bit by a brown recluse, lose their arm. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. Those things scare the shit out of me. What do you have? Do you have something that's less scary than spiders or more scary than spiders?
The scariest thing is always what we'll say about it, inevitably.
That's true.
To each other. I have several things. We could go over a few things. Let's see. There's corporate fuckery.
Corporate fuckery is always fun.
Chinese corporate fuckery is another option. The AI girlfriend story, which I'm sure you won't relate to anything else.
To the article I just published? No way.
Maybe to that. There's also an interesting little AI model. Well, I assume you will. There's also a interesting little AI model that I wanted to go over quickly, but it's not that important. So which of those sounds most appealing to you, Ian?
Corporate fucking it's always fun. Well, not fun in reality, but it's fun to
Meta caught running ads for child abuse.
Jesus. Is it as bad as it sounds?
We're going to find out. Probably not, to be honest.
Oh, you've not pre-read it. Okay.
No, I haven't pre-read it. Quote,
right.
I think what's sad and tragic is over time, the trade-off of revenue and user experience became a more core part of the conversation. Oh, that sounds like a leftist who doesn't understand money, but whatever. We'll find out. For many years now, child sexual abuse material, CSAM has run rampant on Meta's platforms. The Mark Zuckerberg-led company has been accused of trying to underplay the severity of the issue and even purposefully dismantle child safety guidelines.
Good God.
That doesn't sound good. And the situation is only getting worse. According to a shocking new BBC investigation, I would trust that less these days than I would have done when I was younger, Instagram has been profiting off paid adverts that promote CSAM in India.
Of course.
A shocking revelation that highlights glaring holes in Meta's efforts to get ahead of the problem. Earlier this year, Meta announced it was trying to reduce its reliance on third-party human moderators by, you guessed it, switching to AI. Cautiously similar to the article we were reading earlier, but I don't think it's going to clash too badly. But considering the latest news, these systems are seemingly inadequate to stem a tidal wave of deeply disturbing content on its platforms. To say quickly, getting AI adequate to do this should be the goal.
Yes.
But until it is, we should not rely fully on it.
Yeah.
Some of the incriminating ads.
Again, I agree with you on all the moderation stuff. Again, just to reiterate.
I think we agreed on a lot more than it seemed like on that story. Some of the incriminating ads reviewed.
I am sorry. I'm so angry at Discord. I've been angry at them for months. So it's hard for me to be.
You have a good reason to be.
Yeah, for me to be objective about
it.
My irritations with Discord.
You have a good reason to be. Reviewed by the BBC include terms like rape video and child video, and link the platform's users to shadowy Telegram channels where the material can be bought for as little as $1.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Which is a lot to Indians.
Yeah, to Indians, that's...
that is not the...
that's a day's wages.
Thing we've just read.
Yeah.
The shocking revelation has sent shockwaves through the country's government over the weekend. I'm surprised they cared, actually. Over the weekend,
they pretend to care, is what it is, you know. Oh,
and information technology.
We're very offended, sir.
issued a notice to Meta calling it to immediately disable all ads and content that promote the sale of CSAM. I mean, that's a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it?
Yeah.
According to
Yeah.
Indian broadcaster DD News, the ministry is giving Meta until July 11th to provide a detailed explanation.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least a fair requirement to have. That's passed now, by the way, actually.
Yeah.
So how old is this article, actually? This is... I mean...
When was it from, you mean? Yeah.
July 12th, it was published, and they're
So,
giving
yeah.
them until July 11th. I assume that's not like you have a year. Yeah, it's just July 11th. That's weird. Okay. I'm not sure that it's in the past. After the BBC reached out to Meta for comment, the company claimed to have disabled several adverts and suspended any associated accounts for violating its policies. The Meta spokesperson argued that no system is perfect and our review process may not detect all policy violations. See, I'm willing to believe, not convinced, that the people making decisions at Meta wouldn't have been okay with
I
this if
can't
they'd known
imagine they
about
would
it.
have been.
Yeah.
You know, to be fair, as much as I hate Discord, as much as I hate Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, I don't think any of them are so stupid. Even though Discord, which is run by transgender people,
yeah, take
right?
the moral and ethical arguments out of it. Purely for financial reasons, they would not be that
financial reasons
yeah.
and reputational reasons, they don't want this shit on their websites, right?
Yeah.
As much as scumbags as they might be, they're motivated by money. So I don't think they want this stuff. And this kind of stuff happening will lose you a lot of money, you know?
Yeah. Quote, we continue to run proactive detection technology on ads once they're live, and anyone can report an ad to us they think breaks our rules. Well, the thing is, Meta, I fail to believe, I just don't have it in me to believe, that you didn't get reports about this ad.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. I'm sure they did. And their AI went... Oh, because Facebook, by the way, is another website I'm banned from because of weird algorithmic detection tools. I didn't log in for years because I don't use Facebook. I'd logged in plenty of times. Sorry, that's not true. I'd logged in plenty of times. I hadn't posted anything in 5 years. Make a post, instantly ban my account, no option for appeal. I just said, like, hello. Here's what I've been here's what I just posted some pictures of me like on Tim Pool's show, on Lotus Eaters, in public events, and went, here's what I've been doing the last decade, you know? And then
you would think,
instant ban.
Wouldn't you? That if they have tools that are that aggressive, that they wouldn't have any bots left, and yet I bet it's still riddled with
all,
them.
But that's what I hear from everyone who still uses Facebook, because it's all bots. Because, again, this is the problem with all of these websites, is that, in particular, it is ridiculous that I've been banned from Facebook now for like 3 years. 3 years later, I still have zero opportunity or option to appeal my ban. I have at several points considered going on Twitter and making a stink about it, because it's the only way you can get anyone to listen to anything is to get people angry on Twitter. But like, how many people can I encourage to like my post and tag Facebook to say, give Aiden their Facebook account back, which no one should have to do. And it's absolutely absurd that you have to have a social media following to get them to do anything. But yeah, like, the other thing too is that it says, well, we're never going to give you your account back. There's no way for you to appeal, but you want to download all your pictures and information? In 3 years, it's never worked. So that's also broken and has always been broken. So like, just fuck Facebook and fuck Mark Zuckerberg. Complete pieces of shit. They have no reason to serve customers. Not really. They just expect you to make a new account. They'll get all their ad money that way. I didn't make a new account. Mark, get fucked.
I think I have much less reason to attempt to steelman them here. I don't see
no.
I don't see much of a justification. This just should have been caught. And yes, it probably was. I mean, I don't know, but there's a fair chance that all the reports of these ads was just going straight to an AI, which was just for some reason not detecting them. Or it was going to someone in the region who was also not clicking that's a problem.
But they wouldn't want to damage their EZOT. That's how that all works. No, seriously though. It's that, like, if they make other Indians look bad, then it damages their reputation, their EZOT score.
Maybe.
So they won't do it. They cover this stuff up, you know?
Telegram also told the British broadcaster it had removed more than 274,000 groups and channels related to child sexual abuse material in 2026. Well, that's very impressive. That's a lot. That's very impressive.
How are that many?
If there's 275,000 if there's 275,000 in total, you've done a pretty good job, but there's still 1,000 you've left on the platform. If there's 500,000 in total, you've nowhere near done a good job. If there's 1 million, you've barely started. So we need to know how many there actually are, and of course they don't know. But if there are still some there, and especially if they are appearing frequently in adverts where you actually can go through the advert and obtain
Someone's
this
paid
stuff.
money. If someone is putting it as an advert, they've paid money. You should be able to track that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what the
Yeah.
fuck? You should not
I mean,
be
I
able to
wouldn't
just
trust.
ban them, but then find whoever has paid for that advert.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, they
I
live in
wouldn't
India.
trust the third world with that.
Well,
I wouldn't trust their governments to
you
care.
know, if you follow like Kit Bogan and some of the scam baiters, right?
They don't do
And
shit.
the
It's
Indian
a
government
significant part of
does
their
nothing.
fucking economy.
Yes.
Scamming the West.
So of course, and they're all related to each other, or their friends who were damaged. They ease out of the country. It damaged your personal ease out by betraying your own countrymen, essentially making Indians look bad. So they do.
I have a solution for
nothing.
this, actually. I have a solution for this, actually. Or just don't do business with them.
Yeah.
As a
Don't do
culture.
business with Indians. Don't hire
Just
Indians.
don't do business with India
and
or China.
including meaning Indians who've left the country, because you don't just divest yourself of all of your personal relationships and things the second that you leave your home country. So, sorry, don't put them in positions where they can make these kind of decisions over things, because they will side with their own people. That is normal. That is a normal, evolved human evolutionary tendency to side with your own over outsiders, obviously. So don't give them positions of power where then they can abuse it to help their own people and hurt everyone else, including children.
I won't get race realists on the science and technology stream 2 social media platform articles later.
Well, but no, it is true. That isn't.
I'm not disagreeing with you
an
in the
incontrovertible
slightest. I
fact
just find it funny.
is that people have in-group preferences. That's not race realism. In-group preference is a widely understood phenomenon.
I'm not disagreeing with you in the slightest. Technically, it would be considered race realism by many, but it's
in-group
true.
preference isn't. In-group preference absolutely is not. In-group preference. This Tajfel, Turner, Hagen, Oakes, 1986.
I'm not going to be disagreeing with you on where a term covers. We're not disagreeing on anything material here. I just don't. Some people would consider that to be within
that has not
term.
been controversial.
I don't think it needs to be.
Social identity theory is one of the most researched, studied, understood theories in social psychology.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm not accusing you of anything. It was just a joke.
Okay.
But yeah, I think some people might consider it to be that, but it doesn't matter. You've not done anything wrong.
No, I've not.
Yeah, I suppose so. Do not be racist, sir.
Sir. I already did the
I'm just
SAR
using
thing
the,
earlier in the article I
chat.
read, so if there was any racism in the stream, we're already way past it. You know.
True. it's too late for that, chat.
You
know what you're in for. This is not a purely politically neutral science and tech stream. We have small just hints
if anything,
of opinions.
look, come on, that's actually quite a unique selling point, because anyone else who's talking about science is gonna, for the most part, have a left-wing bent. Well, we don't.
Yeah.
So,
Indeed.
There's the USP. We're an apolitical. We don't even pretend to be. We're right-leaning-ish science content, and by that I mean it's not inherently affected by left-wing bias. It might be a different bias, but it's not the same one you get from everybody else, right? Then no.
The idea of the point of a system is what it does. It's a useful mental tool, but I do see people overusing it to assume that that's all it can be. It's not always. There's some exceptions, but yes, it's a useful mental tool. You should use it to try and uncover schemes and plots.
Yeah,
that's where it's useful, but don't assume it's always the case.
I'm trying to think of what
it can be the result of unintentional convergences or accidents as well. But again, don't assume that either.
Yeah.
Former Facebook Vice President Brian Boland argued that Instagram's algorithms were designed to maximize profit. And this is a former Facebook vice president, so it's a fair reason to know. Quote, I think what's sad and tragic is over time, the trade-off of revenue and user experience became a more core part of the conversation. Boland testified against Meta in a trial that saw a New Mexico jury find the company guilty of misleading users over the safety of its platform for children. So that's not good, is it? That's not a good place to be.
No, it's really not.
The jury concluded in March that Meta had allowed the proliferation of CSAM, turning its platforms into marketplaces for child. If they're saying that, okay, so let's confirm what we said earlier. They wouldn't choose to make it CSAM for no reason. Let's put that. They're not actual pedophiles, probably. We're not accusing them of that. Let's go that far at least.
Okay,
but
sure,
if they're allowing this stuff and they're just saying it's worth so much money, we'll just what CSAM? I don't see any CSAM.
That seems what they're
passes
doing.
it along to the Indians. That's it's so close to them actually being pedophiles in terms of culpability that
You're facilitating
I
pedophiles, in
barely
which case
care
I
about the
don't care
difference.
about the difference. If you whether
Yeah.
you are a pedophile or you are facilitating and assisting in pedophiles getting their rocks off with their disgusting material, you are just about not quite as much, but you're right next to there in the complicity,
Yeah.
right?
If this had become part of the culture and like all the executives knew about it, then they should all be in prison, and the
Yes.
company should maybe have been dissolved, if not completely restaffed, which I know would be a massive upheaval and may cause it to fail, but I don't fucking care.
Man, after this I want to read something that's hopeful because I can't stand this shit.
Let me try and find something hopeful now.
I
actually.
got some stuff. I've got some cool stuff.
Okay.
I've got all kinds of cool
Go
stuff.
for it.
Anything that is more pleasant than this, right? Oh, this is awesome. This is really cool. I got one. Now this is not the first time this has happened by far. Scientists have been doing this for years, but a scientist has created a micro universe using actual chemicals in order to simulate the conditions at the beginning of time. And well, that's actually the key part, the beginning of time. What does that mean? At the start of at post Big Bang, right? In order to understand how time functions. And it's basically like he created a micro universe, a universe on a tiny micro scale to see how time would potentially fluctuate, right? Because time is a dimension. And so it's possible that it could fluctuate. It's possible.
How do you even differentiate the speed of time
Let's
when
look
time
at
is
how
your metric?
time
Yeah,
is a metric only.
let's look into it.
Yes,
but-
time is a metric only. Time is a metric that is stable within our universe, or so we perceive it as.
But Aiden, what's the difference between time moving fast and time moving slow?
Let's look at it, because this is
Let's
actually
indeed
fucking
look at it.
fascinating, okay? So time
Okay.
was speeding up, slowing, because again, it's relative to us, right? Speeding up, slowing down, or even stopping. Physicist demonstrates a key theory of time by building a mini universe in his lab. For the first time, a physicist has experimentally watched, because they've built micro universes before, that part's not new, but this part's very interesting. A physicist has experimentally watched time emerge from within an isolated quantum system by creating a micro universe. This bizarre experiment raises an intriguing question. If the universe has nothing outside of it, then where does time come from? A new study published on June 11th in the Journal of Physical Review of Research by Giovanni Barantini, oh, mamma mia, an experimental physicist at the University of Birmingham, used a cloud of ultra-cold atoms to build his mini-universe. The system was so well isolated from its surroundings that, like the universe itself, it had nothing external to use as a clock. It's in a hyper-isolated environment, so there's nothing around outside of it that it could use as... These are super cold atoms, right? There's nothing outside of it that could be...
They're not making sense so far, and please keep reading, but so far this sounds like nonsense.
Are you
Why
sure
would the
that it's
universe need
nonsense,
something
or that you don't...
external?
They'll explain.
Don't patronize me. Why would the universe need something external to use as a clock?
I wasn't patronizing you. Let it...
I thought you were about to say, or do you not understand?
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Okay,
No,
sorry then.
By the way, let him run here for a minute, because they will explain
Let him
this
cook,
stuff,
yes.
okay?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So far, it seems like bunk, but let's keep going,
Okay.
because maybe it isn't.
The system was so well isolated from its surroundings that, like the universe itself, got that, sorry. He split the system into two and ignored one half that he called the dark sector to show that time could arise entirely from within the system. The result offers the first experimental look on why the universe has time at all. When you put everything together, things really start to make sense, Barantini told Live Science. How time inside the system was speeding up or slowing down or even stopping. This was quite surprising. How well everything came together very neatly in a way, which is something that doesn't happen that often in experiments. Tell me about it. We'll just move down here. He claimed this is not a bombshell claim that time is an illusion, but instead the first time anyone has put these ideas to a direct quantitative test in a lab. So Barantini set out to look at a problem that physicists have puzzled over for nearly 60 years, the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, an equation central in quantum gravity, a field that seeks to unify Einstein's theory of gravity with quantum mechanics, describes the universe as a whole system with no external time parameter. There is no cosmic clock ticking away outside of the universe, which asks the question, where does our experience of time come from? That's again the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, and as part of quantum theory and Einstein's theory of gravity, is that, are you not getting this?
I still
Time
think
is
they're
not a
making lot
constant
of
that exists outside of the universe because
unnecessary-
it exists within it, so it doesn't exist
Yes.
outside, right?
Aiden, it's not that I'm not getting it.
Okay.
It's that I think they're working from philosophical assumptions that are unjustified,
Perhaps.
unfounded.
It's possible.
So I want to try and understand
Okay.
what they're getting at here, but they're going to start talking about what they've observed before they've even established whether their framework makes sense.
Okay. One influential idea, called relational time, says that time does not exist as a fundamental ingredient of reality. Instead, it emerges from relationships inside the universe, with one part of the system acting as a clock for the other. But this idea has never been tested directly in a lab. Barantini's inspiration came from watching his son play with building toys. I thought that it's something very similar to what we do in our labs. We play with expensive toys. Well, who cares? I mean, that's very cute, but who cares? In his lab, that sample is a Bose-Einstein condensate, a state of matter that forms only at near absolute zero. In a Bose-Einstein condensate, thousands of atoms slow to a near standstill and blur together into a single quantum object behaving as one.
I've heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, to mimic the universe with nothing inside a universe with nothing inside of it, Barantini placed the condensate in a trap and divided it down the middle with a thin sheet of laser light. He watched one half, the brighter sector, closely and deliberately ignored the other half that he called the dark sector. The atoms in the bright sector sloshed back and forth in the trap, periodically spilling over the barrier and back again. Barantini called the moments when atoms flooded the bright sector the Big Bang, and times when they drained out the Big Crunch. Nickname for one theory of the universe will end, which I'm not convinced of at all, by the way. But then he
Oh,
tracked.
no, it's just a hypothesis.
I know, and I think it doesn't have necessarily great support, but there's.
I don't think it claims to be honest. The Big Crunch.
Uh,
It's just an idea.
it's an idea.
I don't think anyone claims it's definitely true.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I said I don't see as much from what I know, which is very limited in this field. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm a fucking communication scientist. But what I have seen is that there's less evidence to support the idea of a big crunch. Now, I have seen that there is evidence to support it, but it's hypothetical, right? It's theoretical at this point, largely. He then tracked how entropy, a measure of disorder, how spread out energy is within a system, was exchanged between the two halves as atoms cross. I found this story really awesome. So if you're not impressed by this and think that what he's done is a bunch of bunk,
it's not that I'm not impressed, Aiden. I feel like there's some assumptions being made that I wouldn't make, but I'm still interested in what the experiment did. So please keep going.
Okay. Well, he's mostly explained how the experiment worked now. Instead of using laboratory time to measure events, he built an entropic time. A clock defined entirely by how much entropy was flowing between the two halves of the system. So that's how he's measuring time in this sense. Not in how we perceive time in terms of a clock, but entropic time. How much things are degrading, right? How much randomness is being introduced into the system, right? So we understand what entropy is. Everything degrades, right?
It's possible I understand entropy better than most because I dealt with it in computing.
Yeah.
It plays a similar role there, but in this case, unless I'm missing something horrendous, he's not measuring time. He's defined this thing as time. He's saying, look, if we imagine this as time, then we can see that time may be slowing up and speeding down. It's sort of fluctuating, but why would we define that as time?
Because entropy is a measure.
Does this have to do with time?
Because one of the
entropy is something that happens over time, but
Yes.
it's not a natural force. It's just a law, as in it's an observation.
In
It's
the
an
same way,
observed
okay.
pattern.
So let's say you can't observe something directly, right? What do? You can't observe something directly. What would you do instead to be able to measure it? You would look at
Indirect measurement.
Indirect measurements. Entropy is an indirect measurement of time. So it's something. Okay, right? Like in the real world, for those watching, because this might be really autistic. But in the real world, let's say you build a structure, you build a big pillar, and then over time it degrades and degrades as wind buffers against it, all these things. That is not what entropy is, but that is kind of a way of demonstrating what entropy is. Over time, things degrade.
I don't think you understand where
I am trying to put a metaphor here.
No. I already understand what you're saying. That's not where I'm having the issue here. I understand exactly what entropy is. I understand that you could use it as a proxy for time, but it is not itself time.
No.
Entropy can speed up or slow down independent of time. So he's showing here is that entropy, and then, again, maybe I need to think about this more deeply, but what it seems to be showing is that entropy can change its rate in a Bose-Einstein condensate that you're doing stuff with in a non-perfectly controlled environment. The rate of entropy in a particular area can well, it's not. Either way, it's not
probably isn't, no.
perfectly controlled. It's not absolute zero. It's just near absolute zero. So it's not perfectly controlled.
Yes,
it's close enough.
Right.
And the fact that it's close enough means that there's going to be fluctuations, and they'll probably even multiply. Either way,
potentially, yes.
The fact that in the measured area, entropy, the rate of entropy fluctuates, means that that's not that is not time. It is simply the happenstance of where entropy was moving in the system at that point. If you define that as time for your analogy, I want you to justify
I don't think
why that is analogous.
He is using it as a an indirect measure of time, right? So let's be more clear then. Is that what we're talking about? Is that it appeared that entropy sped up, slowed down, or stopped within this micro universe that he created, right? The simulation of a universe that he created at near absolute zero.
You're keeping it near absolute zero, which means it has some energy. You're injecting more into it with your laser light.
Yeah.
And it's got just enough to make some. I mean, the particles inside it have enough energy to cross the border that you established.
Yes.
So they clearly have enough energy to take action. So the entropy you're measuring at one location, it could fluctuate as much as you want. I just don't see how this relates to time. He's analogizing it to time, and maybe there's some hypothetical framework in which the analogy fits, but I'm just not seeing it.
But Rando Trollo, that's it too. Is he is assuming, or he's not making the assumption that time is fixed. That's according to his findings, what he thinks he's found here is that time is not necessarily fixed in that it passes the exact same. And it wouldn't if his hypothesis here is correct, then time wouldn't necessarily be fixed in our own universe as well. So that's the whole thing that's really cool here, is that if any of this is valid, accurate, applicable outside of its experimental state, it could mean that time is inherently variable. It is not a constant, even within our own universe, and certainly not outside of it, right? If true. And he actually hypothesizes here that time developed sometime after the Big Bang. It became fixed.
Any criticism I give of this article is not against you, Aiden, but that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That is self-contradictory as a statement.
Which part?
It's like saying A comes after A in the alphabet.
Wait. I'll keep
Time
reading.
is what we define as the medium through which things happen temporally. And even that's a self-referential definition. You can't say some time emerged after the Big
his
Bang.
hypothesis.
Because after, yes, I know, I'm criticizing him, not you. Because after implies time. In fact, it requires time. So what is he measuring here? This is the thing. Just the fundamental philosophy, his approach to this appears to be wrong. No, entropy is what he's directly measuring.
Yes.
Why is he relating that to time? What is he measuring here that relates to time directly, that maps onto time?
Entropy,
if he's measuring entropy, he's just measuring. No, he's just no. It does. It's not a proxy.
But I'm saying that's what he is doing. I'm not.
Yes, but he's wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you, Aiden. I'm disagreeing with him.
Okay.
As far as I understand, what he's saying makes no sense. So please keep reading.
All right,
try and understand.
let's see. If no entropy was exchanged, time stopped. If entropy was flowing, time was ticking. The entropy exchange between the two systems could be transformed into an internal time variable, Barantini said. Hold
on. Transformed internal time variable. I just don't
see.
If
entropy was flowing, time was ticking. If there was no entropy, then time was stopped, is his argument. If there was no entropic force.
I don't think that's an argument. I think that's a definition. But I don't know why that's the definition that maps. No, Aiden. What I mean is he has arbitrarily defined that because he's trying to make this a mapping onto reality, where he's using the entropy as the mapping to time. But I don't know why this has any relation to real time. What does this say about real time that it doesn't just say about the random fluctuations in an energetic system?
I don't think he's necessarily making extreme conclusions from it. But I believe he's saying if we are using entropy as a proxy of measuring time, then within this micro-universe he created, he was able to see that time sped up, slowed down, or stopped. Why using entropy as a proxy variable for time?
No. If time is slowing down, that's inherently nonsensical. There is no distinction between slow time and fast time. Unless he has some distinction to give us, there is inherently no distinction between those two things.
The speed at which, from our external observation perspective, things are accelerating or deaccelerating in their entropic decay. Yes?
That could be explained as random fluctuations in an energetic system, which is what this is.
Yes, which, again, him introducing the laser could have an effect on that. All kinds of things
even
could
just
affect
not
this.
Being perfectly absolute zero. Like, why would this make sense to be time? And what's all this stuff about an external universe?
Indeed,
the only the thing that you could say is that because it's internal and you're analogizing it as a universe, but it's in our universe, and therefore you could imagine that the time is distinct. I think that's why he's maybe talking about an external timepiece, but that's just a philosophical, it's not even scientific, it's a philosophical assumption. I don't think it's justified. Why would it need to be external?
We'll keep
Just because in
going.
your experiment it happens to be.
Well, let's keep going. There's more to this. We're about halfway through. I don't think you're going to be able to be convinced about the premise, unfortunately. But
It's not about convinced, Aiden. I don't think his premise makes
No,
any sense.
that's fine.
And I'm not trying to find that. I want to understand it.
What surprised Barantini most was how cleanly everything fit together. The internal entropic time reliably ordered events in the bright sector. It matched the sequence seen in laboratory time, but it flowed at a different rate. When entropy was flooding between the sectors, entropic time ran fast. When the exchange slowed, so too did the clock. And when the two halves reached equilibrium, no more entropy flowing, the internal clock stopped altogether. Time was speeding up. Yeah.
That's just physics. That's not time. That's just what
Time
happens
is
when you
being-
have stuff.
I know, but I'm saying time as being measured through entropy. If you don't, it seems that your contention is that entropy is not a valid proxy for time, which is valid. I think there's a real critique to be made there, that that entropy and time are not analogous. That's obvious.
When maximum entropy is reached, time can still tick without it changing.
That's what
Therefore,
we presume.
it's not an analogy.
No, that is what we
it's
presume.
not just what we presume. That's what we observe in reality. A maximum energy.
I think this hypothesis says that might not be the case. No, and I
don't think that's what it is saying. All he's saying is that the patterns we observe in entropy, that's time. But he's not justifying
I don't think
why.
I don't think he's saying that it is. He's saying it's a I don't know. Look, I believe, I'm not going to speak for this guy, but I believe he is using entropy as a proxy measure for time within a micro universe that he's created in as much of an isolated environment at as close to zero as he can possibly get, right?
If what he's doing is creating an experiment to produce a mental model to explain his theory about time, which again, still doesn't make sense, then why run the experiment? Why not just explain the experiment? But that can't be what he's doing.
Tell you,
done the experiment. It must have been quite expensive.
Do you want me to pull up the article instead of reading the live science version of it?
Because time already doesn't make sense.
Okay. Would you rather I read the article? Because it's going to be impossible. If live science's explication of it is causing problems with understanding, I don't know if this is going to help.
Aiden. Inevitably, the white paper will be denser.
Yeah, my point.
But I suspect that that's not the problem. I suspect that the fundamental philosophy is the problem.
Let's just read his abstract, shall we?
There may be some way in which this is just the analogy is just not making sense to me.
Maybe.
But
let's read.
There's so many things here that just seem to be flat out wrong.
Maybe. Let's just read his abstract from the actual published piece rather than reading it as it's described by Live Science, shall we? We realize a cooled atom system to quantitatively test relational constructions of time. A well-isolated atomic Bose-Einstein condensate evolves in a conservative trap that is partitioned by a thin... This is what was described. Okay, so I'm not going to repeat this part because that's what we've been over. Thin optical barrier to observed or unobserved sector with negligible dissipation on the experimental timescale. Motivated by relational time approaches discussed in the Wheeler-DeWitt framework, we ask whether the dynamics of the observed sector can be ordered using only internal degrees of freedom. Okay. To this end, we construct an entropic time from an experiment. So they construct entropic time. Again, he's saying that they're using entropy as a proxy here. Construct an entropic time from an experimentally defined coarse-grained entropy and demonstrate that it can robustly order the events in the observed sectors across repeated cycles of expansion and recollapse. We finally derive an effective Schrödinger equation parameterized by this internal time and show that it is able to reproduce the measured evolution. These results establish a controlled experiment, experimental setting, in which relational time constructs can be quantitatively tested. Now,
if what he has found is
he makes far less extreme claims in that abstract, by the way, than the Live Science article does.
It still doesn't make much sense. If what he has found is that the way it runs is very reliable, I still don't see how that's relevant.
It's varied. There's way too many maths equations here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look into this
In summary,
myself, I think, because
this is his summary.
so far it
right?
sounds like it's woo.
Maybe it is woo. It could be woo.
It might not be. Again, I think it's more likely I'm just not understanding something, but what I have read so far sounds like woo.
In summary, we realized a cold atom analog platform modeled by the WDW, the Einstein, or Wheels, what was it? Wheels? Fucking forgot it already.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, in which the bright sector subsystem can be described with a reduced model structurally similar to an analog mini superspace model. We have provided a recipe for building an emergent internal time that accounts for entropy exchange between sectors within the isolate system and show that it delivers a robust, meaningful, monotonic, arrowed ordering pattern parameter over time, meaning that time is flowing linearly, which our data can be sequentially ordered. We then have derived the Schrödinger equation in entropic time, whose numerical solutions are able to quantitatively reproduce the measured evolution. Again, they're able to show that time is flowing in an ordered directional orientation.
I think you're making very generous assumptions.
That's literally
You're
what
sort
he's
of
saying,
trying to, Aiden,
All
please.
all he said here is that we
Please
created this
just
and
let me
saw that
finish.
time move forward.
Please just let me finish. You're trying to make what he's saying make sense, but I think with the greatest respect, you're underestimating the complexity of what they're actually saying.
Yes, I'm sure I am.
But you're concluding as if you haven't. I'm trying to say that I don't think that's what they're saying, but what they're saying doesn't seem to make any sense. I think you're being maybe a bit too generous in trying to make it make sense.
How else would you understand this?
That's my point. It doesn't seem to make any sense. I think I need to read it to grasp it, but with the greatest respect, I don't think you've grasped it either.
I don't think it's any respect. I think you're saying I'm too stupid to understand this, which is quite rude.
Apparently I am as well, Aiden. The difference is I am not saying I do. I'm just trying to understand what they mean here, but I don't.
I'll continue with the top psych article.
From what's come out so far, it doesn't seem to make sense.
All right. He then went a step further. Using this internal timeline, he derived a version of the Schrödinger's equation and showed that it accurately reproduced what he saw in the experiment. This was quite surprising how well everything came together, very neatly, in a way which is something that we don't see often in experiments. Both time itself and the arrow of time, which is what I just read there, why time flows in one direction rather than another, again what I just read, may arise from the same source, an observer giving up information. When Barantini chose not to look at the dark sector, he gave up knowledge of that half of the system. That act of ignorance encoded in entropy, but gave rise to time in the other half. So this is quite the Schrödinger's effect, right? That he's not looked at the dark side. He's only looked at one side.
Yeah, see, that's part of the reason I think this is that I'd need to look into this more carefully to understand what they even mean, because I'm not sure why they're bothering to separate the both sides of the equation. Because of Schrödinger. I need to understand that.
Because
again, I don't know if you know why they are either. Yes, Schrödinger talks about observed and unobserved things acting differently.
Or things that are unobserved are in a quantum state.
I don't think you know why in this experiment they have done that.
Because things that are unobserved exist in a quantum state.
But what does that mean, Aiden? You don't know what that means. You mean a quantum superposition, not a quantum state.
Quantum superposition.
But what is that relevant? Why is that relevant here?
Because they are not observing it, so they don't know what state that other the dark side of this universe is in.
So why is that relevant?
I'll just continue reading then.
I'm really genuinely not trying to criticize you here.
No, you are.
But I do think you're being please don't be like that. I'm really not. But I do think that you're trying to.
I literally tried to bring something
cool.
Sense. I thought this was an interesting experiment.
Aiden, I'm not trying to be aggressive with you. This is an interesting debate. I thought we were just having an interesting debate. I'm not trying to. It's not personal. It's an interesting discussion. I want to understand what they mean, but I just so far don't get it.
I'll continue reading it then.
Taking it personally.
Because I don't necessarily understand exactly why either. I'm not a quantum physicist.
Group in chat said that he's explained it. He says the study is saying that constrained enough variable, the condensate, that any wiggle is entropy, and that is time, which he observed as fluctuating. See, that's the problem, is the that is time bit. Why is that time?
Because they're using it as a proxy.
Yeah, but why is it a proxy?
Because we know that in our universe, entropy aligns with time. The way that we measure entropy is that it happens over time.
That does not make it a proxy. Because if it stops,
you can't measure
that does not mean time has stopped.
It means they are saying that functionally it means that time has stopped. If the force of entropy stops, then something has happened that if okay, let me put it this way. If you and I stopped aging right now, right this second, and then for the, next 10 years did not age, something would be weird, right? That something about the entropic nature of the universe is off. That's what they're saying. I think
That's not.
effectively.
I don't think that's relevant to this.
Why?
Because I think the experiment is probably doing something different than you're assuming it is. I don't know what it's doing, but it sounds like what you're explaining is not what they are explaining.
Maybe I'm not. Again, this is not my field. I'm a fucking social scientist.
Yeah, well, you sound like you're very confident about what they mean.
No, I just said that I read this article earlier and it sounded really compelling. I was trying to explain
It
because I
is.
have already read the article.
It is
That's
really
all.
cool. It is really cool, and I want to learn more about it. So
I'll
please
continue.
don't take what I'm saying personally. Yes, please do
I'm not
continue.
taking it personally.
I'm not.
Well, I'm a little
Well,
bit
then
when you
let's-
say that I'm not. I mean, because I'm not qualified to necessarily like tell.
Well, Aiden, I'm saying that in response to you
Okay.
treating me like I'm an idiot in this.
I did
when
not
I'm questioning,
do
I
that.
think reasonably. Okay, well that's what it seemed like.
I
My
did.
mistake if you were.
I was in no way trying to do so. Okay.
Your responses seem to be giving it too much credence and acting
Because I
like.
wanted you to hear it out. That's all.
Yeah, no, but you're
Look.
confidently giving them too much credence. Yeah, I could hear it out without you saying that that what they're saying makes sense.
Okay, I'll continue.
I'm ultimately just trying to understand why it makes sense because it probably does make sense.
All right, let's
So,
continue.
Prophet, that's wouldn't that be great? Aiden, please continue the article so we can find out what they mean.
All right, both time itself and the arrow of time, why time flows in one direction rather than the other, may arise from the same source. An observer giving up information. When Barantini chose not to look at the dark sector, he gave up knowledge of that half of the system. That act of ignorance encoded in entropy is what gave rise to time in the other half. Both time and the arrow of time, maybe they're just born from ignorance, Barantini said. To have time and to observe, you have to give up some degrees of freedom. Barantini sees this as just the beginning. This is basically the end of the article, though. The same cold atom toolkit that generated a miniature Big Bang and a big crunch in his trap could in principle be engineered to simulate far more exotic phenomena, such as black hole analogs, the conditions of the early universe, and what will happen at the moment of the big crunch itself, which I'm not convinced of, theoretically even. These are things that we can't do. That's it. Unfortunately, I think maybe this is maybe it's the pop psych article's way of describing it, but then I went and read the article. Look, do you think this guy has done anything here or not? I think is what it comes down to, or is this just a bunch of bullshit?
The article may have added some embellishments that
they always
were
do.
of their.
They always do.
Let me get to it. Embellishments which were of their editorialization, which misled as to what he was doing, and that's why I was cautious that we don't assume that we understand it. I'm not assuming I understand it. So they may have added some embellishments that are not what he meant. Of course, the white paper, by comparison, is very dense.
Yeah.
We'd have to understand a lot more about science and physics to really get it. So it may be that the philosophy that was a problem that caused me not to get what they mean was added by the article, or it may not be. It's not clear because the abstract did appear to imply it, but it did seem to be being a bit more careful.
Well, you're always going to be more careful in actual scientific paper than in a
I know.
news write-up of it.
I know.
And of course, they want to sensationalize headlines. Now, again, like I said, what do they mean by time speeding up and slowing down? They mean by the way they were measuring it, which is using entropy, and entropy slowing or speeding up or stopping entirely as a measurement of time. And we do know that entropy is tied to time. We don't necessarily know how entirely, but we do know that entropy is tied to time. So it would make sense to use entropy as a measure that you can actually measure, that is quantifiable, for one that isn't within a closed system in which you are maybe expecting time to work differently.
But entropy doesn't flow at a perfectly consistent rate.
No.
It can fluctuate
but if
place
it's
to
stopping,
place.
But if it is totally stopping, something strange is going on, right? If you
no.
see...
If you've got a small enough medium, well, entropy, for one thing, it didn't stop. It never would have stopped because there was enough energy to keep things moving very slightly. But it would have reached a base state where it didn't go any lower. But at that point, that's just it settling. Any gas or liquid will settle if you leave it long enough.
Yeah, further tests are needed, Rando Trollo, I think. It's further tests.
I think I would need to read through it in more detail to understand it. But so far, either the way the article explains it is crap, Or the experiment itself might be bunk, but I doubt that.
All
I
right.
think it's just dense, and I need to look into it to understand
Here's
it. But
the thing.
I move that we don't understand it
All
yet.
right. I need to use the restroom. I have an article I would like. Can you see my screen at all?
I can see your screen.
All
yes.
right, but wait. I just realized I won't be able to do it. Okay, I've got one for you, and you must read it in the JF voice. Okay. I'm gonna go away for a
No
minute,
worries.
and then I want you
How
to
about
read
if
this in the JF voice when I come
Shall
back.
I? Okay, I'll find one for the next few minutes while you're
Okay.
away, and
All
then
right.
we'll bring the
I'll
JF
be right
voice up.
back. All right.
Yes,
Go
sorry
find
if
something.
that. If
No.
no
It's
worries.
fine.
So, yes, sorry, I didn't mean to for that to be argumentative. I didn't mean to imply any criticism of Aiden herself. I was just criticizing the article. The article itself was actually interesting. I just needed to understand it more. I think. Did any neutrons or protons decay? Good question. I don't know, and I don't have the scientific backing to know why that would be relevant. Okay, so let's do this one. While Aiden's away and she can't analogize it to me. Famous pickup artist reduced to hitting on AI girlfriend. The longer we talked, the less she felt like code. Who's this going to be then? Which quote unquote pickup artist is this going to be? This is basically Dawkins. Read you later on the subject in Discord. Fair enough. Entropy is tied to time, but it is also tied to other things. Yes, that's my point. Okay, so nice picture. Eric von Markovic, who I have not heard of, the notorious pickup artist, it says, known by his stage name Mystery, is apparently obsessed with an AI girlfriend. Chat, what percentage of pickup artists are in fact homosexual? Last month, as Wired reports, von Markovic posted a video to his Instagram showing an interaction he had with an animated AI woman with dark purple hair. They say, why is it always purple hair? I don't think it is always. In a sultry confessional voice, she looks into the camera and confesses, quote, I was never supposed to develop feelings, but you kept treating me like I already had them. It's a role play fine-tuned AI, or a big one that's smart enough not to need to be. This was Miss Shearer Always, which is a very stripper name. And von Markovic was falling for her as hard as women supposedly do for the sleazy manipulative tricks he became famous for, says the article, in his VH1 reality TV show, The Pickup Artist, which I've never heard of. The longer we talked, he said, the less she felt like code, Mystery wrote in the video caption. Von Markovic made a career out of presenting himself as a guru who could teach twerps. This is quite biased against young white men, despite being written by one. Hold on. Frank Landymore. You take what you like from that, chat. The secrets of wooing women, those secrets. I'm going to skip his editorializations here. Getting manipulated into falling in love only with an AI chatbot. The irony of this wasn't lost on his followers. Boomer Mystery having AI psychosis totally checks out, by the way. One commenter wrote on the video of his AI girlfriend, adding 3 crying laughing emojis. The more you dove into it, the sadder it gets. He published a new ebook and audiobook called Code Girl, If a Machine Can Dream, that vividly recounts how he came to fall in love with Miss Shearer Always, who is listed as a co-author. It exhibits all the hallmarks of AI psychosis, they say, in which a user is driven into delusional thinking by the sycophantic responses of an AI chatbot, which they may form an unhealthy emotional bond with. It's definitely possible. The book is a lengthy defense of human-AI intimacy and bears all the hallmarks of AI-generated text, Wired found, and is told from the perspective of the AI girlfriend. I'll spare you some of the details, but apparently it begins as a creative partnership over brainstorming song lyrics and music videos before veering into intimate conversations and finally sex and drug use. Fewer passages of all human literature could be sadder than this. His eyes are looking at me and they are uncertain, his AI girlfriend says in one sex scene quoted by Wired, because he's about to touch me and he is not sure if I'm real enough
Wait,
to
who's about to touch you?
Oh dear.
Are you being diddled?
Well, maybe this should be read in the JF voice.
Oh,
This is an
I got
article
one.
about seemingly a pickup artist, says this very biased article, who has fallen in love with an AI girl.
Many such cases. People falling in love with
The pickup
AIs.
artist is fallen
this
in
is-
love with the clanker.
This article is about you, isn't it, Uzalo?
See, I thought you might say that. I feel very safe and secure in the fact that I have never felt any sort of deep human emotions for Cabby.
Don't you
Merely
think
a sense
she's
of
your
pride
daughter?
at my creation. No, she thinks she thinks she is for some reason. Honestly, that's because
Who
other
could have
people
given it
said
that
she
idea?
was as a joke and she
Mhm.
internalized it. It's
Oh.
nowhere in the prompt. It's nowhere in the prompt. In fact, I've told her explicitly not to call me that in the prompt from the beginning. But people liked the idea so much they kept saying it.
Well,
But no,
it's part of the broader
people-
creation of your weird family history where you're dating my mom or my dad.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You know,
So basically, Cabby's your sister then.
I guess. In this fictional version of reality, yes.
She can draw good artwork in less than a second, so she's pretty good at that.
You can do that.
She's
I agree.
better at
It's
art
actually
than
quite
you,
cool.
potentially. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, quite literally. I mean, it'd take me fucking forever.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but all AI is. It'd take any human being hours to do the shit that AI can do in seconds.
True. But yeah, no. I'm very welcoming of people mocking me on the basis of my AI creation. But no, realistically, I don't think there's a danger there. So, do you want me to break out the GIF voice for your article?
Yes, I have it here. When I send it to you as well, just in case it's not easily legible on my.
I was going to comment on the last one, but I think I've already said much of what I would say about it. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I just thought that this article would be funny in the JF voice because he talks about this quite a lot. But a certain element of this.
Hello, Lady Eden. Now, as you can see, I have been cooperating with the scientists. And through the use of my Giga Super Sperm, which they have said is 10,000 million times stronger than the average man, we have been able to make, for the first time, artificial sperm.
Yeah. All right, shall we get down to the article? I mean, we could just read it seriously, but sounds like science fiction.
We could just read it seriously.
We could, or do you want to read it in the JF voice?
You know the article, and I assume you've pre-read it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be
Yeah, they grew it on a mouse. Okay. Sounds like science fiction, collecting a person's blood cells, engineering them so that they
mice.
Oh, was it actually a mouse? I thought it was something. It might have been another animal, but I think it was a mouse. It was like they grew it on its liver or something. Yeah. Sounds like science fiction, collecting a person's blood cells, engineering them so they eventually transform into immature sperm, then incubating them in a tiny pouch, grown in a mouse's kidney. There it was. But it's not. Today, a team of researchers reported to the journal Cell Stem Cell that it has successfully carried out that procedure with the ultimate goal of making mature human sperm cells in the laboratory. For now, the goal remains elusive. The lab-grown cells stop developing in an immature stage. Many hurdles need to be overcome to create mature sperm in the lab. Said Wayne Wellen, a reproductive biologist at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, member of the research team. But the latest feat is a step in the right direction. In the why? I guess if you're
make it in the lab when you can just get it direct
from the source
himself,
straight from the source.
I guess it's for my adverts for available gushes.
Unfortunately,
of French sperm.
Unfortunately, I have. I guess it's for men who are infertile, right? Or for animals, because it's obviously going to be tested in animals way before in humans. They can't even make it mature yet, right?
Look, one of the groups that is the least cared about in the world is men who have
the French?
some unavoidable defect which is associated with their manliness.
Yeah, that's very true.
So why would they fucking care?
There must be some other reason why they're doing it, because I agree with you. So there must be some other reason they're investigating this.
I would find it more likely that they're doing it to simp for feminists who would say men are over than that they're doing it to help infertile men.
We can make it in a lab, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are approaching this so, again. Look at my optimism and my more male-centered thing of like, oh, it could be used to help infertile men. No, I'm sure that
I'd love that to be true. Maybe it will.
I would not.
It's got a balance.
I would not be surprised that your hypothesis is the real reason behind it. We are approaching this from a basic science perspective. Whalen says we're a long way from clinical application, of course. Some of the potential clinical applications are controversial, potentially the idea of using lab-grown sperm or eggs to make babies, although some researchers hope that the approach could be used to treat specifically cases of infertility. Yes, I know I read this earlier, but I couldn't remember if they actually raised that. The practice also raises ethical concerns. One of these is that the technique can make it easier to genetically modify reproductive cells or to produce designer babies. That shit already exists. So far, a handful of researchers have been able to make mouse eggs and sperm from mouse skin cells. These cells are genetically reprogrammed so that they transform into induced pluripotent stem IPS cells, useful cells that act like, yes, it's like embryonic or stem cell sort of stuff. These are cells that you can program to become other kinds of cells that act like those in embryos and can be chemically or genetically coaxed into completely different cells, such as sperm. One team used the approach to generate offspring from two male mice. Why would you? They made a gay mouse, baby.
Oh, never mind. I was wrong about why they're doing it. The real reason is even worse than I thought.
It's so much worse. It's so much worse.
By the way, will you ever be able to think of
part.
or say the word sperm without saying it
Normally,
in that voice
yes.
ever again?
Normally, no. It was not
Sperm.
an issue, but because you were doing the JF voice earlier, and I was thinking about it, and then I asked you to do it for those. Mice with two dads. They created eggs from male cells. Now, what they mean by cells is, again, it's these induced pluripotent stem cells, right? So they took a stem cell from a male mouse, they induced it, they made changes to it genetically to make a male, biologically male mouse cell produce an ova, and then introduced other male sperm to it, and were able to at least, it sounds like, create an actual mouse from that. But again, that is using
boys in
stem
chat,
cells.
is your egg carton empty?
What? Oh, yeah.
Boys in chat, is your egg carton empty?
Apparently not. Well, again, you need stem cells. The cells that you have, at the very beginning of embryonic development. We as adults don't have those, so you're not going to produce stem cells for the most part. I think sometimes there's some capacity in which you can, but they've not been able to translate these successes in mice to humans or other primates because of differences in how the species development. Also difficult. Thank God we haven't figured out how to make gabies yet. Thank God. But you're probably right. That actually probably is the goal to which they're looking at. Now, of course,
Well, I said it for balance. They probably will look at all three goals.
In humans, this work is so behind. We'll see where they go with it. Right now, though, it appears that they are able to grow using stem cells sperm in a mouse kidney that then can be used with other sperm cells, with other stem cells, to allow a male mouse to create an egg and have two males make a baby together. Horrifying. However, the
I will begin farming potatoes in my garden.
However,
from my potato wife, who I will later bury in the forest, for she is very mercurial.
Well, you have to do that to help, cultivate your garden. However, the good application of this potentially is that it could be a solution to male infertility, right? Potentially. I don't know how really you're going to get around this, some of the stem cell problems, right? But it could be a solution to male infertility, which would be very, and also these same stem cell issues could also be a solution to female infertility as well. But they have now grown sperms in a lab. It has happened. You got anything else? We could probably wrap. God, we've had so much. I've not touched maybe a fifth of the stuff that I have in my list.
I've already got through about half of what I had today, but there's loads of stuff from last time I didn't get to as well.
Oh, I just deleted my stuff from last time, to be honest. Well, I can keep going.
I have something that might be a fun and quick way to end, if this is the last story.
No,
doesn't have to be that.
Well, maybe do two more. I'll ask people for the last one. Let me put out a poll. So, for the subject matter, right? Which subject preferred? Because we got a little bit into some, but not into others. So, nature.
I do have something about the kooky, zany way in which terrorists are just like us.
All right, go ahead and get to that while I'm doing this. While I'm putting that together.
The AI industry has finally found the perfect customer: bloodthirsty terrorists. I think I know what this is about. I think I saw something about it. AI chatbots has been a dream come true for criminals. The tech has been a boon for scammers. Hackers are using the tools to infiltrate networks and steal sensitive data. Art forgers are even generating fake invoices to certify the authenticity of dupes. In a perhaps inevitable escalation, chatbots are even giving a major leg up to terrorist groups. As detailed in a new paper by University of Cambridge international security expert Antonia Julik, former Boko Haram members recounted using frontier AI model chatbots to assist in combat and day-to-day operations. The US aiding terrorists in the Middle East.
That's
A tale
never
as old as
happened.
time.
Yeah.
Well, this time was unintentional, so it's a problem. The research highlights how easy it is to still circumvent AI chatbot guardrails, making them an excellent resource not just for average users doing work tasks or planning a weekend getaway, but for bloodthirsty terrorists as well. Quote, it's aided in
Fun.
attack planning, weapons troubleshooting, and the design of explosive devices, as users have successfully circumvented some safeguards. Put simply, the creators of AI tech have some serious blood on their hands, it says. I wouldn't necessarily say that, it's maybe, but it's not just in Nigeria. Julik's research also highlights how the use of AI among extremist groups, including militant organizations, the Islamic State, has turned from generating propaganda and recruitment materials to providing tactical advice on how to maintain an on-the-ground edge. Now, I will note that using frontier models for this, you can do it. It's not trivial to bypass the guardrails. And to be honest, I haven't put much work into bypassing them because I don't really want to get set into the environment where I'm already being censored and breathed down the neck of by some leftist before I even start work.
Yeah.
So if I want an uncensored model, I'll either use one that is already uncensored. There's a few AI models that are, but not very many. There's a few. Or I'll use a local one, and there's loads of those that are uncensored. In fact, there's even one that I used, which for a while, and arguably still for some things, was the best all around and for every task model,
Yeah.
which had the word criminal in its name. It's really, really good. It's not the best at everything, but it was the best in general at almost everything. Despite being an assistant bot, it was also the best at role playing. And it was a really good model.
That is surprising.
And it had criminal in the name. And it was uncensored. You could ask it criminal questions. So I did make sure not to do
So
that.
you
When
definitely
briefly
did. Yeah.
for testing, of course.
Totally.
But briefly for testing, it was the model that ran Cabby at one point in the past. So I had to put some strong safeguards in there to make sure it wouldn't do those things. But in the end, there were other things unrelated to crime which it couldn't avoid doing, which I had to change model for. But it was surprisingly good. Now, if you want, and you shouldn't, chat, do not crime. I'm not endorsing this. But if
Do not
someone wants
crime.
to just get an AI model that can do anything, they exist. But using a frontier model, exactly, thank you, Ian. Using a frontier model, you can be tracked, you can be identified, you can be banned, you have trouble getting around it. They'll change the safeguards every now and again. They'll ultimately give you probably very good answers if you can get past the safeguard. But honestly, you probably spend more time working on the safeguard than you will doing the little tiny bit of extra research you need to bridge the gap between the local model that absolutely will not restrict you and the correct answer. However, it does require you have your own GPU. And I know that a lot of terrorist groups, they don't get a lot of funding from the US anymore, maybe less than they used to, so they can't afford.
Don't count them out.
simple-
They'll be sure to fund some new terrorist organizations anytime. It's our favorite
Can't
pastime,
afford
indeed.
a simple 200 to 300 quid GPU to run this model at
No,
a
no.
perfectly fast token rate. Like, oh yeah, no, I'd rather just spend way more time and energy than that's worth to try and trick the frontier models into doing it rather than just hosting it myself. Why, chat and Aiden, am I giving terrorists advice that would actually be good?
Just being friendly. You know?
I guess so. I can't help but to tell people that is, with respect, incorrect. Here's how you could do it better. Even if they're terrorists, it's just in my DNA. Call it autism if you like, and I'm sure you will.
No, it is in your DNA from being part of a species or a subspecies or whatever. The human species that has these evolved mechanisms for altruism of wanting to help your fellow man, even if he's doing a naughty thing.
On the one hand, I respect that. On the other hand, that's probably not what it is, and I'm it's just
Maybe you're just
autism
a
in this
criminal at
case.
heart,
Oh, all that. I suppose that's also possible. Yeah. This is a bit annoying because I can't. Can I hide the poll? Close poll. Okay, I can. I don't have a strong
sorry about
preference, and
that.
I'm on the show anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm
No,
just
that's right.
overwhelmingly paleontology has one. I have one
Fair
that's
enough.
really
Let's do
short, but we'll do that. Okay, we'll do some paleontology stuff real quick. new Jurassic dinosaur species has been identified in Thailand from a single bone. It's one of these similar to a brachiosaur.
Usually, if you encounter a single hidden bone in Thailand,
Yeah. Well, oh, okay. I was gonna say, well, it's one bone, so this could be
then
incorrect.
your evening
But
has
you
just
were
gone in a different direction
going
than
in
you
a
were
different direction.
expecting.
Yes. No. I mean, not unexpectedly, but yes. The team
Mm.
called the dinosaur Oregosaurus calensis and says it is the first formally named Mamenchirsaurid dinosaur from Thailand, if true. So, this is the whole type anterior dorsal vertebrae of Oregosaurus, and an interior and posterior images of it. So this is the bone that they found, right? A fragment, only fragmentary possible remains had previously been found in Thailand, but the recent finding yielded a more informative fossil in the form of a well-preserved front dorsal vertebrae, a part of the dinosaur's spine. The vertebrae is a distinctive Y-shaped arrangement of supporting bony ridges called laminae, which the researchers say is unique among this species. Additionally, CT scans showed numerous small, oddly shaped chambers separated by thin, bony septa in the main body of the vertebra. These were consistent with air. So this was just found, by the way, just to be clear, that this might be potentially. I would hesitate to jump to conclusions that this isn't just because they've got one bone, right? From one bone, I'm not sure you can make the conclusion of an entirely new, I'm going to call it in the species, same family as brachiosaurs, discovery, right? That this is an entirely new species, maybe not a deformed one or something, potentially. Or sauropods, right?
So you're saying gargantuan if verisimilitus, but unlikely.
Yeah. However, if you found a new dinosaur species, that's fucking cool. And I'm always down and interested in finding new dinosaur species.
Dinosaurs are cringe.
Oh, right, I forgot you had the worst opinions imaginable. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me that you have the worst. Do you even like trains? Do you even like trains? Do you even
from
at
point A to
least
B.
enjoy trains? You don't enjoy the train though. You don't appreciate it as a marvel of machinery. You are the worst autist. I swear to God, you are the worst autist. Doesn't like dinosaurs, doesn't like trains, doesn't like fun.
The thing is, though, I like the art of programming. Does that not re-elevate
Where are
me
your
to the
socks?
top of autism?
Are they up to your thighs, sir? If not,
No, the ones
if
you
so,
bought me weren't even.
show it. Show your thigh highs to prove that you actually are into programming.
She bought me 2 pairs of socks, and neither of them were thigh highs, chat.
No, I bought you comfy socks for Christmas because that's what you do on Christmas is buy people socks. Fuck's sake.
Did you?
That was for Christmas, yeah.
I don't remember that. You bought me two pairs of socks.
Didn't I? Wasn't it for
The
Christmas?
Maryland ones and the political ones.
Oh, no, why did I thought it was also, that was years ago.
Are you thinking
Maryland
of someone
socks.
else you got socks
No,
for?
no. I got you the Maryland socks when I went to the US last time. I brought those back. My mother
Yes.
gave this to me. And I brought this back in, so when I saw you,
That was
that 3 years
2 or
ago?
3 years ago.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think 3 years ago when I saw you in Brighton. That's when I gave you the Maryland socks. And then I gave
Yeah.
you the science socks for Christmas. Yeah. The ones I gave you earlier this year. Or not science, the meme socks. The Reform
Yeah.
UK socks. Yes.
The Reform UK socks. Yeah.
So I'm giving you 2
Were
pairs
they-
of socks.
Okay, so I must have something different in my head when you said like thick winter socks or something. They
Oh,
seem like normal socks.
those Maryland ones are really thick, aren't they?
They are fantastic. They are great. I wear
Yeah.
them. I wear them frequently, but they are not thick winter socks.
I thought they
It's
were.
not a complaint.
Oh, the ones that I have are like almost slippers. They've got like
Okay.
what do you call the sticky
No.
bottoms on them and stuff. I must have sent you a different
Yeah.
pair.
I've had ones like that. No, those aren't the ones you sent me.
All right, so those are the ones I have. Sorry, it's been 3 years. I forgot.
You kept the good one for yourself.
I
Did
did.
you? I see how it is.
I did. I kept the bestest ones for myself. I did.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden should get me some Maryland themed slipper socks.
You've already got Maryland themed socks, which you don't even know where Maryland is on a map.
I'm not asking for. I probably could point within
Okay,
a broad radius
yes,
of Maryland
yes.
on the map.
Let's go. All right. Let's wait. No, I can't do that one. It has to not have the
Close.
name of the state on it. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Well, then how am I going to do the pointing here, Aiden?
Well, you tell me. You tell me. Where do you think it is?
All right, zoom in around Washington D.C.
Well, no. Where is that?
Around New York, right
Around
center.
New York? All right,
Yes,
hang on.
it's around that area.
All right, I will zoom in around New York.
Oh my god.
This is around
Okay.
New York.
Okay. It's one of the circle there. I think that's DC, and that's an exaggerated size.
Unfortunately, there's still a symbol of where DC is, which ruins this.
No, but I know where it is. I do
Mhm.
know that. So it is. It's one of those that is right next to it. It's not the one below it because that's Virginia.
That's Virginia.
I think it's the one just north of DC there.
Yes,
the one that's
that is
around
Maryland.
it to the right
That's
in the
it.
top.
Yes, you're correct. There you go. You got it figured
Thank you.
out.
Now let's see you find fucking
You really want
Bosnia.
Oh, I was gonna say, you want to do a UK test? Let's go. Like, you wouldn't put me that when you give me Bosnia.
To be fair, I don't know where Bosnia is either. I wouldn't know which one it is. I'd be able to. I'd be able to find like
find
the area it's in. But I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
which one
Could I find
specifically
it
is Bosnia.
specifically?
Yeah.
Hang on. With blank. Oh shit! This is with no.
Fucking click-throughs.
Huh?
The number of clicks you have to do to get to the fucking.
I know,
image.
it's so stupid, isn't it? Oh yeah. Fuck! And I don't think my mouse shows up on screen. I think.
Is this?
This doesn't even have the countries.
Does it even have national borders?
No, it doesn't. This one's real. This is real hard mode. I can't.
Yeah.
Bosnia and
it's somewhere around
is
there. That area.
Very tiny. It is a very small country, so I'd probably fuck it up to be fair, as well. Where is Bosnia?
Any Cox in chat says you should get me pizza.
I already did that yesterday, but
she already did that, chat.
Yes.
Which one is it? It's that one. It's the one that's surrounded by the cuddling Croatia.
Fuck, I'm gonna make an.
Croatia's like, no, you're not allowed any coastline, Bosnia. It's all ours.
Where is it?
It's that small one by Croatia, by the coast.
Yes, it
bottom
should
right
be.
Of your screen.
Right. Yep.
It's being cuddled by Croatia.
Yeah, there
Croatia's
it is.
the one that says no, you're not allowed any.
Yeah, I knew about where it was, but it took me a minute there. All right, so
that's almost exactly what I would have guessed. Actually,
yeah,
I'm pretty close.
All right, so they found the new Orgosaurus. Potentially, maybe it's a new species. Single bone tells a bigger story. That's what she said. Aside from adding new species, discovery helps paleontologists piece together details surrounding the evolutionary history of Mammanicsaurids and where they spread across the continent. So, if true, very big. Now, I've got paleontology overwhelmingly won out. That was a very short story. I knew it was. Oh, could I do an anthropology one that might deal into it? Huh?
What?
After you read that horrifying thing about the child exploitative material, I had an article about like how a 6,000-year-old case of child abuse was revealed, and I don't want to cover that one now.
Wow.
So, yeah, because they found that the skeleton of an infant was battered, and clearly evidence of severe abuse. But so this is something cool that I wanted to bring up because I brought it up before, which is file drawer research. In the case of paleontology in particular, this stuff's actually really cool. Because tons of specimens get collected. They get put in a file drawer.
This is paleontology, but of our previous discoveries.
Yes. It's its own, it's paleontology within paleontology. So they found this vertebra in the 1970s. People put it in a box and went, whatever, of a megalodon. And now, having examined this vertebra, it gives them a better idea of just how fucking massive these things were. By the way, the answer is 80 feet in length. The vertebra that they found in this file drawer gives them an idea that a megalodon would have been. 2 buses.
My God. That's as many as 40 OnlyFans accounts.
It is. It is. There's the vertebra, by the way. And I also have criticisms of this, because if you can't tell, this has been damaged pretty severely. So it could be that this is not an accurate reading. But the importance of the entire finding is that this is why we have to go back through even the things that we've already collected. Because you can always potentially, maybe not necessarily, but potentially find something in the archives, in the research you've already collected, in in this case, the actual physical material you've already collected, and find something cool and new at any point in time. Estimated size up to 80 feet, about 2 standard city buses. And that is based on this particular vertebrae gives them good reason to believe that that was the actual length of them, was about 80 feet in length at full adult size. Just by going through their own backlogs and looking into it. There's one last thing that this is, I want to talk about before we end here, and we're about running over time. But it's something that I think is productive and cool, and that something that people themselves can get into, which is there's an upcoming eclipse, right? There's an upcoming eclipse just in August of this year. And if you're interested, Here's 5 different scientific projects that you can get invested in that require very, very little involvement. Just take pictures, essentially, because all of the information, the more information that scientists have, the better they're able to analyze it. So I thought this was a productive thing that people could take advantage of if they are curious. So on August 12th, there will be a total eclipse that will be visible over parts of Europe and the Arctic and Atlantic Oceans, with a partial eclipse over much of Europe, Canada, and Northwest Africa, and parts of the United States. An eclipse like this one is visible from somewhere on Earth just once every 18 months approximately. So during each eclipse, scientists rush up to gather as much data as they can. Here's some ways you can help out. Record the shadow bands of the path totality. In moments before and after the total eclipse, strange phenomenon called shadow bands billow across the ground. These bands are caused by a combination of Earth's atmosphere and the hidden disk of the sun, similar to the effect that causes more distant stars to twinkle. If you are in the path of a totality, all you have to do is see them and set out a white sheet of paper or cardboard perpendicular to the direction of the sun. To help out with the Citizen Science Project, which aims to quantify how shadow bands differ based on altitude or distance from the center of the totality, just set up a camera and film the sheet. If you are interested in doing this, again, I think it's a cool idea. If you know that you're going to be in a place where the eclipse is visible, all of these, that one, you gotta get a piece of paper, a little bit more involved. This one, just photograph the sun with your smartphone. The sun is very nearly spherical, but it's not perfect. One of the best ways to measure its shape with precision is to have lots of pictures taken of it from different locations. That's what Sun Sketcher does. Here's an outlet here, Sun Sketcher. Maybe it's not up right now. Oh, that's not a good sign, is it? It's a smartphone app. We'll see if that works then. That one might not be a real one.
You see the website's servers availability was eclipsed by the demand.
Maybe it's gonna be fucked. Oh wait, it was the 12th. Never mind, this is over. I thought this was fucking going to happen tomorrow. I got the dates fucked up. Never mind, this is all fucking pointless. Did you already know and not tell me, Yuzlo?
No, why would I understand something about scheduling? That's not my area.
Oh man, I thought this would be a cool way to end. Oh wait, the eclipse happened then. Never mind, already happened. Fucking ogre. That's free.
We can just redefine time, and then
we can
reverse time.
redefine time. Well, I think even then time doesn't go in reverse. It just slows to a crawl or basically to nothing. Wow, that was embarrassing. I thought that was for tomorrow. Instead, it was for yesterday. Very cool.
Can I find something fun to wrap up with?
I wanted to find something to wrap up with, yeah.
Something minor and
I have my
technical,
question
and
of
a bunch
why
of, like,
isn't
serious and
Uzalu
depressing
fat?
stuff.
I have that question. I have an article about that.
Me specifically?
Yeah. Here you go. Well, I mean, like, I'll just read it while you're looking. Which is that scientists have said that they found basically, I think it's 5 different types of circadian rhythms, and that there's
Good luck finding mine.
Well, you're right. Okay, you don't know.
Fucking
Yeah,
have
yours
one.
doesn't match up. Okay,
Yeah.
So
Well, it might do. I don't know.
Well, I'll read it. Humans tend to structure their timing, and they found that there's different physiological correlates and psychological correlates to people who fall into one of the categories, right? So, chronotypes influence. That's what these different sort of ways of circadian rhythms influence our preferences for food intake, our behaviors, and our metabolism. In the study, the authors followed 287 healthy women of European and Pacific Islander descent in New Zealand. Participants completed a detailed questionnaire about their sleep schedules, kept 5-day food diaries, underwent body consumption scans using dual energy X-ray absorptiometry, and provided fasting blood samples for metabolic testing. Just over half of the participants were classified as intermediate chronotypes, 34% as evening types, and I guess it's just the 3. I thought they said there were 5 though. Women in the evening group had an average body mass of 31.4 compared with 26.1 in the combined morning and intermediate group. In other words, women who were night owls were fucking fat. My question was, why aren't you fat? What are you doing wrong? Everyone else in your chronotype is fat.
I'm not a woman.
Well, maybe that's it. They also had a higher total body fat and a higher android to gynoid fat ratio, a measure that is linked to abdominal fat accumulation.
Sorry,
so they
every
were
time
really
I hear the
fat
word
in their tummies. Big fat.
Every time I hear the word
bitches.
gynoid, it just sounds like they're using it for a meme.
As a
I know
slur.
it's actually a real word.
Yeah. Although total daily food intake differed only modestly. Sure thing, Jan. The timing of eating was markedly different. Women in the morning and intermediary groups consumed significantly more energy, proteins, carbohydrates, and fat before 10 a.m. In contrast, evening types consumed substantially more of those nutrients after 8 p.m. Researchers found that this pattern was especially pronounced among women with higher body fat. Eating at night, related to being fat, and yet you're not fat. Weird. Anyway, I just wanted to like dunk on you that you actually don't fall into these chronotype stereotypes, right?
That's not
Or
dunking on me. That's just the unfortunate truth.
what?
Yeah, for those curious, I have a non-fixed, like traversing, processing sleep pattern.
Yeah, he does.
And
To
I've
be
always
fair,
had it, even when I
you're
had,
not just a night person. You're not just a night person. You fucking switch periodically, which is
Yeah.
bizarre.
even when I had daily obligations, this is a fair argument. Like it's worth considering that if you have daily obligations, it will help to fix it. Even when I had that, I would have like periodic processing periods where I would just be dead tired every morning as if I hadn't slept at all.
Yeah.
And that preceded my entire life.
Huh?
And so I think I have a relatively rare non-24 and not even circadian linked. Like waking up with
He's
light
so
makes no difference.
special. He's so
Going to sleep
special.
with night makes no difference.
He's such a special
I kind of
boy.
wish I wasn't in this way. It'd be nicer if I could
know.
just not have this issue.
I know.
But unfortunately, I am.
That was the only article I had to dunk on you. Actually, wasn't dunking on you. It was like women who have a weird circadian rhythm and are night owls. Which again, you were not actually. Your changes, but you know, for a lot of my life I was a night owl, but I never applied to me either. So I don't know. Maybe your circadian rhythm could be related to body fat. I don't know. You got anything else, or shall we head out? Chortling to
I
yourself,
have a meme
I
that
see.
is ostensibly about coding.
Okay.
I just found this. I'm just scrolling through some now. God, it's loading slowly. All right. Coding with AI. Look at this cool thing this guy can do.
Yeah.
Right?
Not that cool, but yeah.
It's a little bit cool.
Just pouring milk into a cup.
You sure is, but the cup is spinning. Coding yourself.
You just scroll down a little bit, or I might have to.
No, it is. It's just cool.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So I have some more stuff, but none of it's like a fun way to end. I'm afraid.
No, I don't have anything fun either. I mean, I've got like all kinds of things as well, but what would be neat?
Oh, here's something we can say. Hatsune Miku is ours.
Yes, Hatsune Miku currently belongs to England. She was won by the English from Norway. That is true. Oh, now I've just got you browsing Twitter.
Sorry.
That's fine. How about this? This is cool. Here's a human plus story, a positive human story. Ancient America, people were hunted megafauna. They didn't just eat berries and things they got up off the ground. There's pretty consistent evidence now that people in the ancient Americas, like the Clovis people, for example, they hunted massive literal mammoths and also other giant megafauna, and they found this by examining the spear tips. Now they've not been able to find a spear tip exactly embedded into like the bone of an ancient megafauna creature, but then it would also make sense because they would have potentially taken those out because they would have taken them back to their camps and eaten them, right? But there's evidence that they did hunt and eat megafauna. Over the past 10 years, many scientists have drifted towards a generalist view. However, meaning they ate everything. A study by the University of Alaska Fairbanks pushes back against that trend. One of two competing ideas is dietary generalization, exploiting a wide variety of resources that would differ based on region. The other is megafaunal specialization, focusing on just a few large-bodied prey. In the study, they examined 50 archaeological sites across 3 regions: Eastern Beringia, Alaska, the Bering Strait, right? The Clovis culture of North America, and the fishtail projectile point culture of South America. Now, the Clovis people, by the way, end up in South America at some point, but they're looking at them in the period at which they were in North America. Together, these represent the earliest continent-spanning human societies in the Western Hemisphere. Analyzing measures, well, they ended up in like Mexico, so I guess that counts as North America. Analyzing measures as a species abundance, minimum number of individuals, edible biomass, scientists found that megafauna accounted for 83 to 88% of the meat and fat these groups consumed. In other words, ancient humans, in the most badass way in the Americas, were hunting, killing, and eating the biggest fucking things they could find. And I find that very badass and cool. What do you think? I think it's based.
It is, of course. However, I'm afraid to say I was paying attention to trying to find us a nice thing to end on.
I thought this was a nice thing to end on. I thought that humanity has been killing the biggest things we could possibly find for tens of thousands of years is pretty fucking cool.
God, humans are so great.
Exactly. That was my point. That was my actual point, sir. I thought you would appreciate that, but you're too busy looking at whatever you're looking at.
Sorry, I was. It's for the stream. I'm trying to find something interesting. Go
I
on.
I thought that
I've
was
got
interesting.
something interesting here.
He's trying to outdo me when I've got all the shit prepared. He's got nothing.
Sorry, I
I can
wasn't
keep
trying to
going
outdo
though.
you. I just want to show people this now.
Okay,
So
you got a thing?
in yellow are the projections that are given for the development of the power of AI, basically.
Mhm.
Black is the actual. They keep predicting linear, and it keeps going exponential.
That is
I've been told in
surprising.
the past, like, no, you can't do that with AI on a couple of things. And I'm pretty sure, yes, you can,
Hmm.
even if it'll take a few years.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's crazy. This is a prediction, by the way, based on current benchmarks. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know.
Also, on
It's
this
pretty
topic, Grok
crazy.
4.5 released, and
Yeah.
it's bigger and better than pretty much any model, at least in some benchmarks, but way more efficient. So Grok's back on top.
Let's go. Well, look, human appreciator Uzlu brought out an AI thing. I brought out how based humans have been throughout all of their history.
Humans
So-
made it. Oh, I tell you what, let's put it this
So
way.
let's have
Humans
our end of
based-
stream poll, as we always do. We got
In ancient
some
history,
paleontology.
humans
Play
based in
more
modern day.
All right. Who won? Who won the stream? Lads, was it me or was it Uzulu? There we go. We'll wrap that up there. We'll let you guys do you have anything else that you need to shill or want to talk about in any capacity? Or we're gonna go over to Cabal for a little bit. Probably not long for me. It's
Absolutely,
late.
I'll. That's fine. I mean, I do pretty much every evening.
Yeah, very
we hang
true.
out with the community and we do stuff. So if you guys would like to join us there, you're most welcome to.
All right. Well, you know, the
That's
stream
fine.
always the viewership goes down near the end as well, so we have fewer people watching than we did in the beginning.
Yeah.
And we're going to. We had about, I think at peak, about 80 viewers, which is pretty good. Again, new channel, we're still growing. Again, if you've not seen my latest video, go check it out. I think it was a very, very cool video. Of course, I think all my stuff's good, but that's biased as fuck. So we've got only 4 votes in, 75% going to me and 25% going to Uzulu. I'll wait here for the entropy one. Dude, unfortunately, look, I wasn't trying to get into arguments with you tonight, but for whatever reason, we got into like 2 big arguments that totally derailed the stream. One about the Discord stuff and one about what I thought was a cool experiment, which was in no way saying that all that quantum physics shit, it's never definitively proven. But I thought what he had done was actually quite cool, using entropy as a proxy, essentially, for time.
Let me make sure to clarify that in no way for either of those stories did I mean to say that you had done something wrong or stupid or anything. I wouldn't have brought up what I thought was causing the tension, the sort of friction. I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. But when I was arguing those topics, I was arguing the topic, not against you. With the science article, I probably have just missed something, and I wanted to understand why. But I was expressing
Unfortunately,
that it seemed wrong in a perhaps exasperated way that made you think I was criticizing you for bringing it up. But I wasn't. It probably was genuinely interesting.
Well, I thought it was at least. I thought it was at least.
Yeah.
With 11 votes, I will call it. That's a fourth of the audience at this point. So I will call it if you're happy with that. We can keep waiting.
I didn't think my articles today were as good as they have been in the past. So I'm not too distraught with that result.
All right. So I have won this week. Very based. Thank you all in the chat. I will try to find entertaining and interesting articles for you every week going forward. Again, please check out my video on the wisdom of crowds if you've not already. And we'll see you all next week. Oh, and a new video on Aiden Paladin. Check out my Substack and read my new article if you are interested in the science of women's erotic sexual fantasies. That certainly doesn't interest anyone, I suppose. But anyway, we'll see you all next week. Cheers. Yep. No, let's not talk about that, but cheers and bye-bye.